So tired of love songs, tired of love songs, tired of love songs, tired of love. Just wanna go home, wanna go home, wanna go home. Oh. Strangers, killing my lonely nights with strangers. And when they leave, I go back to our song. I hold on, hurts like heaven, lost in the sound. Buzzcut season, like you're still around. Can't unmiss you, and I need you now. Yeah, yeah. I'm so tired of love songs, tired of love songs, tired of love songs, tired of love. Just wanna go home, wanna go home, wanna go home. Oh, so tired of love songs, tired of love songs, tired of love songs, tired of love. Just wanna go home, wanna go home, wanna go home. Oh, I'm so tired of love songs, tired of love songs, tired of love songs.
Hello, login. Okay, I get it. Some of y'all went out last night. This is a real stretch. Some of you went out last night. Not just like went out, had dinner, and came back home really at a civilized time. Some of you really decided to go out. It's like, it's login, let's party! Just one or two of you? I know you Lithuanians. Come on, don't kid me. I was here last year. Some of y'all tried to keep me out till 2 in the morning and forgot I had work to do. So welcome back. How you doing? Yeah, it's day 2 and I've still got as much energy as I had yesterday. Don't expect me to have this tonight at Logout. Just so you know, this is a stage persona. Tonight I'm probably going to be like, oh, I'm so knackered. So we have another amazing lineup today, including Christopher Wylie, the famous whistleblower, and Toomas Hendrik Ilves, the former Estonian president. So this stage is going to have a whole raft of phenomenal people, including our first speaker today. Crikey, I'm fast forwarding. So this evening, we've got the Logout party. Yeah, it's kind of like insert awkward silence here, somebody will fill it. So this Logout party is actually taking place in a really cool venue. It's at the Central Market Hall this evening. All wristbands are allowed to attend, so that means every single person in this room can come along and party all night. I'll be looking forward to seeing you there, and we'll have a few more details later on this evening about how that's going to work. So you guys ready to get started today? Are you caffeinated enough? I mean, I can't help you now if you're not. It's a little bit late for that. You're just going to have to pretend. You're going to have to dig deep and find some really great energy. But before we get started, because I want to make sure that y'all are awake, so we start as we mean to complete, right? Because I'm not about having one of those days, where you kind of build yourself up to it. We kind of start really quiet, and then we slowly kind of get to the big kind of crescendo. No, what I want to do is I want to start big and go the whole day at that level, right? So I want to see if we can start there today. Actually, I'm going to do a little clapping Mexican wave. You guys know what a Mexican wave is, right? Okay. I'm going to explain it just in case. I want to make no assumptions. So a Mexican wave is when people go like this, woo! But you start at one side and you kind of go in a line, right? But I want to do it with clapping because I think that'd be kind of pretty cool. Plus, I have the microphone, so you'll have to do what I say. At least that's what I'm making up. Please just humor me. It'll be good. Don't make me cry. It's too early in the morning. So I'm going to start at this side of the stage, and then you're just going to follow my arm, and we're going to clap all the way over here, and then go, woo! Okay? Right. 3, 2, 1. Let's do it. Woo! I think we're ready. So our first speaker today, you guys are like, she is a nut. But you keep coming back, so you can't hate me yet. we've never seen anything like this before. It's very strange. I don't know how they're making them wherever she's from. I can't understand her accent. Anywho, so our first speaker today is the Director of Small and Medium Business for Markets for Microsoft in Central and Eastern Europe. So essentially, if you think about automation, initially when we automated products and services, we tended to apply automations to a process, right? You had a process and you would automate a simple process. Well, as businesses have evolved and automation has become far more sophisticated, we're now having to look at the underlying processes and and the people and systems, not just automating exactly the same process that was there before, so that we can apply automation techniques in a much more creative way. So talking about an exploration of innovation, how the triangle of purpose, creativity, and artificial intelligence allows us to achieve more. Please give an incredible, warm round of applause to Erwin Hartenberg. Warm round of applause. Woohoo!
Thanks. Good morning. Good morning. I'm happy I don't have to do all the warm-up work, because that definitely is not my strength. So very happy to be here this morning. Amazing to be able to share some stories with you this morning. We're going to do a bit of an exploration today. We'll talk about a lot of different things. We'll talk about tennis, we'll talk about cooking, and we'll talk about artificial intelligence as well. But I want to start with taking you back a little bit. And I noticed part of the audience is relatively young, but let's imagine the 70s. I'm happy I don't live in that age, because with my hairdo, that obviously wouldn't be very successful. But back in the day, we had photography, right? Now, I'm a big photography fan. I really like photography. But in the 70s, photography obviously was chemical-based, right? You took a photo, you captured the light that came in, and through a chemical process, that light was transferred onto film, and voila, you had an image. And the fastest camera that would do that process, from taking the photo all the way down to having the result, having a picture, was, of course, the famous Polaroid. And that took about 30 to 40 seconds to complete. Take a photo, 30, 40 seconds later, you would have the image. And that was really quite amazing. And at the same time, for instance, another thing from the 70s is a classic car here like the Volvo. This is a Volvo 240. And as you know, Volvo made cars, still makes cars, they've changed a little bit, but they made cars with the intent of making the safest car on the planet. That was the purpose of the Volvo Corporation. They wanted to make sure that everything was safe. They introduced the seatbelt, they introduced a ton of safety features that are common in every car today. But imagine what would have happened back in the 70s if some guy or girl with long hair, more likely the girl with long hair, but it's the 70s, so you never know, would go to Volvo and would go to the engineers or the board of directors and say, I'm going to make your car even safer by using a Polaroid camera. That's going to be the game changer for road safety. And you could imagine that at that time, the board of directors or the engineers would go like, what do you want to do? You want to strap a Polaroid on the corner of our cars and then take pictures all the time? That doesn't make any sense. And yet, here we are, right? Of course, time has passed, but if you look at kind of what's going on today, you see that is exactly what is happening today when you look at self-driving cars, autonomous driving cars. And not just autonomous cars, but also the safety features that you have in human-driven cars, where the camera actually helps the car be more be more safe. And what you see here is an example of some of that imagery in working, where because photography, because image taking is now digital, and we can go from the moment where we can actually see the light instantaneously into putting that into a picture. And we can power that now with artificial intelligence to do object recognition, so we can see everything on the road, and you can see kind of how the camera is picking up all of the objects on the road here. And this is exactly why artificial intelligence makes such a difference, because it takes a relatively ordinary process like photography, but with artificial intelligence, you can turn that into a whole different thing. And right now, this is one of the main reasons why we're almost getting to a point where self-driving cars, autonomous cars, are a reality. And they're already assisting you in your everyday car as well. So that's really kind of why this change with artificial intelligence is so incredibly important. And the way I always like to think about technology and the role that it plays in our lives is some kind of a dance. Now, I'm not a very great dancer. My wife loves dancing, and I do dancing as well. I'm not very good at it, but I do get the concept of a leader and a follower, right? As a leader, you basically set the tone. There's, of course, the music, but you as a leader kind of decide what happens. And when I think about kind of the dynamic between human needs or human purpose or the purpose of an organization and technology, it's kind of that cycle where the human need kind of influences technology to be able to fulfill that need. And that's kind of the normal way of things. So there's a leader, the human need, and then the technology follows to be able to fill that out. But there are certain waves of technology innovation that actually reverse the roles. And I think right now we're entering a stage where it's not just the way that the arrow flows from the need to technology, but technology is actually influencing our idea of a need at the same time. So basically there is a role reversal happening here where both the human need and technology are taking turns in leading the dance, so to speak. And when these two things come together, magic happens, and that's when progress is being made. And we're right now at a point in time where that arrow is really, really incredibly powerful, the arrow that goes from technology into need, because it allows us to rethink how we've built our design, how we've built our processes, how we built the world that we build for our citizens, and so on. And therefore, it's all the more important to really think about if you can do the same thing with that example with photography, right? And you can use AI and turn it into a whole new thing. It's very important to not just look at the technology, but it's important to look at the purpose of your organization. What are you out here to do? Are you here to provide, like I said, Volvo as an example, the safest car on the planet? That's a very clear purpose, and that means that you can look at technology that way and see what possibilities there are to actually get better at doing that. And sometimes when we think about technology, or we think about how we do our everyday work, we kind of forget about our purpose, but it's actually really important because as I'll show you today, you need to start thinking about redesigning the way you've set up your organization, the way you've set up your company, or if you're a government entity, and it all goes back to that purpose. But before we get there, I want to talk a little bit about why we talk so much about AI today. Right? AI is not a necessarily new concept when you think about the history of AI. When we came out of World War II, there was actually a lot of work being done on AI. And for instance, Turing, famous from also cracking the Nazi code, the Enigma code, put a lot of effort in, and he's also famous for the Turing test, which was kind of a conceptual framework of how you could detect if a computer would be able to have a conversation at a human level. So there's been a lot of work in there, and a lot of theoretical work through the 50s and 60s in AI as a concept. But then it kind of went away, simply because all of those concepts were not able to really be powered by a powerful enough computing platform. So it kind of left, and people didn't really do anything with AI anymore, and became what we call the AI winter. And then when the cloud happened back in 2008, 2009, that really started to kick off, all of a sudden we had this idea of limitless computing power. And we had all of these other technology advancements here. And that kind of brought back to life the idea of AI and what it could do for us. And we've seen that acceleration go ever since. So we like to think that we're now coming out of the AI winter, which was like the period of after the late 60s, and now we're heading into spring, and we're seeing all these things blossom and come out of the ground, and all these amazing things are starting to take place. And the reason why is twofold. There's a technology element, and there is let's say, a human idea or an organizational element to it as well. One of the things that was already mentioned before is, if you look at kind of the way technology has been applied, it's kind of didn't really change the underlying process. So the first stage, when you think about the way technology has impacted processes, digitization, is where we took content, paper content, all kind of content. You remember these old machines with these stamp cards and all that kind of stuff, and we made it digital. But we didn't really change the process. We just made it more efficient to work with content, to create content, share content, but the process itself kind of stayed the same. The second step is where we automated the process. We created a lot of automation, and when you think about it, every organization essentially is a collection of processes. Like all the organizations in the world are nothing more than a bunch of people coming together and agreeing on a couple of processes, right? So how do you sign up a new customer? How do you fill out a form? How do you enter a hospital? They're all steps, and they're all, if this happens, then that should happen, kind of deterministic processes. And again, the processes themselves didn't really change. But now, with technology like AI, we're moving away from a if this, then that kind of thing, but we're moving into a state where it's much more about this is likely to happen. What should we do with that? There is a high probability that this is the case. And we have a much more forward-looking, fluid view of a whole range of possibilities, and that means a static if this, then that process, that doesn't work anymore. So we need to rethink how we do that. And this is on everybody's mind, right? I mean, we did a lot of research with our customers for Microsoft in 2018. And 61% of them said, yeah, we really expect disruption in our industry over the next couple of years or so. And they thought, hey, we could be disrupted, but maybe we will also be the disruptor. But it's on everybody's mind, and everybody has this feeling that something is definitely about to happen. And with AI, what's funny is that AI is not binary. What I mean with that is it's not like you do kind of a technology migration, like a new version of something, or you kind of flip a switch, and there we had no AI, and now we have AI, and we move on with our lives. That's not how it works. AI is very much a ongoing process. And also when you start working with AI, and I'll give you some examples of that later, you need to keep doing that all the time. So you need to continuously improve the way the technology is kind of reading your world, reading your models, reading your data. And these things change, so you're constantly learning here. And AI is already everywhere. I mean, if you think about the recommendations that you get from your app for music, for instance, that's AI right there. If you've ever been called by your bank who told you like, hey, we think there's been fraud with your credit card, so we took some measures, that's AI right there. AI is really good at pattern detection. So AI is already everywhere. But the foundation for AI really is three things. This whole kind of changing technology that has made it possible for us to come out of that AI winter and now go into that AI spring. And first of all, that's data. And I think there's a lot of talk about at this conference as well about what you can do with data. But the fact that we've got so many data-generating elements in our society today, that creates a whole new digital view of what we can do. And without that data, AI simply doesn't work. And I'll show you that. The other one is cloud, right? You can't do AI if you don't have the enormous computing power that is now available and is actually available against a really low entry point, a low price point for everybody, whether it's us or whether it's our competitors. Cloud availability makes AI possible. Technically, you can do AI if you do that on your own, but that's really, really expensive and really hard to do. And finally, we've made a number of progresses when it comes to the modeling. So interpreting different ways of data and building a self-learning system, that has allowed us to actually turn all of that data, which for us humans is impossible to actually put to good use, but with the right models and the right algorithms, we can actually do that. So those three things are powering AI. And again, why are we talking about AI so much? Well, if you look at some of the progress, and these are just some examples of the research that we've done, and again, there's many other players out there as well, but you see kind of where we are already at human parity or already beyond, and that's happened in the last, let's say, 2, 3, 4 years, where whether it's object recognition, speech recognition, machine translation, all those things are now operating at a human level. And one of the funny things about AI is as well, is that for decades, and you would all know this, like you've learned how to talk to or with a computer, right? The way that we've automated our stuff meant that you've had to learn, whether you're a programmer, that makes sense that you really have to kind of build at the core of technology. But even if you're working with a word processor, or you're working with any other forms-based application, you had to stick within this particular box, because if you went outside of the box, the computer wouldn't understand you. So we've had to learn, in a way, how to communicate with a computer on the terms of the computer. And right now with AI, that's going the other way around. So the computer, because of all of these things, is actually learning to talk like a human being. And we can have a human conversation with a computer. And that makes actually computing much more accessible and much more interesting going forward. And you see applications of AI already happening everywhere. And here's one example from one of our customers in Hungary. It's Waberer. It's a logistics company. And a point I'm going to make today is that when you haven't started thinking about AI, how you can apply it for your organization, one of the best ways to do that is actually to start small. Start actually lower than the capacity that you can already do. And the reason why is that will give you a lot of confidence and learnings early on, and you can scale that. And this is an example where this has not been a redesign of the process. They simply used AI to dramatically improve the load distribution of their trucks, of their fleet, to have a number of, I think it was 92% or so, which is dramatic improvement. But the process itself is relatively the same. But having now this experience with AI is going to allow them to kind of take that to the next step. So let's talk a little bit about what AI is, because we talk a lot about AI. We, as Microsoft, do that a lot as well, but we don't always take the time and say, like, so what does that actually mean, right? What does that mean in human language? And when you think about it, there's basically two things that really kind of build up an AI system. There is narrow AI, which is a kind of a very specific application almost of the underlying technology, which is all about that speech recognition thing that I said before. And it's basically how we can now mimic our human cognitive functions that allow us to talk to computers, share visuals with computers, and basically let those computers talk to us in a human way. And the other one is actually the thing that powers all of that. And that is the ability for systems to learn by themselves. The ability to take data and to make sense of that data all by themselves without us as humans telling them what that data is all about. And those really are the two things, and we call that machine learning, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But the fact that AI is already everywhere, I could tell you that, but it's probably a better idea to just give you a few examples in a short video. So let's look at the video.
Artificial intelligence isn't coming. It's here. It's the defining technology of our time. But it's human ingenuity that makes it so powerful. Jane started losing her vision when she was 12.
California Street.
She uses Seeing AI,
I crept down the stairs.
Crept down the stairs and out the door.
which enables her to read and navigate her world. Microsoft AI is helping farmers adapt to climate change,
We can use technology to help feed the world without wrecking the planet.
enabling wildlife conservation,
The ability to use AI really democratizes science. WildMe uses images from any source to help study endangered species.
and creating new ways for people with hearing loss to communicate.
I want the exact same information that my hearing friends have.
It's more than just imitating intelligence or sounding like a human. Microsoft AI is changing every industry, from healthcare
And now you can see these finite details, the relationship with many structures.
to engineering and telecommunications.
We are using artificial intelligence to change the way we are relating to customers.
AI lets us put people first.
The Microsoft tools really enabled us to breathe digital life into an iconic brand persona.
The product that we make is not a thing in a box. Microsoft AI empowers others to create experiences and potential. This is just the beginning.
Artificial intelligence, it's just opened up this whole world.
The future we invent is a choice we make.
So what I like about the examples here is, and one of the people from, I think, Telefonica said it themselves, AI actually allows us to do things much more people-like. So you see some of those examples, and you see that the way they're interacting with technology is much more human-like. It's not sitting down in front of a spreadsheet and cracking down numbers. No, it's a very human way of being able to access information and do something with that. But let's, again, unpack that one step further. I'm not going to show you all kinds of fuzzy technology today, but one thing is, I think, a good thing to remember how AI does what it does. Because the better you know that, the better you can think about how you would actually apply that in your organization. And think about if you were to build a system, and you want to build a system that is able to see the difference between a wolf and a dog. And if you do that in a classical linear flow, the deterministic flow, you would need to basically tell the system about every single dog species that is out there. So you would have to explain to them, this is a Doberman, this is a German Shepherd, this is whatever it is. You would have to tell them what they look like, what different poses they have, and you would have to do all this work to be able to let this simple machine who doesn't interpret anything be able to do that kind of work for you, that you would want to see the difference between a wolf and a dog. The difference with AI is that it is a probabilistic flow, where the way we are now able to expose that data to an AI engine is that AI is actually able to make sense of that data themselves. And they do this because we give them training data. And when we give them training data, the system itself is able to build layers of differentiation, and you can see that on the slide, where it looks for really fine details and then zooms out all the time to build different layers. And at the end of the day, what that system will tell you is a probabilistic answer. It will tell you there is a 90% likelihood that this is a dog, and there's a 10% likelihood that that's a wolf. Now, that doesn't mean that this is a binary thing, right? It is literally a probability. And this is how you need to start thinking about AI when you design business processes. The output of AI will always be this is a probability thing. There is a 99% probability that that is a car, and that is exactly why an autonomous system is able to deal with that. But when we get to situations of that the model itself or the data isn't yet strong enough and gives you probability of 60 to 70%, that's not a given factor. There's a 30 to 40% that it's something else. And you need to think about that, how you design your processes to deal with either outcome. Because if you let technology learn, you need to also give it the space to actually do something with the outcome. And I say wolf and dog, and you think, well, that's pretty obvious, right? And it's not that obvious. I mean, here's an example of a chihuahua and a muffin. And you think that these two things are different things. I can eat one. Well, technically, you could eat the chihuahua as well, but I wouldn't recommend it. But you could eat one, and the other one is a dog that you could play with and is very cute. And then look at this picture and tell me what you think. Right? I mean, I had to look really hard and say, like, wait a minute, oh no, that is a muffin, right? So it sounds so obvious, and it really isn't, right? And we bring all of this contextual information that our fantastic brain allows us to do. But for the computer, that's really difficult. And this is why AI kind of uses that layered information that allows it to do this and is able to really make the difference between, I don't know in which situation you would even be confused by a chihuahua and a muffin, which business process that would be, but hey, you never know. So probability, right? That is what AI does for you. And again, here's another example, not just about object recognition, but for instance, also emotional recognition, right? So this is a system that where is it there? It tells you that this person on the right has a 99% probability that he is surprised. And this is because the AI system has learned how to understand the facial system, the facial expression of different emotions, and in this case, that is surprise. And it's really fascinating to see that in play. I mean, here's an example of myself from a while back, and I was obviously very impressed, as you can see. I'm very happy. I'm like, wow, this is so cool. My colleague obviously was very confused about what was going on. He has a mix of anger and sadness even. I'm like, what is going on here? But you can see here as well, another example that it's not if this or that, right? There is a probability going on. And in this case, it was a very high probability of me being happy. But my colleague has a lot of other things going on as well. And again, you need to think about, what do you do in that situation? So there is a way to design for all of these different outcomes. And in a way, that allows us to be very much more personalized, much more tailored as well, to create experiences that are unique for individuals. So the other question that we hear a lot is AI a threat? Is that going to take away all of the jobs, and are we going to end up having to live at the mercy of the machines, right? And I just want to give you a short historical example of why I think that's not going to happen. And this is the example of the introduction of the automated teller machine, the ATM, the cash machine. So this is what happened with the amount of bank tellers, so the frontline bank employees, at the time that the ATM was introduced in the States. And what you see is that initially, after the initial introduction, you see that the human line slows down a bit, but then it actually goes back up again. And this is all because, not that they're doing the same work anymore, no. The bank teller, the human bank teller, now isn't giving out money anymore, but has been able to actually go upwards in the value chain and has been able to do things for customers that are actually more valuable. So it's not that that is a replacement thing if we do this well. And again, if the purpose of the bank here is to provide better financial services, then this kind of automation allows you to actually use more people to give a better experience to customers. And that experience, I think, is very interesting because, again, that same research that we did showed that 4 out of 5 companies in Central and Eastern Europe showed that improving the customer experience, which, if you think about it, the customer experience is really the translation of the purpose of a company, because that's what you need to feel, right? If I drive a Volvo, I need to feel that its intent is to keep me safe, right? Because that is what that company is out to do. And 4 out of 5 companies said, customer experience, that is why we want to invest in digital transformation technology like AI. And again, this is interesting because for most of you, I don't know how you guys see that, but when you think about using technology to improve customer experience, that hasn't always felt okay to me. I don't know your experience, but when I have to go through an automated phone system and I have to press 1 for this, 3 for that, 4 for that, and then I forget and I have to go back to the beginning again, that improvement, that technology increase does not increase my customer experience, right? So that doesn't always happen. But the need is obviously there. I mean, if you look at it, 59% of customers, consumers, have felt that the companies that they interact with have basically lost the human touch. And again, this is back to the phone example that I showed. That kind of technology actually creates kind of a barrier between you as a company and you as a consumer. And it felt really distant. And I think with AI, we have the opportunity to actually flip that around. And like you saw in that video, make those experiences much more human. And this is very important because also 58% of customers believe that companies don't understand their needs. And again, here we have an opportunity to use that learning capability to get better at doing that and get better at providing that. And this is data that comes from Forrester. And if you're really looking at that's all fine and good, but what does that do for my bottom line at the end of the day? It also impacts that because there's research that shows that companies that do well in customer experience, that really know how to bring that purpose, make it come to life, and really bring that differentiated experience, they actually do much better when it comes from a growth perspective as well. So there is a very much a financial aspect here too. So with AI, what it allows you to do is to basically redesign the customer journey, redesign that process. And again, whether you are a travel company and it's about how do you help people make a booking, or whether you are a government institution, or whether you're a hospital and you think about how you design, let's say, the first aid process. How does someone come into the first aid room and how do you use technology to really redesign that experience? And I think there's 3 ways of going about doing that. I think there is some place where you could do more, right? And again, think about the example before also with the automated tellers. But when you do more, it's like I can just reach out to more customers because I can use that kind of technology to make that easier, make that more scalable. And you basically do more of the same, but it's the same. Oh, sorry, I need to go back. The other one is do other, and that is actually something to think about much more, where you could say, hey, with AI, I can actually automate a bunch of stuff. I can make it smarter, so I can start to do other things for my customer. I can do more useful things. Or you could say, I'm going to do exactly what I'm doing now, but I'm going to do it much better. I'm going to use all of my human capacity combined with AI to actually build that customer journey, but do it in a much better way and actually create much more satisfaction. So when you think about AI application, there's a couple of patterns that we think are really the things where there's a lot of attention for today, and that makes sense because they provide quite an opportunity. First one is, and you've seen some of that in the video, is like conversational. So instead of having to go through this phone system, press 1 for this, 2 for that, whatever, or having to fill out some form and then having to wait, you can now basically put together kind of a bot, a customer agent that is able to talk to you as a human being, understand what you need, and give you a tailored and customized answer and help you to solve whatever it is that you were looking for, or even book. And we, in our kind of bot framework that we provide, we also see the possibility to have bots talk to each other, where you have your bot and say, look, can you talk to the bot of that hotel or whatever and make that booking for me? And you can do a lot of that stuff in the background as well. Another one that I think is really interesting is object detection. So think about a workplace, a construction site with lots of heavy machinery. And because of the object detection capabilities of AI, we can see which tools are being used, which tools are lying around unattended, for instance, that could cause a safety concern. And we can actually respond to that much quicker because we can visually detect them. You can even go as far to connect them to the people that are using them. And you could even look at, do they have the right skill set to do that? Or is that going to create a potential safety issue there again? Now, one of the things I mentioned before, a hospital, this is already happening today, right? You see that what AI is really good at is pattern detection. So your doctor will be aided by AI, and they will give, for instance, magnetic resonance imagery and able to find out tumors or whatever. And AI is really good at that. And there will be a human assessing the output before a final call is made. But that is something that we see a lot of potential in as well. Knowledge mining, something else. You have an enormous amount of data and knowledge in your organization, but it's locked up in Word documents, even in paper documents. And again, you've seen how AI can help you make more out of that as well. And finally, autonomous systems, which I talked about already at the beginning. And here's an example of also how we as Microsoft use AI in our own kind of everyday productivity tools. And this is what you see here is Word, and Word has a kind of a little bit of a sidebar there, which is the LinkedIn resume assistant. So if you're building your resume in Word, you can now use AI that will look at LinkedIn and say, hey, what kind of resume are you trying to build? What kind of role are you trying to go for here? And it'll help you. It'll tell you, like, hey, these kind of resumes for those roles, we see that this kind of structure and this kind of way of how you should bring your expertise forward, that's the best way to build up your resume, because that is the thing that makes the hiring company really act on that. So again, using AI in everyday situations. And another example, this is also an Hungarian example, this is the Hungarian archive, where they have an enormous amount of photos, old documents, etc., and they want to preserve that and make sure that is digitized so we can save that for future generations. And this was a human process where a human would look at the photo, classify it, file it away. Now with AI and with the kind of object recognition that I showed you before, we can automate that, and we can do that at a much faster scale. And again, a simple way of using AI to do something much faster. So let's maybe take a look at how you could rethink that customer experience, right? I've said you could redesign your customer experience based on the things that are important to you. I want to show you an example. It's another video about a retail customer experience and how you can use AI to actually change the way that people shop today. You see some of that already is in play today, but I want you to also pay attention to some of the back-end information as well when it comes to availability and delivery processes. So let's take a look at the video and see how we think you could redo a retail customer journey. Now again. That back end that I was talking about. It does look much better in blue, I agree with her. So just a quick example, and you see a number of that, and obviously all of this, as I'll mention later as well, needs to be done within the proper setup, proper consent, etc., etc. But there's a lot possible to make that journey so much more personal, and also to make, for the retailer, it's so much easier to make sure they have the right stock, that they optimize the back-end processes as well. Now, I mentioned we were going to talk about tennis today, and funnily enough, that guy on the left, Roger Federer, he will play this afternoon against Nadal in the French Open today. And you also see someone cutting some ingredients, a chef and someone playing the guitar. And this is how you should think about AI. Make sense? Probably not. Because what they do have in common with us is that if you think about Roger Federer, of course, is a giant in tennis. And the way he plays tennis is he knows exactly what is possible with the combination of his body and the racket that he obviously uses. And because he knows so well what is possible, he's allowing himself to come up with solutions for scenarios that other tennis players just don't really see, actually. I mean, They did eye tracking research on actually Roger Federer and Nadal, and they look at the ball differently than most other tennis players. And they're able to do that because they know so well what they can do with their body and with their racket. And if you're a chef, right, and you really know your ingredients very well, you can throw a bunch of ingredients together and you know exactly, like, that's going to work with this, that's going to work with this. So I can create a whole new recipe because I know so well how these ingredients are going to work together. Same with a guitar player, right? You could, in a jam, you could have that guitar player fill in whatever they need to because he knows exactly how to use that instrument. And this is the kind of capability that we all need to start thinking about when it comes to AI. Because the more fluent you are in knowing what is possible with AI, the easier it is to actually bring that into execution. And Roger Federer is an extreme example of that, obviously. But it's really about owning and being completely skilled in the art of the possible. That's a term that we use a lot when we sit down with customers. Let's talk about the art of the possible. And all these roles are in a way not that different than the opportunity we have, all of us, with AI as well. But what I hear a lot is that people say like, oh yeah, okay, I get it, but where do I start and how do you do this stuff? And I think a lot has to do with how we see the world. And when you think about innovation in particular, right, there's often this idea that innovation is only done by people like Elon Musk and Steve Jobs and like the big iconic innovators of our time. And that's true, but I think the way that people see the world, you could categorize this in many different ways, but ultimately I think it's two ways. On the one hand, you have these people like Steve Jobs, etc., and they will have a really good view at what is out there. They can see way further than anybody else with total sharpness, and they have that vision of what they want to achieve. And those are obviously the visionaries. And then you have people, if you keep it super simple, that may not be able to see that far. They may not have that vision, but they have great clarity on what's in front of them. They know exactly what they're working on today. They know exactly how this process works. They know exactly how they're doing their job today, and they know very well what opportunities there are to make an immediate improvement on the things that they're working on today. And you can think about these people as pragmatists. Now, I haven't done kind of the official kind of science on this, but in my experience, I think the division between the two is something like this. I think there are not that many, obviously, on the visionary side, and most of us are, I think, pragmatists. Right? We can see improvement very clearly up to a point, and after that, we don't have that grand vision, maybe. But that doesn't mean that it excludes us from innovation. And I find innovation really kind of an overused term and used in a very narrow way. And even if you think about the way the EU looks at innovation, I always find it doesn't do justice to what I see happening every day in Eastern Europe. I mean, here's, for instance, a ranking of the countries in Europe based on their innovation execution. And you see that most Eastern European countries are on the lower side of that scale. And I fundamentally disagree with that because I see innovation happening every day. But it may be more in front of us. There may be some visionaries out there, but both is innovation. And for both, it's about, can you think above and beyond how things are happening today? Whether you do that at the Steve Jobs scale, or whether you do that for your own work, for your own business processes. And that all comes down to imagination. And I think, and this is a quote, it's a little older already, but I think it's super spot on. Like, so many people are struggling to grow because they can't see beyond what they're selling today, or they can't see beyond how they're serving citizens today. It is literally about, well, this is what the process is, and that's what I'm going to go do. And I think, again, when you think about that whole dance thing at the beginning, the way that technology is now allowing us to rethink that is an opportunity we should not let go to waste. And this is also confirmed by, for instance, the World Economic Forum. It's no surprise that if you think about what skill sets do we need to be successful going forward. And this is from a little bit further back, but it's very true today. And you see, for instance, that creativity was ranked at, let's say, 10, so it's not unimportant. But when you think about going forward, it's already up there, right? It's one of the most important things out there. And again, that doesn't mean you have to be that grand, amazing innovator, but you can apply creativity today, and you can start making some of those improvements, like that logistics company or that archive of Hungary that I showed to you today. So it doesn't really matter how you look at the world. Innovation is everywhere. And it's also not, and I want to stress this as well, especially when it comes to AI, it's also not how much money you throw at something, right? If you look at the difference again, between digital leaders, this is a classification of how technology is being used to enable the customer experience, revenue, all that kind of stuff, and digital laggards. And you see, like, what is the difference in how much money they spend on technology? You see, it's not that different. Yes, it's a little higher, but it's not dramatically higher. And that just means that because of the culture in the company, because of the way that they are allowing themselves to rethink processes, to rethink with imagination, you can actually achieve a lot more. And this is not easy, right? And one of the things that, why this is not easy is, this is a short video from a really nice movie. It's a movie, I actually forgot the title, but it's a movie made after the real life example of a French, God, now I lost the name for a tightrope walker, sorry. A French tightrope walker who, when the World Trade Center was still standing in New York, he basically went up there illegally and put that thing across the two towers and did that amazing walk across the two towers, which is amazing. But when you think about it, when you, in your everyday lives, whether it's in your company or in different organizations, you're doing tightrope walking all the time, right? Because it's really hard to basically combine those two things. And basically, what you're trying to do all the time is to say, I need to balance continuity, because I need to deliver today. I don't have time to kind of sit down and rethink all of my processes and just take a whole year to figure that out, and then I'll go back to work. It doesn't work like that. You need to do that now. And at the same time, you need to counterweight that with the innovation you want to go do, and you want to make sure that there is a balance there. And as you get better with it, you will see that the things that you do in innovation, they start to kind of flow into your everyday systems. And you start to maintain that balance, but you keep adding new stuff in it. And that is a mindset that we need to really think about. It's no longer, let's think about stuff to improve once every couple of years. We'll do a strategy retreat, and then we'll figure it out. Those days are over, especially when you use AI. You need to do this every single day. And again, the world changes, data changes, and that means that you need to kind of make sure that your organization is set up to do this ongoingly. And we think it makes sense to think about this in the way like a maturity model. We have a maturity model out there that helps you to understand, so where are you today with your organization? And are you capable of doing that kind of work? And you could think about it in a way that if you're low on that maturity level and data is not yet in your culture, you're not a data-driven decision culture yet, if you then throw all kinds of technology at it, it's very likely not going to work. And you need to do a lot of work on the culture side, and you need to take small steps to kind of get going, so you also don't lose that balance on that tightrope. And when we do this maturity assessment with our customers, we basically look at 4 things. And if you'll notice, 3 of those, actually 3.5 actually of those, have nothing to do with technology, right? It's about how you set up your strategy, how you set up your culture, how do you make sure that you design your organization to take advantage of technology? And then at some point, yes, we have to talk about the capabilities. But it's much more about the softer side of things, so to speak, that makes companies successful with AI. And once you've been able to do that, you can start to kind of build up, let's say, a flow between the products that you build, the services that you do, the people that work for you, and how well they're able to do that work. And you can see all these different signals coming in and start to really build a way to connect the dots there. So one kind of final point on data. So great AI needs great data. And when you think about AI itself, it's basically built out of the underlying, the machine learning element of it. It has three modes. One is the AI engine. We recommend you to not build that for yourself. That really doesn't make any sense. It's too expensive. There's plenty of options out there in the market. We provide an AI engine. But the things you need to focus on is on the models and is on the training data. And again, like I showed you with the Chihuahua and the dogs, training data is actually really important. But there is bias in data. And I'll give you one example, not two. What you see here on the left is the kind of bombers that the US used during World War II to basically do bombings in Germany. And they had a team of mathematicians work for the army to figure out all kinds of things. But one of the things they wanted to look at is how can we make these planes better at kind of coming back? Because if they get shot at all the time, we lose a lot of people, we lose a lot of stuff. So they analyzed all of these planes that came back when they were full with bullet holes. And they figured out, where do I need to put the armor? So the obvious logic was, well, let's see where the bullet holes are, and we put the armor right there. And one of the mathematicians said, No, that's obviously wrong. You need to put the armor where there aren't any bullet holes, because probably the planes that have been shot in those areas didn't make it back. They actually went down. So you need to kind of think about that sometimes in your data. There could also be a bias of missing data. In this case, the absence of something was much more important than the presence of something. So they actually put all that armor into the places where there was no bullet holes, and they dramatically increased the amount of planes that came back from their missions. So again, bias is very, very, very important. So you need to start thinking about how you model your world, how you use that data to make it work for you. And you need to start thinking about how is that model going to reflect your purpose, and how is that going to reflect your differentiation? Are you going to be the organization that is going to stand out because you're the fastest? Are you going to be the organization that stands out because you're the cheapest? Or you deliver the best customer experience? Those all would require a different kind of model, a different kind of training data, and a different kind of way of how you operationalize that. There's a great example from Ukraine here, let's say the Uber of Ukraine, who uses AI, and they really wanted to focus on making sure that their drivers had enough capacity and improving customer experience. And that's how they built their model, and that's also what they were able to do, because they were able to drive the bookings in a way that had customer experience at the front of that. Now, my final point. AI has a tremendous opportunity for all of us, but we do need to think about also how we do that in a responsible way. Technology always is neutral, but the way we think about it and the way we do it, we can also kind of abuse certain technologies. And we have a very strong point of view on that. And if you want to learn more about that, we also wrote a book on how we see the role of AI, and we're working very close together with governments, and we're urging governments to also think about regulation much more to make sure that AI is used in a safe manner. So, if you walk away with anything from today, I'd love for you to go and look at this. Next to the responsible and the trust factor of AI, and I really believe that trust is going to be a currency going forward. That other thing that Roger Federer points, right, about how you can be skilled in what AI can do and how you can then use that in your organization, we feel super passionate about that. And we have an AI school that is available for everybody online, where you can, if you're a technical person, we have deep technical content about machine learning and all those things. But if you're a regular person, you're a business maker, you're a government leader, we also have an AI business school that really talks about the application of AI, and you can learn how you can get the most out of that. And again, if you take anything away, go look at that stuff, because I think that is a great piece of content for you here. So with that, determine that maturity for your organization. Think about your manifesto. What do I want to achieve? What is my purpose? And how can AI really unlock that? And with that, I think you can do whatever you want to. And with that, thank you so much for listening, and I wish you a great rest of the day.
Erwin Hartenberg, ladies and gentlemen. Yay! We're going to take a... Erwin, are you around for a little while for questions?
I'll be here, so
okay,
if you want to bother me.
So Erwin's going to be at the side here if you've got any questions for him. We're going to take a little break here. We'll be starting a little bit after 11, a little bit later than scheduled, because we need to reset the stage. So we'll see you back here at 11 o'clock for a 11-something start. See you soon.
Thank you.
running onto something, and we didn't stay forever, but it's all we wanted. You were so in love with simple things, and now we're searching for the fire dripped in kerosene. I've been loving more, living lies off of highs and lows, so obsessed. Couldn't get nothing. Well, we'll never run out. We'll be free spirits, free spirits. Can you hear me calling? Oh, it's all or nothing when you're free spirits, free spirits. Can you hear it calling? 'Cause I don't wanna live now, no, don't let me go. Is this heaven or Armageddon? I'll be getting high with you to watch the ending. We were drowning down our memories, a cemetery full of bottles, letting liquor bleed. When you're loving more, caring less, it's the highs and lows with no regrets. And we wanted it all then, but we'll never run out. We'll be free spirits, free spirits. Can you hear me calling? Oh, it's all or nothing when you're free spirits, free spirits. Can you hear it calling? 'Cause I don't wanna live now, no, don't let me go. So tell me when you're falling, though I can never doubt your love. Can you hear me calling? Is it everything you're dreaming of? Leave it all on the night, as long as you're not leaving me behind from your heart, your heart. Free spirits, free spirits, free spirit. Love is in my blood, pain is what I feel. Will you give me your hand? If I fall, the heart won't stop its beat. Listen to my scream, can you understand what I mean? I will never give you up, I promise. Bring you flowers Sunday morning to feel good, feel right. I will give you all my time, I promise. My attention, all I need is your love. Stood naked before you. Could I be more honest? Stood naked before you. Nothing else you show you. as I am. I need you. I need you. Take me as I am. I need you. I need you. Stood naked before you. Could I be more honest? Stood naked before you. Nothing else you show. You stood naked before you.
For those of you who are standing at the side, there are seats at the back. You don't have to sit down, but if you'd prefer to be comfortable, I'm just letting you know, like right at the back, there are still some seats available, so you can go through there and grab a seat, make yourself comfortable. We are packed in here today. This next section, I'm sure you're more than aware, is a moderated conversation. And our first guest probably needs very, very little introduction. She's a Lithuanian economist, politician, and former Minister of Finance. In 2013, she was appointed deputy chairwoman of the board of the Bank of Lithuania. She stepped down to take over her duties as a member of politics. And she's won the Conservative Party primaries for the Lithuanian presidential election and become an official presidential candidate. Ladies and gentlemen, please give an incredible, warm round of applause for Ingrida Šimonytė. Woohoo! Moderating this conversation, journalist and cooking show host, Beata Nicholson.
Hi, thank you. Nežinau, dabar iš karto toks pirmas noras kalbėti angliškai. Labą dieną, mėla Ingrida.
Let's do some cooking.
Let's do some cooking. Wow, kokia puikia scena ir tikrai apšilimas buvo geras. Ingrida šoko užkulisiuose. Jūs matėte, aš netgi mačiau, kaip kažkas filmavo. Aš taip pat bandžiau nufilmuoti ir atsinešiau netgi...
Tai jau vėl bus man problema.
Taip, vėl bus. Bet iš tiesų atsinešiau savo telefoną ne dėl to, kad filmuočiau ir transliuočiau, o todėl, kad čia esu pasiruošusi labai daug, labai rimtų klausimų. Nes, aišku, Ingrida yra mano svajonių pašnekovė ir šiaip svajonių politikė, manau, ne tik tai mano vienos, bet ir daugelio jūsų čia esančių. Tai Ingrida, pasibaigė tas įvykis svarbus. Šiandien yra įteikiamas prezidento pažymėjimas išrinktajam prezidentui Gitanui Nausėdai. Ir aš, kai būna kokie dideli įvykiai, tai paprastai sakau, kad jaučiuosi kaip pervažiuota traukinio. Kaip jūs jautėtės po rinkimų traukinio? Ar tai buvo lokomotyvas, ar kažkoks greitasis tas japoniškas traukinys? Koks buvo jausmas?
Ten gal buvo koks hyperloopas jau, nes ne japoniškas traukinys, nesijaučiau pervažiuota, tikrai jaučiausi labai toli nuvažiavusi. Čia šiaip tokia likimo ironija, kad šita konferencija vyksta SEB salėje.
Tiesiog apsikeitimas kažkoks.
Toks vaizdas, kad kažkas vis man nori minti ir mintant nuospaudą. Bet tikrai jokios nuospaudos nėra ir šitas etapas yra pasibaigęs ir reikia galvoti apie kitus gyvenimo etapus. Tai ta prasme buvo įdomi kelionė, toje kelionėje buvo daug visokiausių potyrių ir pojūčių. Aišku, toks didžiausias materialus potyris ir pojūtis tai yra Larso Ulricho būgnų lazdelė, kurią aš dabar tiesą sakant turiu.
Yra suvenyrų.
Gaila, kad negaliu su ją daryti some magic kaip Haris Poteris, bet tokių smagių akimirkų tikrai per tą kampaniją buvo daug. Buvo aišku daug fizinio nuovargio, daug kažkokių kitų dalykų, bet what's gone, gone. Ir toliau žiūrim gyvenime į priekį. Šiandien tiesa, kai apie tą pažymėjimo įteikimą išgirdau, galvojau, o kam prezidentui pažymėjimas? Tiesiog, va taip pagalvokim logiškai, ką gali prezidentas daryti su prezidento pažymėjimu? Ateiti kažkur ir pasakyti, hello, aš prezidentas.
Taip, aš turiu pažymėjimą.
Mano pažymėjimas. Įeiti per kažkokias duris, per kurias jo šiaip be pažymėjimo
nežinau,
neįleidžia.
gal pavyzdžiui, troleibuse galima nemokamai.
Visą tai informacinių technologijų ir ketvirtos pramonės revoliucijos amžiuje atrodo šiek tiek komiška, bet matyt dar kurį laiką su tuo pagyvensim.
Ingrida, aš mačiau jūsų išmanesias technologijas, kurias atsinešėt, pasiliko tenai kambarėlėje. Tai buvo kompiuteris be dėklo ir telefonas su dideliu dėklu. Tai yra du Taip, tai kodėl kompiuteris yra jūsų be dėklo, bet su daug lipdukų?
Tai nes aš užsikniščiau jį dėti ir traukti. Tai ką, yra darbo įrankis ir visą laiką, kadangi guli kažkur visada po ranka, koks ten įdėklas. Aš kartais bandydavau būti tokia labai tvarkinga, kažkaip ten saugoti daiktus, bet paskui suprantu, kad man didesnis rūpestis prisiminti, kur voliojasi visokios įmautės ir panašus dalykai, tai jau kiek jau tam daiktui lemta tarnauti, tiek tegu jisai ir tarnauja.
Gerai, puiku, telefonas paliktas, o dabar aš skaitau tokią knygą, nes galvoju, kad truputėlį yra kartais per daug tų technologijų, kaip tiesiog išsivalyti savo visą skaitmeninį šlamštą. Jeigu atidarytumėm jūsų kompiuterį arba jūsų telefoną, kiek tenai yra programėlių, dokumentų ir visokių, ar daug yra skaitmeninio šlamšto jūsų įrenginiuose?
Dokumentų tai rastumėm turbūt nuo 1917 metų didžiojo spalio perversmo. Ta prasme, tuo požiūriu tikrai turiu blogą savybę, kad esu tokia kaupikė. Ir susitvarkyti savo dokumentų ir kažkaip susikataloguoti ir taip toliau nelabai prisiverčiu. Dar blogiau, kad turiu įprotį, pavyzdžiui, kažkokias laikmenas užvadinti tokiais vardais, kurie man tuo metu atrodo labai šmaikštus.
O paskui nebežinot, ką tai reiškia.
Kas ten buvo.
Pavyzdžiui.
Ir būna visokių, kokių nors, pavyzdžiui, asilų kautynės. Kas nors, kas ten gali būti, bet kas gali būti tokiam faile.
Žinant, kad jūs dirbate Seime, tas užvadinimas asilų kautynės kažkaip įdomiai.
Aš dirbau ir kitose vietose ir tų failų esu prikaupus turbūt per pastarąjį 20-metį. Tai turiu tokio netvarkingo vartotojo aurą ir tas man kartais trukdo, nes kai reikia ką nors greitai susirasti, tai ten nei pagal datą, nei pagal pavadinimą, nei pagal nieką paprastai nesusirasi. O šiaip tai, o su telefonu tai viskas yra paprasčiau. Man telefonas vis dėlto labiausiai yra reikalingas kalbėti vis dar. ir kažkokias tokias labai bazinės funkcijas padaryti, susimokėti už parkavimą, įlysti į banką ir gal ten dar kažką paskaityti. Šiaip jau, jeigu man reikia daryti ką nors rimtesnio, aš telefoną mesiu į šalį ir visą laiką imsiu kompiuterį.
Gerai, tai pakalbėjom apie išmanesias technologijas, dabar vėl grįžkime atgal į tai, kas buvo neseniai. Aš turiu prisipažinti, kad aš netgi atsisukau, dabar ta išmanioji televizija yra tą interviu jūsų dalį, kai jūsų paklausė Edmundas ar Nemira, ką jūs dabar darysit, ir jūs pasakėt, teisybė, kad atsidarysite šampano. Tai kaip ar sunku visuomet būti tokiai atvirai su savo auditorija? Ir ar tai yra jūsų tokia vidinis nusistatymas, kad ne, aš nemeluosiu, nešnekėsiu, kad kils pensijos ir atlyginimai, o sakysiu, ar tai yra jūsų, tiesiog jūs tokia užaugot, ar tai vidinis apsisprendimas, ar tiesiog kitaip neišeina?
Kadangi jau rinkimai baigėsi ir dabar vėl galiu cituoti Šveiką, nes man per rinkimus visi sakė, baigtų tą Šveiką cituoti, žmonės galvos, kad tu tik vieną knygą gyvenime perskaitai. Tai aš stengdavausi vengti ne todėl, kad bandyčiau įrodyti, kad perskaičiau daugiau knygų, bet supratau, kad gal ką nors tai užknisa. Bet ten yra tokia citata, kad nuoširdus atviras žmogus visada rečiau gausi snukį negu tas, kuris ką nors suka. Tai šiaip gyvenime nebūtinai taip yra. Tikrai tas atvirumas kainuoja ir matyt, tas atvirumas man taip pat kainavo ir kampanijos metu. Buvo daug tokių kontroversinių klausimų, dėl kurių aš susilaukiau turbūt ir tokių, sakyčiau, kraupių vertinimų, kad mano moralinės nuostatos, pavyzdžiui, kai kuriais socialiniais klausimais esti kraupios, todėl kad, tarkim, aš palaikau partnerystę arba nemanau, kad mes turime žmonėm aiškinti, kad jų šeima, tai ką jie laiko šeima, yra teisinga arba neteisinga. Tai buvo žmonių, kurie tai laikė kraupiomis pažiūromis ir man tas atvirumas matyt kainavo, turbūt kainavo taip pat ir tam tikrą skaičių balsų. Tai turbūt aš galėjau kažkaip bandyti atrodyti ambivalentišką, nesakyti kažkaip, bet man atrodo, kad kai tu bandai, Markas Tvenas berods yra sakęs, kad nebandyk meluoti ir tau niekada nereikės nieko prisiminti. Nes tada tu turi kažkaip galvoti, ką aš kada nors esu tuo klausimu sakęs, kaip ten buvo ir vis vien kažkur paslysi. Visada paslysi, jeigu bandai kažką nuslėpti. Jeigu neturi nuomonės, tai neturi nuomonės, bet tada ir gali pasakyti, aš neturiu nuomonės ir tai yra tiesa. Tai man atrodo, kad tiesa yra labai svarbus dalykas. Aš visą laiką sakau, kai žmonės sako, kodėl tu nemeluoji, aš sakau, kad turbūt todėl, kad aš esu savo melavimo limitą šiaip gyvenime išmelavusi.
Kada? Kokiu metu?
Vaikystėje. Nes vaikystėje tam būdavo labai daug tokių priežasčių ir va tada aš ir pasimokiau, kad kai tu pradedi kurti, kai pradedi kažkaip išsisukinėti, ten kažką pasakoti, tai vis tiek tai pagaus. Ir aišku, tai būdavo tokie nekalti vaikiški dalykai. Kai aš buvau vaikas, man liepė lankyti muzikos mokyklą. Aš tikrai labai nemėgau tos muzikos mokyklos ir savo dideliai gėdai dariau viską, kad ją eičiau kuo blogiau. Bet aišku, manęs kiekvieną kartą mama klausdavo, ar buvai muzikos mokyklų ir taip toliau. Ir aš kiekvieną kartą turėdavau ten kokią nors teoriją ir istoriją, kodėl aš negalėjau šiandien nueiti į tą muzikos mokyklą. Tai man ten šunį reikėjo kokį nors į veterinarinę gydyklą nuvežti, tai močiutę per gatvę pervesti, tai dar kažką. Ir tuo metu man kažkada pasidarė taip bjauru, kad kada man jau leido nelankyti muzikos mokyklą, aš tau daviau žodį, kad aš daugiau nemeluosiu. Ir turbūt, kad tu negali visko žinoti, negali turėti atsakymų į visus klausimus, negali turėti kažkokių tokių labai paprastų receptų visiems, bet man atrodo, kad ir tada pasakyti tiesiog, kad tu nežinai, kad tu suklydai, kad tu kažko nežinojai ir kad dėl to pasakai kažkokią nesąmonę, šiaip politikui turi būti lygiai taip pat suprantama kaip ir bet kokiam žmogui. Ir čia yra turbūt bėda, kad mes labai dažnai bandom vaizduotis, kad tie lyderiai, politikai, nuomonių lyderiai yra kažkokie tokie super Mario broliai, tokie super žmonės, kurie, kažkaip jau jeigu jie pasakys, kad sorry, suklydau, tai nebėra žmogaus. Viskas, nebėra kuo tikėti, baigėsi mano gyvenimas, nes aš tai klystu, bet jis tai neturi klysti. Jis tai neturi pasimauti, jis neturi padaryti kokios nors nesąmonės. Man atrodo, kad mes visi žmonės darom nesąmonės, kartais kalbam nesąmonės, kartais nežinom, bet postringaujam ir jeigu matai reikalą, jautiesi taip, kad padarėjai tai, ko neturėjai daryti, tiesiog nieko nėra paprašiau, kaip pasakyti atsiprašau.
Tai atvirumas geriausia politika. Aš kartais dažnai kartoju savo vaikam, kai pradeda meluoti, kodėl nenuėjo į muzikos mokyklą arba dar panašiai. Bet mes iš tiesų gyvename tokiam informacijos pertekliuje, kokio nebuvo niekada istorijoje ir mūsų smegenys galbūt net nėra pasiruošę tokio informacijos kiekio priimti. Visi gali jums pasakyti savo nuomonę, ypač šitoj rinkimų traukinyje ir parašyti jums ir komentarą ir taip toliau, netgi paliesti jūs. Tai kaip jūs apsaugot save ir savo protą, savo vidinę pusiausvyrą nuo to pertekliaus ir nuo nuolatinių atakų, komentarų, domėjimosi kažkokią tai, kuris vyksta būtent skaitmeninėje erdvėje.
Kai kurios dalykus tiesiog supranti, kad taip yra ir kitaip nebus, ir tai yra viešumo kaina. Aš negaliu pasakyti, kad aš esu tas žmogus, kuriam viešumas teikia malonumą. Ir kaip aš visą laiką sakau, aš blogas politikas tuo požiūriu, kad neturiu tos sveikos dozės, nežinau, ar gali būti sveika dozė, bet ekshibicionizmo, tai yra to noro kažkaip parodyti save labai, būti visada dėmesio centre. Tai man turbūt to trūksta ir kai to dėmesio yra labai daug, tai aš truputį suglumstu. Bet man žmonės patinka ir tai turbūt mane labiausiai apsaugo nuo visokių tokių, nuo nuovargio, nuo to, kad dažnai politikoje būna žmonių, kurie nekenčia žmonių, nuoširdžiai nemėgsta su jais būti ir nemėgsta su jais bendrauti. Ir man atrodo, tai yra didelė problema. Čia kaip mokytojas, kuris nekenčia vaikų. Ir nieko turbūt nėra baisiau, kaip mokytojas, kuris nekenčia vaikų, arba medikas, kuris nekenčia ligonių, lygiai taip pat politikas, kuris nekenčia žmonių, nes jo darbas yra būti visada su žmonėmis. Kadangi aš žmonės myliu, man tas nekelia kažkokio didelio streso. Aš galiu aiškinti, galiu kalbėti, galiu bandyti 100 kartų per tą patį kažkaip privesti iki kažkokio savo matymo, kad žmogus suprastų bent jau, kodėl aš taip galvoju. Ne visada pasiseka, bet toks yra mano biznis, kuriame aš dabar esu. Tai matyt, kad man dėl to stebėtis labai nereikia. Tai būna dalykų, kurie skaudina. Būna dalykų, kurie užgauna ir tarkim, ir per tą pačią kampaniją, tas kvestionavimas mano pažiūrų kai kuriais klausimais, aš suprantu, kad žmonės gali su jomis nesutikti. Aš gerbiu žmonės, kurie nesutinka su mano pažiūromis, bet žmonės, kurie meluoja apie mano pažiūras ten, kad aš esu už kokius nors laisvus abortus arba laisvą eutanaziją visiems, kas yra tiesiog kliedesys ir melas, tai aišku, tokie dalykai mane skaudina, ypač skaudina, kai juos skleidžia žmonės, iš kurių galbūt to mažai gali tikėtis. Bet kadangi aš gyvenime šalia Šveiko perskaičiau dar tokią nuostabią moterišką knygą, kaip Vėjo nublokšti.
O, aš irgi skaičiau šitą.
Tai ten buvo tokia puikiai herojė, tokia kartais be skrupulų ir be tokių didelių galbūt etinių skaičiavimų, bet ji turėjo vieną labai gerą, mano supratimu, tokį labai gerą požiūrį. Tokiais atvejais, kai turėdavo tokių kažkokių sunkumų, ji pasakydavo paprastą dalyką: aš apie tai pagalvosiu rytoj. Aš šiandien apie tai nekalbu, aš apie tai pagalvosiu rytoj. Ir man atrodo, kad tai yra tas būdas, kuriuo aš stengiuosi apsaugoti tą savo galvą nuo emocinio perdegimo. Nes nuo informacinio perdegimo ją apsaugoti yra gana sunku. Informacija vis tiek srautas, jį eina, tai reikia tiesiog mokėti kažkaip atsirinkti ir atsiriboti. Emocinio kartu su ta informacija, jau kur ne informacija, o šalia einanti kažkokia emocija, taip, jinai kartais gali sudeginti. Tai man atrodo tada, kada jautiesi, kad jau kažkaip klimpsti į tą svarstymą, mąstymą, galbūt savęs gailėjimą, dar kažkokius dalykus, reikia savo pasakyti, aš apie tai pagalvosiu rytoj ir tiesiog aš žinau, už ką aš čia stoviu ir apie tai pagalvosiu kada nors. Ir tas kada nors paprastai niekada neateina.
Bet aš noriu pasakyti, kad mes visi išgyvenome rinkimus, visi buvome už kažkurį vieną kandidatą, dalyvavom visose diskusijose ir aš šiaip seku ir draugauju su jumis Facebooko profilė jau senai, bet turiu pasakyti, kad jūs labai puikiai dėstote mintis ir labai gerai rašote. Dabar netgi yra įvairūs kursai, ten storytellingas, kaip Facebook'e pritraukti ten sekėjų. Ar jūs lankėte tokius kursus? Ir dabar prašau papasakoti mums visiems wannabes, ką daryti, kad tapti populiariu socialinėme tinkle.
Kandidatuot prezidento rinkimus. Tada iš karto gauni kokį 10 000 papildomų sekėjų per porą mėnesių.
Ar mokėtės kur nors iš viso naudotis, ar tiesiog pradėjote rašyti ir kada tai darote?
Mokykloj.
Mokykloj mokėtės rašyti, o kai atėjo jau Facebooko laikai, tai nusprendėt, reikia rašyti dabar čia. Kaip įvyko tas žingsnis iš tiesiog Seimo narės kėdės į žmogų, kuris yra pakankamai aktyvus socialinėse tinkluose?
Mane per šitą kampaniją, pradėsiu biškį nuo toliau, per šitą kampaniją mane nustebino labiausiai studentai, kurie man rašė laiškus ir sakė, aš čia darau mokslinį darbą, tyrinėju komunikaciją socialiniuose tinkluose, ar jūs galėtumėt prisidėti prie mano mokslinio darbo, man čia reikia, kad jūs atsakytumėte į keletą klausimų. Ir kadangi aš esu žmogus, kuris labai palaiko ir labai remia visas tokias jaunimo iniciatyvas, tai aš jau ten padėjus viską į šoną, visą laiką stengdavausi išsiaiškinus, iki kada reikia atsakymų, paprastai reikėdavo iki rytoj.
Visuomet taip yra?
Tai aš jau net ir tokiomis aplinkybėmis stengdavausi kažkaip akomoduoti tuos studentus, bet mane labai nustebino, kad tų paklausimų buvo tikrai labai daug šitame sezone. Ir klausimai, kaip taisyklė, visą laiką buvo tie patys. Koks yra jūsų tikslas, ką jūs ten, ar jūs manote, kad taip arba kažkaip kitaip. Ta prasme, viskas buvo klausama taip, tarsi tai būtų kažkoks konstruktas. Tarsi aš, būdama Facebook'e, turėčiau kažkokį planą, pagal kurį susikalibravusi, reiškia, aš tuos dalykus daryčiau. Tai
plano nėra. Yra tiesiog gyvenimas.
Tiesiog aš gyvenu ir kai manau, kad turiu ką pasakyti, tai einu ir pasakau. Aš mažiau pasakau ką nors apie kačiukus, nes tiesiog manau, kad kačiukų ir taip yra labai daug.
Arba pavyzdžiui, aš turguje nusipirkau braškių, tokių nėra.
Ne, asmeninio savo gyvenimo aš tikrai postinu labai mažai, nežinau, kas turi būti įvykę, kad aš kažką įdėčiau, nes vis dar manau, kad suprantu žmonių smalsumą, ką aš gaminu, ar ten, ką aš auginu sode. Suprantu žmonių smalsumą, bet manau, kad mano pareiga jį tenkinti yra ne 100%. Ta prasme, aš kiek noriu, tiek galiu papasakoti, nes labai dažnai atsitinka viešiems žmonėms taip, kad jie atsilapoja savo gyvenimo duris, o paskui nežino, kaip tas duris uždaryti.
Nes tiek stovi žiūrovo.
Nes jau paskui jie ir skiriasi per mediją, ir vaikus augina per mediją, ir viską daro per mediją, ir man atrodo, kad tai yra tiesiog nereikalinga. Bet šiaip aš neturiu kažkokio plano, kažkokios strategijos ar kažko. Kaip aš atsiradau internetuose, tai aš atsiradau tikrai ne Facebook'e. Facebook'e aš atsiradau vėlai, 16 metais.
Nes jūs turėjote savo blogą?
Taip, aš turėjau savo blogą ir net už jį kažkada buvau gavusi šitos garbingos konferencijos apdovanojimą, turbūt kokiais 2013 metais, tai buvo turbūt pirmi metai, kai aš tą blogą užsiveisiau. O blogą aš užsiveisiau po to, kai, dar dirbdama vyriausybei, klausydama kartais tokių, viešumoj nelabai rišlių samprotavimų apie tai, kaip galima iš nieko neimti ir visiems visko duoti ir dar įvairių stebuklų padaryti, pradėjau rašyti straipsnius. Ir tuos straipsnius publikavo portalai didieji pakankamai noriai. Ir man kažkas pasakė, žiūrėk, sako, tu atsidaryk savo blogą. Aš sakiau, kas tas yra? Čia, sako, tokia vieta, kur galėsi viską susandėliuoti. Tai aš atsidariau tą blogą, man tą blogą įveisė, tiesą sakant, Gabrielius Landsbergis kažkada 12 metais, labai senai visur Landsbergio ranka.
Aha, visur Landsbergio ranka. Bet sumanus moka?
Jo, ir tada aš pradėjau tam blogę rašyti, aišku, būdavo daug komentatorių, aš turiu tokią blogą madą įsivelti į diskusijas ir labai dažnai tose diskusijose ten kartais nuskęstu.
Dar nauji straipsniai vyksta.
Kartais man patinka trolinti žmonės, ta prasme, mane žmonės ateina trolinti ir aš tada trolinu atgal ir mes, taip sakant, užsitrolinam ten kartais labai neproduktyviai. Tai paskui kažkaip pradėjau dėstyti universitete, turėjau ten daugybę veiklos, banke ir kitur ir tas mano blogas prigeso, bet visą laiką vis gaudavau kokią nors anoniminio skaitytojo žinutę įvairiais kanalais, kad
prašau rašyti.
Tavęs trūksta internete. Ir net laikiau spaudimą ir užsiveisiau tą Facebooką 16 metais.
Ir kaip sakant, never looked back.
Never looked back, bet čia turbūt ir buvo mano pasiekimų viršūnė, todėl kad aš žinau, kad jaunimas dabar gyvena visai kitose vietose. Gyvena Instagrame, pavyzdžiui, kurio aš...
Bet jūsų komanda visai puikiai jūsų Instagramą tvarkė.
Kampanijoje visi kanalai buvo naudojami, todėl kad turbūt tai yra suprantama kampanijoje. Aš pati, jeigu turėčiau dar apkuopti keletą socialinių tinklų šalia Facebooko, nežinau, ar turėčiau kada skaityti 700 įstatymų, kuriuos parlamentas kiekvieną sesiją mato reikalą nukulti.
Bet jūsų taip pat yra tikrai pakankamai išsamus kai kurie įrašai, straipsniai vos ne. Tai kada jūs juos rašote? Ir ar juos rašote telefone ar kompiuteryje?
Rašau paprastai kompiuteryje, ypatingai ilgesnius tekstus. Telefone kartais parašau ką nors labai trumpo. Jeigu pamatai kažkokią žinią, kur ją norisi pakomentuoti, čia toks tweeto labiau turbūt būtų variantas, bet Twitteris man nelabai tinka, nes mane kai man riboja raišką, aš negaliu susitaikyti su šitais apribojimais ir man kažkaip vis vien ta aš esu verbalinė killerė ir man neišeina, kartais aš pasakau labai mažai žodžių, bet tai būna visą laiką neplanuota. Kai man planuotai reikia pasakyti mažai žodžių sunkiau. Tai todėl aš, jeigu noriu kažką greito ir trumpo parašyti, tada būna ir telefonas, bet sakyčiau procentaliai iš visų įrašų telefonas būtų nedaugiau kaip kokie, nežinau, 7-8%. Visa kita. Taip jau yra, kad jeigu yra kažkoks klausimas, kuris mano supratimu yra vertas dėmesio, tai aš noriu paaiškinti nuosekliai, iš esmės ir kaip įmanoma daugiau, kartais per daug, man žmonės sako, niekas tiek neskaito, nesvarbu, neskaito, svarbu, kad aš padariau savo darbą, parašiau tai, ką norėjau parašyti.
Vėl kažkaip vis dar norisi jau gal ir padėti į šoną tuos rinkimus, bet apie tai dar, man atrodo, ilgai reikės kalbėti. Visuomet bus toksai klausimas. Bet dabar praėjo jau šiek tiek to laiko ir suskaičiuoti visi balsai ir turbūt jūs su savo komanda tikrai atsisėdot, pakalbėjot ir aptarėt ir dabar atsisukus atgal į juos, ar galėjot ką nors padaryti kitaip? Ar kažkas, kažkokia, žiūrėt galvoju, reikėjo nesirinkti burbuliukų, rožinius kostiumėlius, reikėjo pabrėžti tą moterišką pradą.
Reikėjo Metaliką keisti į Livetą ir Petrą Kazlauskus.
Arba Elton Johnas irgi galėjo būti variantas.
Elton Johnas, ne. Čia būtų tik tai dar labiau į tą pačią pusę. Ne, aš turiu tokį...
Oi, klausykit, aš tik apie muziką, o čia, prašau.
Prašau. Aš irgi tik apie žmonės, bet pasirodo...
Yra kitų.
Pasirodo, yra ir kitų minčių. Tai aš tokį juoką čia kažkada buvau savo sugalvojus, kad reikėjo man iškelt vestuves kampanijos metu.
Taip, tikrai reikėjo.
Tada galimai kažkokią dalį tų žmonių, kurie mano, kad netekėjusios moterys yra nevertos spręsti tam tikrų dalykų valstybėje, gal juos būčiau kažkaip į savo pusę ir palenkusi. Lytį pakeisti man jau turbūt būtų užtrukę gerokai ilgiau, tai aš šitos opcijos nesvaršiau, galiausiai aš ir nenorėčiau to padaryti, nes aš puikiai jaučiuosi būdama moterį.
O koks yra jūsų norėjau visuomet paklausti, koks yra jūsų pats moteriškiausias įprotis? Nors žinau, kad jūs ir puikiai siuvat. Mes vienoje fotosesijoje siuvome ąžuolo lapelius gražiai. Ir puikiausiai Ingrida valdo adatą ir sakėt, kad jaunystėje pasisiūdavot pati kažkokių tai rūbų.
Taip, kadangi paauglystė mano buvo ta baisaus deficito laikas ir tikrai norėjosi kažką savo turėti, tai tuo metu pradėjo į Sovietiją užvažiuoti toksai žurnalas pavadinimu Burda. Ir tam žurnale Burda būdavo visokios burdos ir ten buvo galima siūti, megzti, siuvinėti ir visokiausius dalykus daryti. Ir man kažkuria prasme tai buvo įdomu net iš tokio mokslinio smalsumo. Visi brėžiniai, ten kažkokie dalykai, nebuvo audinių, nebuvo siūlų, ten iš vis nelabai buvo ir iš ko siūti, bet aš tikrai tą technologiją kažkaip iš tokio dar labiau techninio smalsumo turbūt negu kad iš kažkokio tokio estetinio, prisijaukinau, bet prisijaukinau labai daug technologijų tuo metu ir siuvinėjimą, ir rišimą, ir ką tik tai, ir siuvimą, ir mezgimą, ir nerimą vašeliu, ir ką tik tai nori. Bet moteriškiausias mano įprotis yra vis dėlto dažytis blakstienas įsižiojus kaip krokodilui.
Nes kitaip nepasidažo blakstienos, jeigu neišsižioja. Čia yra įrodyta moksliškai.
Tai yra įrodžiusi dar Bridgita Jones ir man atrodo, kad čia viskas yra su manim gerai.
Be abejonės. Aš visuomet sakau, kad ir tikrai mes visos ir visi tai puikiai jaučiame, kad Lietuva yra stiprių, galingų moterų šalis ir tiek daug yra fantastiškų moterų. Bet ne visuomet moteris yra labai solidarios viena su kita. Aš rinkimų kampanijoje pastebėjau, kad jūs labai, nors puikiai palaikėte Aušrą Maldeikienę ir raginote balsuoti už jos rinkimų traukinį ir panašiai. Ar jūs politikoje susidurėte su tokiu požiūriu, kad jūs moteris ir taip pat ne visuomet labai moteriškų tokiu solidarumu, kad jo trūksta? Ar ne?
Aš pasakysiu paprastai, niekas manęs nėra labiau ir palaikęs nei moteris.
Ir jūs taip turbūt pajutote šito rinkimo?
Aš tą pajutau ne tik kampanijoje, bet ir anksčiau. Ta prasme, moteris gali būti pakankamai nuožmios kitų moterų kritikės. Kartais nelabai žinau, dėl ko tą daro, nes man atrodo, kad mes vis dar turim šiokių tokių problemų dėl moterų įgalinimo ir dėl savivertės visų pirma. Ir mums tie pavyzdžiai, kurie yra nesvarbu ar versle, ar technologijose, ar moksle, ar politikoje, jie mums yra reikalingi kaip tam tikri pavyzdžiai. Ta prasme, kad mes tikrai matytumėm, kad tai yra padaroma. Bet aš iš rinkimų, tiesą sakant, išsinešiau vieną pakankamai rimtą pamoką. Kad anksčiau, kai manęs prašydavo pakalbėti įvairiomis temomis susijusiomis su moterų galimybėmis ar politikoje, paprastai politikoje, bet ir kitose srityse, viešajam valdyme, aš visą laiką sakydavau, kad žinot, aš nelabai turiu ką papasakoti, nes kažkaip nesu asmeniškai susidūrusi, nes man visą laiką viskas sekėsi gerai ir niekas manęs kaip moters nediskriminavo. Bet per šitą kampaniją aš pamačiau truputėlį daugiau turbūt šitų problemų spalvų. Ir visų pirma, turbūt yra svarbu tai, kad aš gyvenime turėjau pakankamai ilgą laiką didelę privilegiją derinti nesunkiai savo karjerą su savo asmeniniu gyvenimu. Tai dabar man pasidarė galbūt truputėlį sudėtingiau dėl mamos ligos ir dėl tokios sudėtingesnės jos padėties, bet šiaip man tai buvo nesunku, nes man nereikėjo laikyti 7 kampų, 2 vaikų ar 4 vaikų ir dar vyro tėvais pasirūpinti. Tai kažkuria prasme aš matyt nepakankamai dėmesio skyriau tam iki šiol. Kaip sudėtinga kitom iš mūsų suderinti. Ir tai nebūtinai kažkokia didelė super truper veikla, tai gali būti net ir labai labai paprasta veikla. Jeigu mes įvertinsim tą pačią skurdo statistiką, tai mes pasižiūrėkime, kokios yra grupės mūsų visuomenės, kurios dažnai susiduria su skurdo rizika. Tai yra vieniši tėvai auginantis vaikus. Taip mandagiai skamba statistikoje, bet paprastai tai yra vienišos mamos. Tai yra tos moteris, kurios turi rinktis tarp darbo ir vaikų. Ir jeigu moteris turi rinktis tarp darbo ir vaikų, ji visada pasirinks savo vaikus. Tiesiog, taip yra, Dievo duota, galima taip sakyti, nors aš tų klišių nelabai mėgstu, bet taip yra ir kitaip nebus. Tai klausimas, ką mes galim padaryti vietoj to, kad aiškintumėm, ar tos moteris turi teisingą šeimą, ar neteisingą šeimą. Ką mes kaip visuomenė galim padaryti, kad tie žmonės turėtų galimybę. Nes visoje šitoje istorijoje mūsų kaip visuomenės, mūsų kaip tam tikro socialinio kontrakto, man atrodo, kad svarbiau yra ne tai, kad mes šiandien galim iš kažko paimti ir kažkam atiduoti tiesiog tam, kad šiuo momentu žmonės pasijaustų šiek tiek geriau ir šiek tiek turtingesni, o kaip mes galime sukurti galimybės, ir tas galimybės mes dažnai turime sukurti būtent tom grupėm, kur moterys yra tos, kurios slaugo neįgaliuosius, moterys yra tos, kurios augina vaikus, kartais vienos, dažnai vienos, ir dėl to būna paliktos su tomis problemomis. Tai turiu pasakyti, kad negaliu pasakyti, kad aš to nežinojau, aš tą žinojau visada. Bet kažkuria prasme aš su tuo susidūriau daug arčiau negu iki šiol. Ir manau, kad tikrai turėsiu daug daugiau ką toj srity nuveikti. Taip pat ir galvojant apie mūsų mergaitės, tarkim, 4 pramonės revoliucijos akivaizdoje ir tuos visus mūsų stereotipus, kad būk mergaitė kaip mergaitė, nešiok rūžavą sijonėlį, tyliai sėdėk kampe, grok pianinu. Labai gerai, grok pianinu, nešiok rūžavą sijonėlį, jeigu tau tik tai norisi. Bet jeigu tau įdomu biologija, jeigu tau įdomu pilstyti reagentus ir pažiūrėti, ar sprogs sloikas ar ne, tai daryk, nes tai yra tai, kam mes neskiriam dabar pakankamai dėmesio. Ir mes negalim visą laiką programuotis, kad mūsų moteris visada bus mokytojos, slaugės, seselės ir taip toliau, ir dirbs tuos darbus, kuriuos kažkada paims robotai, ir labai gerai, kad paims, bet ką mes jom galim pasiūlyti mainais. Tai mes turim jom pasiūlyti mainais tą kelią, kuris leis jom būti 4 pramonės revoliucijos dalimi.
Ir iš tiesų dabar daug yra ir iniciatyvų, ir atrodytų einame tikrai labai puikia linkme, kad ir merginos į visokias technologinės profesijas ir panašiai. Bet jūsų taip pat, galėčiau sakyti, tikrai garantuotai teikti iš savo rato ir žmonių, kuriuos pažįstu, ir iš tai, ką mačiau viešoje erdvėje, kad didžiausi jūsų gerbėjai ir jūsų rinkėjai, jūsų elektoratas buvo labai daug moterų, o šiaip bendrai apibendrinant, tai jūsų rinkėjas buvo labai aistringas rinkėjas, kuris jautė didžiulę aistrą ir buvo pasiruošęs atiduoti ir užsidėti burbuliukais skarelę ir būtinai nueiti balsuoti iš anksto, kad galėtų pranešti savo visai aplinkai apie tai. Labai daug meilės turbūt jums teko taip pat pajusti iš žmonių, labai daug tokio susižavėjimo ir gerų, visa tokia mobilizuota jaunų, talentingų, stiprių, protingų žmonių armija. Kaip jūs dabar jaučiatės, kad visi jūs sudėjo tiek daug vilčių, ar galvojate apie tą savo rinkėją? Kaip jį dabar...
Aš galvoju apie žmonės, net apie tos žmonės, kurie manęs nesirinko. Man yra labai svarbu, ir man tas buvo visada svarbu, kad žmonės turėtų su manim tą santykį, kuris vadinasi santykis už. Ta prasme, kad aš nebūčiau geresnė dėl to, kad kitas yra blogesnis ir kad aš esu prieš ir tada ateinu pasirinkti tave. Ir visą laiką sakiau, kad mūsų viena iš didžiausių problemų renkantis politikus yra ta, kad mes nepasivarginam rasti, o už ką mes galim būti. Mes visą laiką sakom, kad visi yra blogi, visi nevykę, tai čia tik tai klausimas, kas yra mažiau blogas, bet tu vis tiek yra, ta išankstinė nuostata yra, aš esu prieš, aš neturiu asmeninio ryšio. Tai man turbūt gyvenime ir šitoje kampanijoje pavyko, kad turbūt didelė dalis žmonių, kurie mane rinkosi, jie vis dėlto rinkosi iš pozicijos už. Ir tai yra man labai svarbu, nes aš nenoriu būti prieš žmogus. Aš tiesiog nenoriu būti kažkas, kas yra pasirenkamas dėl to, kad kitas yra vertinamas blogai. Aš suprantu, kad galėjo būti tokių aplinkybių, kada aš būčiau buvusi pasirinkimas taip pat ir prieš, bet šiuo atveju turbūt tokių aplinkybių nebuvo ir tai yra gerai. Bet dabar ką daryti su tais žmonėmis. Nu, ta prasme, o ką reikia daryti? Aš manau, kad santykis mano su tais žmonėmis yra turbūt labai paprastas. Kaip sako, kai tu duodi meilę, tai tu gauni meilę. Ir tai yra ta meilė, kuri galbūt...
Ir kurios padaugėjo po rinkiminės kampanijos, nes visi pamatė, kad gali mobilizuotis ir kažką tai.
Ir meilė yra jėga, kuri kuria. Ir ką mes sukursim iš tos jėgos, tai mes dar pamatysim, tikrai manau, kad sukursim, nes tai nėra jėga, kuri naikina, tai nėra jėga, kuri yra nukreipta prieš kažką. Ir mums tiesiog reikia rasti būdą, kaip tą meilę įdarbinti taip pat kažkuria prasme, kad jį kurtų naudą ir kurtų gėrį mums visiems kaip visuomeniai. O kokiu būdu?
Pamatysim. Aš dabar noriu paklausti visiškai, jūs prieš tai užsiminėte apie tą darželį prie namų. Tai kas ten auga?
Gėlės.
Gėlės? Kokios?
Visokios.
O mėgstate ravėti ar laistyti? Ar pailsite sodę daržę gėlinę?
Čia vėlgi yra kaip su melavimu. Ta pati istorija. Aš esu asfalto vaikas. Aš niekada neturėjau vaikystėje kaimo. Tas sodas senelių, kuris buvo Pavilny, man visą laiką atrodė, kaip toli važiuoti, mes dar tuo metu neturėjome automobilio, važiuodavome autobusu su persėdimu stoty ir visą laiką būdavo tokia kančia, Dieve, ir vėl reikės važiuoti į tą sodą ir vėl tėvai prisikraus 2 viedrus braškių ir su tais 2 viedrais braškių važiuos ten į Žirmūnus arba į Antakalnį. Ir man jokio susižavėjimo iš
sodininkystė niekada nebuvo.
Nekėlė ir joks ravėjimas nekėlė ir man buvo tik tai kaip sugalvoti, kaip nevažiuoti bulviakasį, ką nors veikti, kad tik tai nevažiuoti bulviakasį. Ir niekaip aš savęs su ta veikla netapatinau. Ir aš ją atradau, gal man buvo 30 ar panašiai, kažkaip pradėjau vėl tame sode lankytis ir man kažkaip pastebėjau, kad man tas toksai beprasmis knisimas žemės
padeda pailsėti.
Padeda išsivalyti galvą visiškai nuo bet kokių minčių. Ir aš tada įtikinau tėvus jau ten, kad reikia uždaryti visą tą žemės ūkį, ten pasilikti pievą, kažkokius ten pomidorų šiltnamį, dar kažką, nedaug gėlės. Ir pavyko man juos įtikinti, tas ūkis sumažėjo iki tokių malonumo daugiau dalykų. Ir aš tuose dalykuose atradau savo malonumą. Tai dabar, kada aš jau tą galiu daryti prie savo namų, man tikrai labai patinka. Aš po rinkimų, tiksliau sakant, net rinkimų dieną nusipjoviau žolę.
Tikrai?
Nes buvo labai...
Reikėjo kažką tai paveikti, kad nuimti tą nerimą.
Pirmo turą balsavusi, nuvažiavau, nusipirkau gėlių, atsivežiau ir prisisodinau, kur man ten dar jų tuo metu trūko. Tai aš tikrai... žiūriu į tai kaip į tokį savo malonų užsiėmimą. Lygiai be jokių tikslų, be jokio noro ten būti gražiausia sodyba mieste, be jokio išprotėjimo, kad jeigu viena žolė ten išaugs, tai aš eisiu sienomis, ratais ir kvadratais, nes ten yra ta viena žolė, aš negaliu ją žiūrėti, auga ir tegul auga, kada nors išsirausiu. Bet tikrai man tai yra tokia visiškai kita veikla, kuri yra visiškai atpalaiduojanti ir tol, kol jinai man teikia malonumą, tol aš ją ir darysiu.
Dabar vasara jau prasidėjo, taip yra karšta, kažkada ateis tas atostogų metas. Ar jūs atostogaujate Lietuvoje, ar vis tik renkatės kokias nors tolimesnės kryptis?
Išvykus iš Lietuvos aš paskutinį kartą buvau turbūt kokiais 14 metais. Tada lankiau savo seserį Bostone. Po to jau man išvykti pasidarė sudėtinga, dabar ypatingai sudėtinga, tai niekur tikrai aš iš Lietuvos negalėsiu išvykti, bet mane aplankys esu su šeima ir aš su 2 džigitais, kurių vienam 6, o kitam 1,5.
Bet žinau, kad esat labai tokia linksma teta.
Kiekvienas iš proto.
Ar jau suplanuota veikla su sūnėnais savo?
Veikla visą laiką būna suplanuojama pagal to laikotarpio interesus. Tai dabar, kadangi to laikotarpio interesai yra Pokemonai, tai manau, kad jeigu jie nepraeis dar per tuos metus, tai varysim per Vilnių ieškodami pokispotų ir gaudydami Pokemonus ir dar darydami visokiausius kitus panašiai crazy dalykus.
Tai, nes tiesą sakant, aš žinau, mes esame apie tai tiesiog kalbėjome privačiame pokalbėje, bet jūs aš įsivaizduoju, esate, tiesiog nuostabi teta, nes linkusi į nuotykius, puikaus nusiteikimo, tai kaip jūs vadina jūsų sūnėnas ir ką dažniausiai jūs mėgstate kartu su juo veikti? Ir jūs tiesiog, kai atvažiuoja, tai prašau, Ingrida, imk juos, aš pailsėsiu, aš taip daryčiau, jeigu turėčiau sesę Vilniuje.
Tai,
be vaikų, nes mano sesuo turi savo vaikų, tai žinot, negaliu jai dar užkrauti.
Aš esu vardu Sesė.
Sesė, ne Ingrida.
Ne, aš turiu vardą Sesė. Kadangi sesuo į mane taip kreipiasi visada, Sesė, tai vaikas mažens girdėdamas Sesę, nusprendė, kad čia yra mano vardas ir to laiko aš esu Sesė. Ir todėl kartais, kai kokioj nors viešoje erdvėje jisai man sako Sesė, tai tada žmonės taip...
Tai nenustebkim.
Žiūri ir sako, ko mes čia apie ją nežinom, maždaug, kas ne taip, bet šiaip, vaikai yra nuostabus tuo, kad jie yra labai žingeidūs, jie turi kažkokius gyvenimo etapus, būna kažkokie gyvenimo etapai, ten susiję su paršytėm pigom, paskui su kokia nors po patrol, paskui pasidaro kažkokie Lego dalykai, paskui viskas vis sudėtingiau ir sudėtingiau. Aš visą repertuarą šitų vaikiškų filmukų tikrai gana neblogai išstudijavus. Ir man nesunku, jeigu vaikui tai yra malonu, jam tai yra malonu, kada suaugęs žmogus skiria dėmesio jo pomėgiam, man yra nesunku tikrai to laiko skirti. Aš manau, kad kiekvienam iš mūsų turbūt yra ir naudinga tiesiog kartais išeiti iš to savo tokio statuso ir tokios, aš čia sėdžiu su kostiumu, su kaklaraiščiu, ten visas toksai, ar visa tokia orus ir gražus, ir jau aš ant batuto tai tikrai nepašokinėsiu. Pašokinėsiu.
Aš dar labai buvau užsirašęs tokį klausimą. Jeigu kažkas sugalvoja kokį nors genialų appsą, arba ten daro visus startupus, telkia investicijas ir panašiai, galvoju, kodėl aš nieko negalvoju. Bet Ingrida, ar jūs kada nors galvojate, kad galėtumėte būti kokio nors startupo pradininkė? Ir koks tai būtų Ingridos Šimonytės startupas?
Taip negalvojau, bet tikrai labai palaikau tuos žmonės, kurie yra, mano supratimu, ta naujoji ekonomika, kur tikrai mes nebūsim 100% visada tokie, kažkas turės ir taburetas gaminti, bet man atrodo, kad tai yra tie žmonės, kurie yra padarę didžiausią dalyką, kurį iš viso galima padaryti. Ir mes per kampaniją turbūt nemažai apie tai šnekėjom, nežinau, ar greitai pamatysime kokių nors pokyčių, bet vienas iš mane tokių labiausiai liūdinančių ir gluminančių dalykų yra mūsų mokykla. Ir tas mūsų mokyklos polinkis gaminti instrukcijų vykdytojus. Tai yra ruošti žmonės, kurie žino, kaip pagal instrukciją padaryti kažką, bet kuriems yra labai sunku tiesiog išsivaduoti ir pasižaboti tą savo kūrybinį potencialą, kurių vaikai turi apsčiai, dėl to turbūt man taip smagu su 6-mečiais bendrauti. Ir čia, man atrodo, čia yra mūsų ta pagrindinė problema, kurią mes turim artimiausių laikų išspręsti, tai yra atsikabinti nuo mokytojų ir atsikabinti nuo vaikų ir leisti mokytojams mokyti vaikus, nustoti aiškinti mokytojams, kaip reikia mokyti vaikus, nustoti žmonės ruošti kažkokiam teisingam pasaulio matymui, kur čia ta kiekvienų metų lietuvių kalbos rašinio drama, kur kažkaip teisingai turi mąstyti apie dalykus ir jeigu tu mąstai kitaip, gali savo nuomonę argumentuoti, bet kažkokioj ten vertinimų lentelėje tai neatsispindi, tai reiškia tavo mąstymas yra jau neteisingas, nes taip negalima galvoti. Ir iš vis negali būti dalykų, negali būti iš viso tokio matymo, kad kažkaip galvoti negalima. Klausimas, ar gali pagrįsti savo nuomonę, ar neturi kuo ją pagrįsti. Tai tie žmonės, kurie yra tas startuolių karta ir startuolių bendruomenė, mano supratimu, tai yra tie žmonės, kurie sugebėjo išsiveržti iš šito užburto rato, kur vis tiek neleido savyje užmušti to kūrybiškumo, neleido savęs paversti tokiais, tobulais, labai gerais, labai kokybiškais, bet instrukcijos vykdytojais. Ir dėl to manau, kad kuo daugiau mes tokių žmonių turėsime, tai tuo būsime tada tie 3 milijonai kūrėjų, apie kuriuos svajojo pažangos strategijos autoriai, bet parašė tą ant popieriaus ir pamiršo pasižiūrėti, ką ant žemės reikia padaryti, kad tai būtų.
Paskutinis klausimas. Ar Ingridos Šimonytės telefone yra downtime? Laikas, kai jums primena telefonas, kad jau užtenka naudoti jį. Ir ar kada nors tiesiog sėdite va taip pat ant fotelio ir darot šitą? Skrolinat žemyn per Facebooką.
Taip.
Ilgai. Ar pagaunat save, kad gal jau užteks?
Pagaunu.
Ką darot?
Ypatingai telefone, dedu telefoną ir daryti ką nors kitą. Downtime tikrai jokio neturiu, bet kaip ir sakau, telefoną daugiau naudoju vis dar pagal klasikinės funkcijas, o jau kai noriu rimtai paskrolinti, tai pasimsiu kompą ir paskrolinsiu.
Tai jūs skrolinat daugiau kompę.
Tada galiu skrolinti ir valandą.
Aha, supratau. Gerai. Tai ačiū Jums, miela Ingrida. Nuostabu su Jumis čia būti, plepėti, kalbėti ir aplodismentai. Pačiai šmaikščiausiai ir smagiausiai politikai.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ingrida, Šimonyte and Beata Nicholson.
Bučkis. Ačiū.
Ačiū.
Thank you, bye.
Ingrida will be at the Q&A stage at 12 o'clock. If you have any other questions that you would like to ask of her after today's talk, she will be there at 12 o'clock, sorry. We'll be back here live again at 12 o'clock. See you in a few moments.
Do you believe me now that I always had the best intentions, babe? Always wanted to stay. Can you feel me now that I'm vulnerable in oh so many ways? Oh, and I'll never change. Oh, I couldn't stop it, tried to figure it out, but everything kept moving and the noise got too loud with everyone around me saying you should be so happy now. Oh, you I play a supercut of us. All the magic we gave off, all the love we had and lost. And in my head, the visions never stop. These ribbons wrap me up, but when I reach for you, there's just a supercut. In your car, the radio up. In your car, the radio up. We keep trying to talk about us. I'm someone you may be my love. I'll be your quiet afternoon crush, be your violent overnight rush, make you crazy over my touch. But it's just a supercut of us. Supercut of us. Oh, it's just a supercut of us. Supercut of us. So I fall into continents and cars, all the stages and the stars. I turn all of it to just a supercut. 'Cause in my head I do everything right. When you call, I forgive and I fight. Because of the moments I play in the dark. We were wild and fluorescent. Come home to my heart. In your car, the radio up. In your car, the radio up. We keep trying to talk about us. Slow motion, I'm watching our love. I'll be your quiet afternoon crush, be your violent overnight rush, make you crazy over my touch. But it's just a supercut of us. Supercut of us. Oh, it's just a supercut of us. Supercut of us. But it's just a supercut of us. Supercut of us. Oh, it's just a supercut of us. Supercut of us. 'Cause in my head I do everything right. When you call, I forgive and I fight. All the moments I play in the dark, I'm fluorescent, come home to my heart. 'Cause in my head I do everything right. When you call, I forgive and I fight. Because of the moments I play in the dark. We were wild and fluorescent, come home to my heart. 'Cause in my head I do everything right. When you call, I forgive and I fight. Because of the moments I play in the dark. We were wild and fluorescent, come home to my heart.
I shouldn't do that, should I? Because I could have fallen down the stairs. That was a dangerous, dangerous thing to do. Hi, welcome back. Oh my God, we've done it. They're clapping. Woohoo! How are you guys doing so far? Some of you at the front here are really great. There's one or two at the back who are loving it. and the rest of you aren't quite sure, or you need some more caffeine. I'm not sure. Either that, or maybe you just didn't hear me. Maybe you were just kind of like, oh, I'm doing my social media so I can let the world know I'm at this amazing event. #login 2019. Maybe that's what you were doing. I don't know. Are you guys ready for the next speaker? Look, there's a party at the end of today, right? There is no reason to get any less quiet as the day goes on. If anything, you've got reason to get more and more excited, like the further along this journey we go. I feel like I'm making really good friends with you guys. I feel like this is really cool. So we're going from one powerful woman to another. Y'all ready for this? I feel like a song should start about there. Do you guys know the lyrics? Because I don't. I just want to do that little bit and then just stop there. Y'all ready for this? Come on, do it. It'll be fun. Y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I'm going to stop being silly. My bad. Sorry, I promise I'm bringing you on. Okay, so our next speaker is a co-founder of 3 tech startups, mostly notable as a global fintech money transfer company, Azimo, which raised in excess of £70 million in funding, from top VC firms, and serves over 1.3 million customers. She's award-winning in her industry, a Forbes 30 Under 30 in Finance 2016. She's also been recognized as by Evening Standard London as one of the most influential people in 2017 and 2018. Bam! I'm here to talk about how to scale a startup from 0 to 1 million customers. Please give an incredible warm round of applause for Marta Krupinska!
Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know what you're eating or drinking, but I want me some of that. Like, that's the most incredible energy I've ever seen. Thank you so much, guys, for having me here today. Very exciting. My name is my name reveals that I am Polish, and I am ashamed to admit this is my first time in Vilnius. So really, really excited to be here. Amazing conference. Hopefully, I've seen you already. Great audience. Actually, let me just check who is in the audience. Raise your hand if you work in a startup. Some startups, and also I love the startups are in the front, like that's the hustle, like we're getting to the front. All right, raise your hand if you work in a larger company, corporate. Oh, there we go. No one's working today, everybody's at the conference. Brilliant. Raise your hand if you work in tech. Amazing, very good. Raise your hand if you're a student or looking to do your big next thing. All right, some. Amazing. And any investors in the room? Any money people? Oh, there are some money people. Excellent. We got a good representation. So I want to start with, perhaps maybe I should explain why this says Head of Google for Startups UK. So in this crazy world, you start 3 startups. You live in 4 countries. You define yourself as a proud migrant. And still one day Google calls you and says, do you want to support startups in the UK and use the richness and the opportunity of the London ecosystem to help accelerate startups globally? So alongside my 13 years now in startups, I have very proudly taken over Google for Startups in the UK as of December. But this is not what I'm here to tell you about. I'm here to talk to you about the startup journey. And as we know, startup journeys tend to start in some sort of a garage. Now, don't be worried. I will not be telling you the story of how Google started in a garage, although this is a very cool story. But I want to talk to you about another very unfancy garage. And this is my cheeky way of sending a very big thanks to someone that has played a very important part of my life. Any of you, actually, I'm Central Eastern European. I hear you're from the Baltics. I was told not to say Eastern Europe or Central Eastern Europe. We're the Baltics. But we're all very mobile. How many of you have been to London? There we go, exactly. So this is a very unsexy part of London. Forgive me the poor quality of the picture. This is Leytonstone in East London, where very many Poles, Lithuanians, Latvians, Russians live. And this was once upon a time my garage, and that was my garage because in the early days of Azumo, which is my startup claim to fame, I was homeless, as in I didn't properly have a place to live, and it was my friend from Vilnius called Eugene that let me crash for 4 months, and as a result saved some money and potentially contributed to my success and Azumo's success. So this is my humble thank you to Eugene from Vilnius, and so amazing to now visit his home. So a little bit about me. My journey starts in Krakow 2007, although in fact probably in Dublin 2006, where I was working as a waitress, but I'll get back to that. My first startup was a social media platform. It was sort of pre-big social media platforms, certainly pre-Facebook in Poland and this part of the world, or before it got big. We were a social media platform, especially targeting travelers and expats. We grew really big until we went bust. Now, I think these stories probably are the ones that teach us most with regards to what then not to do next. So I'm very happy that the next project went much better, and as our lovely moderator pointed out, Azumo, that I co-founded in London 2012, now caters to 1.5 million customers in 26 countries, and we have helped lower the cost of remittances, so hard-earned money sent back home by migrants to their families, from the average of 10% back in 2012 to now the average of 5%, although I'm still very proud to say that Azumo charges on average 1.5%. In the meantime, I did an exec MBA course at Columbia Business School, and the only reason why I mention this, because I think it's important in this story, as a young female migrant from Poland, working and living in London, I have felt like an imposter for a big part of the sort of early days of my career, and then I went to this course with executives from Mitsubishi and some of the directors of big companies in the US, and I realized that I belong, and I understand what they're talking about, and all the experiences that I've gained are relevant, and that I have something to contribute. So obviously, aside from very expensive and very helpful and fancy-looking education, I would definitely say that I would recommend to everyone to think about that one experience when you were in the room of super smart people and you realize your own worth. If anything else, I think that that self-confidence is something that then helps propel us forward. I stepped down from running Azumo. Azumo was doing well. I stepped down December 2017. I then co-founded a new fintech startup, which is launching in 6 weeks, which I'm very excited about. I will quickly skip that part, but then, yeah, as I said, end of last year, I took over Google for Startups in the UK. Now, I want to emphasize that a big part of the story that I'll be telling you, the scaling story, will somewhat be based on the UK context. Now, I know this is for many aspirational and still for many a standard. Arguably, London is the second largest tech ecosystem after Silicon Valley. But the reason why I'm here today is because I think it's important to see, and you'll see I'll go into it, it's important to see that there is opportunity here. There's opportunity in Vilnius, there's opportunity in Riga, there's opportunity in Tallinn, there's opportunity in Warsaw or Krakow. So the real power comes when the ecosystems come together. But obviously, UK, huge market, almost $8 billion dollars that was invested in early stage startups last year, although very positively, this is actually a similar amount that is now available in the so-called rest of Europe, outside of UK, Germany, and France. So clearly the sort of tides are turning. But yeah, the startup ecosystem, very important, of the digital economy, very important in the UK. It provides 10% of all jobs, 16% of GDP, and almost a quarter of exports. Although a very smart person told me this morning that in Lithuania, 80% of the economy is export. So to be honest, probably London can learn from you guys. So there we go. Let's go on that journey from 0 to 1 million customers. And I like to start it with a quote. Now, who doesn't like to start with a quote? And the quote is that technology is a tool, but what matters is what you do with it. Now, the reason why I find it so close to my heart and so important is because I think, we all come to tech conferences and everybody's excited about technology, but technology is a language like any other, and what's really important is what stories we tell with that language. Now, the only thing that is wrong with this slide is that this incredibly smart thing was actually not said by Bill Gates, because I said it. Now, the reason why I put it here and it's slightly cheeky, also my kicks say female force if you can't see it, is because I think especially us women, we don't necessarily put ourselves forward enough and take pride in our brilliance. So there we go, I said something smart and it's on a slide, enjoy. So, let's start. From zero to founder. Now, that idea when you're, that day when you wake up with a new story or with that inspiration on what it is that you would want to do and what is that next big thing that could change the world. It sort of all starts in you, and it's all about you, because that journey that you'd be embarking on is one of, frankly, blood, sweat, and tears, and the most rewarding moments you'll ever have. I don't have children. I hear that children can be as rewarding, although in this crazy tech world, I hear techies referring to children as their startups, so, and to startups as their children, so I guess maybe it's getting a little bit muddled. But it is all about you, and it is about your story. So, I mentioned very briefly that back in 2006, I was in Dublin working as a waitress. Now, this isn't a particularly interesting story. I mean, how many of you had some, stupid jobs just to get some extra money to pay for your studies or pay for your job or help out your mom? There you go, exactly. By the way, these jobs teach us a lot, so good for you. I saved 3,000 euros in Dublin. At the time, my mom was making around 300 a month, so that was a ton of cash. And I wanted to send this cash back home. That was 2006. My options were, as advised by my waiter friends, either Western Union or the bank. The bank wanted 300 euros for me to pay for the transfer of 3,000, and Western Union wanted 400 euros to transfer 3,000. Now, as you can imagine, that made absolutely no sense. What made most sense is, packing my pockets with cash and getting on a Ryanair flight. So all these years later, I still think that I am a prime Ryanair customer, although they never paid me for it, and their planes are a bit shit. But other than that, Ryanair was essentially the first company that I ever used for money transfer. Years later, when I was living in New York, it reminded me of that hassle, because at this time I had built a social media platform, and we got used to things such as, attaching pictures to messages. You could pretty much, at some point, it felt like you could attach anything to a message. Then why couldn't you just attach cash to a message and send money that way? It is an ideal that I didn't know much about finance at that time, so it was really critical that when the idea for Asimo was born, I teamed up with people much smarter than me in the area of money transfer, and obviously we built the company together. But I think what sort of got me out of bed on a lot of the days that I hadn't slept much and hadn't eaten much and hadn't seen my friends or my family, or I definitely couldn't find time to have a boyfriend, at that time I remembered why I wanted to build a low-cost money transfer, because it was personally important for me. And I think when we hear inspiring stories of founders that are building businesses that not only they can relate to, the market can relate to, but then also your employees can relate to, then knowing why you care is a really important one. And on that, you probably have all seen it because it's been around for many years, but Simon Sinek's TED talk on Start With Why is a really, really powerful tool. Sort of, if you're thinking about either a startup idea or sometimes even why does your job count, or why does the project that you're currently part of counts, then this approach of Start With Why is really important. Now, going a little bit further into the sort of the product strategy, this is obvious, but really spending time on researching competition and being able to intelligently and succinctly explain how you're different is going to be a really important one. Because again, it's going to be an important one when you're explaining it to a random person in the street, to your mom. My mom still doesn't get what I do, but that's okay. To your partner, to your prospective employees, and obviously to investors if raising money is what you want to do. Fun fact, my favorite one of sort of elevator pitch and being able to explain what we do and why that's important. I had one elevator sensu stricta pitch in my life, and that was when I was in the elevator with Princess Kate and Prince William. And they got it. So I guess that means that my my elevator pitch worked. Now, when it comes to the sort of the growth piece, and as you'll see, I'll try and sort of use these slides split in leadership, product strategy, growth, and a hack, because I think these are generally quite helpful. On the growth piece, thinking big, and that's sort of thinking about the world after you're done. And using the example of Asimo, how we used to tell that story, we were thinking about, we looked at the global data, and there are 7 billion people in the world, 250 million migrants. Those 250 million migrants send money to 750 million people around the world. That means that 1 billion people send or receive remittances. That's 1 in 7 people in the world. We looked at the fact that the total amount of international aid that is offered by countries to less developed countries is around $200 billion, which means that remittances were more than 3 times that. The total amount of remittances is currently around $700 billion. And then we were thinking about, if the average cost is 10% and we could lower it to 2, then, now think about the revenues that you would be getting, or think about the potential of growth if we're looking at a $700 billion market and we're slashing the cost by 80%. And being able to explain that impact and that size of the market, very, very important. And then that last piece, the hack piece, is being the world's best specialist. Now, I got into this business as I'm actually a psychology grad, organizational psychology, but still psychology from a Polish university. Let's face it, nobody in the UK cared. And I was not a finance specialist. I did not work in money transfer for many years. My co-founders did, but I didn't. But there was still an opportunity to work really hard, really understand the competition, understand my own story, understand the story of other customers, speak to people in my life that were using this type of product. And through all of this, I was able to position myself and my team as the best specialist on the subject of money transfer. So again, whatever your deal is, think about what it is, why you care, be passionate about it, and become the best specialist in that area. So let's assume that sort of, you got your idea, you want to do it. You're ready, you're the specialist, you see the impact, and let's go from that idea to the first 1,000 customers. And this is what we generally refer to as your MVP, your minimum viable product, although increasingly people are talking about minimum lovable product, which I quite like, with this idea of your product having to be just a bit better than anything else in the market, and that's when it becomes minimum lovable. And this is also, again, if you're interested in raising money, this would be your pre-seed cash. Now, let's think about leadership. So on bringing co-founders, do you have to have a co-founder? Do you not have to have a co-founder? I've always had co-founders. I found it easier. I work better in a team. That is not going to be true for everyone, but I found it to be really powerful. I found that it allowed us to be complementary to each other. But the one thing that I wouldn't get wrong is the values piece. It's a little bit like getting into a marriage. I'm only married for 1 year, so we'll see how that goes. I know that in the first year of my company, everything looked hunky-dory. Sort of in year 5 or 6, we started having, quarrels around where we want to take the company and what are the values based on which we're building the business. So have these discussions early. Do you want to make as much money as possible? Do you want to exit early? Do you want to build a company over a long period of time? How do you want to treat your employees? Do you want to give them shares or share options? How do you see yourself after that business? Where are you going to take your legacy? And for some people, these conversations happen over an appropriate amount of alcohol. For some, there are some more structured ways of having this debate, but I would strongly encourage that this conversation takes place. And your earliest hires, one of the things that I said has been the most important thing. The guys that 7 years ago were building Asimo, they were literally early 20s in their pajamas in the city of Bydgoszcz in Poland, where we were in London. They are still there. They're one of the best in the industry now. They have grown with us because we've empowered them to grow with the company. So those first people that you bring into your business are going to be really critical. Now, the growth piece, again, sort of, everybody talks about is very American, acquire fans. not customers. But there is truth to that. The first, you're always going to be your best salesperson. So if you passionately care about your product and you passionately care about your business, then you will be able to tell that story to the Uber driver, to some people in the park, to some people you meet at a conference. And the more passionate you are and they become, they will be able to evangelize that for you. And there is that whole theory of the tipping point where, at which point do you start getting virality, and how good does your product have to be for people to want to tell others about it? And many of the greatest tech companies have profited from that very fact. So remember that those first 1,000 customers, I used to know their name. And fair enough, sometimes that's because we had product issues and sometimes things didn't go wrong, things went wrong and they would call me at 10 p.m. on a Saturday. That happens as well. Top tip, don't give your personal phone number to the first 1,000 of your customers. But acquire those fans and do it yourself. And then the last piece that I definitely wish I had known before was a hack. And that is that for, perhaps in 2019 in this economy, this is obvious, but there are multiple ways of capitalizing your business. So obviously there is the angel side of things, and the VC side of things. I hear that there is increasingly lots and lots of capital in this town, which is fantastic. But what I would advise you to do when you go and raise money early stage, look at it in this order. First, they're going to be thinking about the strength of the team and the capability in the team, then the size of the opportunity, and then about the product itself. Early on, you don't really have a company yet. You have the opportunity that is in you and in your team, and you maybe are going to pivot. Maybe the market conditions are going to change, but the investors need to be confident that you will be able to take whatever is left and turn this into value in these new market conditions. Size of opportunity essentially is the size of the market, and that product piece is your vision for your MVP. Now, the other two things, grants, especially if you're doing sort of R&D heavy businesses, AI, ML, grants, and there's lots of money available, as you well know, in the EU right now. Grants are a good way. If you want to be really nimble, change your strategy a lot, maybe this is what's going to be necessary. I wouldn't necessarily advise that you go for grants because they would usually require that you submit a 12, 24-month development plan. But if you are R&D heavy, this is a great way to go. And obviously, there is still room to bootstrap. Now, on that very quick comment, you read TechCrunch and everybody is so excited about every new funding round. Like, don't get me wrong, funding is great. Somebody is giving you money to spend on your company. But at the same time, we have this culture of always celebrating that somebody managed to sell a part of their business. I think we should celebrate people who manage to bootstrap if this is what they want to do. So anything from loans to just trying to get revenue first thing could be a way to do. So MVP, let's assume that we've built the MVP, we got the first customers, we're getting the feel, the customers want it, customers are using it. So what happens next? And this is that seed piece, the go-to-market piece, where we're trying to get a little bit more customers, those that we can no longer just acquire by going around all of our friends and going to the park and telling the story ourselves. So I always start with leadership, and that piece of hiring really well is important. And I know that there are places where talent is more or less available, and there are places where talent is cheaper or more expensive. But I would say the only things that I regret in my career was the times that we hired the wrong person. Everything else can be fixed, but there is damage to your culture, damage to your business. And if you can, really prioritize getting the right people in. On that, we started in London. We built a big office in Krakow. What we did there, we didn't build the office in Krakow because we wanted to get cheap labor. We were talking about it in terms of affordable talent. Who I could afford in London would be probably mediocre, but for that same money, I could get the best person in the industry that would be based in a place where they have a great quality of life. And as a result of that, they'd be happy, they'd perform well, they'd contribute fantastically to the team. And then OKRs, this is actually, now I learned, this is a Google methodology, but the whole idea of setting out objectives and key results can really work wonders. And essentially what that is you don't sort of roll into each week thinking that you're going to do as much work as you can. It's really as simple as coming in and setting out a bunch of objectives that you want to hit. Ideally, they'd be measurable, scalable, timely, and you would be then associating that with some key results that you can hit weekly, monthly, update that with your team. Product strategy, sort of built, again, actually I said I didn't regret anything other than hiring badly sometimes. Choosing the right architecture and preventing technical debt. The tricky thing is you're generally rushing and you want to get everything done really, really quickly, and then it turns out 4 years later that your development stales and you can't really ship any new stuff because the architecture that you chose is stiff and your team is telling you that they need to slow down. Thinking about that architecture early on, if you can't afford the best CTO in the world, then get an advisor and make sure that they help your team take those right decisions would be really important. And then the testing piece becomes really key. And this is both quantitative and qualitative. So you can use a bunch of Google products or actually just a general online products to do testing, but it can be app testing, website testing, and testing in person. Even if that means coming up to, again, an Uber driver and asking them, look at this app, what does this say, what does this do? What do you think this app is for? Would you pay money for it? How much would you pay for it? On the growth side, the marketing playbook. Now, unit economics is generally something that would be best to optimize for early on in terms of understanding and projecting where your business is going to be, what the margin is going to be, how much money you're going to make, how fast you're going to grow. But at this stage, in order to be able to raise a bit more money, if this is your game, you really need to understand how much does it how much does it cost you to acquire customers, how much revenue, this is net revenue per transaction, how much revenue do you make per single transaction, what's the lifetime value of the customer, how long are you going to stick around? Or are you just trying to buy them once? Are you just going to try and bring them on your platform once? Or are they going to keep on coming back and buying your products? What is your monthly recurring revenue? And then starting to think about diversifying those acquisition channels. Do they all come from paid ads? Do they come from affiliates? Do you send them emails? Do you have a refer a friend program? But do you have some offline marketing? But at this point, it would be great to prove that you know what are the different ways in which you can acquire customers, because once you do that, it would also be a much easier conversation with investors when you say, listen, if you put $1 million in, this is how many customers are going to come out on the other end as they come through that marketing playbook. And that last piece, which is learning from the competition but not freaking out. I think something that we are very prone to doing is, as humans, we look at the neighbor and we wonder what they're doing. It is, or it can be, really tempting to look at what the competition is doing and try and do that same thing, or try and copy it, or be really worried about what they're doing. But if you know what your core product is, what your core market is, and if you focus on this, and if you know how you differentiate from the competition, you should be able to confidently keep on executing your strategy. So let's assume that all this works. We got the 20,000 customers, we got the seed money, we have gone to market. Now, what about that product market fit? How do we say that we can scale this, that this is not only a product that works in a small market, but this can actually be, perhaps, taken global? Now, this seems like an obvious one, but that communication piece with your team and explaining to them what you're doing and why you're doing it is a very important one. That's the time when you run your weekly meetings, you send weekly snippets, you tell them what's going on, you ask them to report back to you as well. And this is also when your team starts growing, and it's easy to just rely on the ways in which you traditionally have been communicating with each other. At this point, you need some structure. You need to have a cadence of communication, because it's no longer going to happen, organically, because there's 6 of you in the office and everybody's got banters, everybody's got a beer at the end of the day. And it's important one to grow with your business. That's the point at which I did the Columbia Executive MBA piece. Obviously, not everyone will be able to do that or have investors that were as supportive as mine to pay for it effectively. But whether it's a podcast or a blog or a book or just chatting to fellow entrepreneurs, it's really important that as your business starts growing quickly, that you can grow with it, regardless of whether it's your first company, second company, or 7th. The market is changing so quickly. I've just last year started a new fintech. I thought I knew all about it. Trust me, every time it's a bit of a different game. On products, it's a good one to think about new products. Has the market changed? Is there anything else that I could offer to my core customer group? But then also exploring opportunities in new markets. And again, I hear that you guys here in Lithuania are doing fantastically, and generally in the Baltics are doing fantastically at it. I know this can be a challenge even in countries like Poland, where perhaps the appetite is to be the biggest platform in a country or a biggest platform in the region. Think about being the biggest platform for that particular thing globally, and what would it take to get you there. And to move beyond those early adopters, it's time to really delight your customers. And investing in your tech is a really good one. Obviously, we now live in a world where you can do anything from super interesting ML or AI to empowering your engineers and your tech team to start coming up with solutions. So painting the strategy and the picture and allowing them to come forward with cool product ideas. Really looking at the data. I think a big challenge for a founder is that you feel that you know the business, you know the customer, it's your baby. At this point, sometimes you will no longer know best. So it's always data over the founder's gut. And that's also a tricky one, not being afraid of sunk cost. Sunk cost is this idea that, I'm sure all of you can think of a product or a project where you've been working on it for 3 months, and at the end of 3 months, it was still shit. And you're like, what do we do? Do we ship it because afterwards, after all, we just spent all this time working on this project? Or do we just say, actually, we just wasted 3 months. Let's not do that. We have a bad feeling about it. It doesn't look like it's going to be a success. Many people are naturally averse to sunk cost. Don't be afraid of sunk cost. Don't ship the thing that you don't think is going to work out for your customer. And the hack is, or at least for me, it has been definitely in the case of Azumo, is understanding acquisitions versus retentions. There is the natural bias to think that we always have to get new customers, but what about you retain your existing customers better? They're going to be cheaper, you've already got them, they're already in your database. So what does it take to be able to re-engage with them or get them to use you more, get them to use you more often, or get to use you again if they've churned? How can you go about that rather than only focusing on bringing those new customers? Now that's the last slide. Imagine you've done all of this really well, and you're growing from the 100K to 1 million customers and plus. Every stage of a company's business, every stage of a startup's life requires new types of adaptive techniques and brings new challenges. At this time, it's probably quite nice to give back to your team. It might have been 4 years, 6 years, some companies, it might be 2, 3. And probably some of you are tired. Sometimes maybe you haven't spent enough time taking care of your own personal development or mental health for that matter, or physical health. So giving back to yourself and to your team is a really important one to get ready for that journey onwards. Again, there is this sort of, in the tech industry, it feels like we're spending a lot of time thinking about how to get to that Series A, Series B, and then they lived happily ever after. It's a little bit like a bad romantic comedy, and then they kissed, and then we don't know what happened later. But if you want to prepare yourself and your team to be able to go long, this is the time to give back to your team. And also giving back to the ecosystem. So a lot of the wonderful people that you have seen on this stage over the past couple of days, to a large extent it is trying to share all the experiences that we've had and try and make sure that those that come after us have an easier, smoother ride. Also, for me, I will say, paying forward has been very important. And again, I've emphasized being female migrant in London. It's really important for me that I give back to those that are like me and have challenges that are similar to mine. So, try and think about what it is that you passionately care about and try and pay your experiences forward. On the product strategy, probably a bit of an obvious one, but thinking about new opportunities. It's actually, there is, a Google story on how, as far as I'm concerned, Google Maps came about from the fact that there were these cool little cars taking pictures of all the roads around the world, but it hasn't always been clear what it's going to be able to do with that technology or with the data that was collected. But suddenly there was this incredible database of all the roads with all the road signs and all the shop names, and essentially that's how Google Maps as we know it today was born. Now I really hope I didn't get that wrong, because I have some lovely Google colleagues sitting in the front, and they're going to denounce my bad Google knowledge. But for me it's always been, how can we think about what are the data layers that we already have a business and how can we enrich them? So if we have hundreds of thousands of customers that are sending money abroad, but they also need to send money between each other, maybe in country. So even though this isn't the focus of the company, is there an opportunity to do some peer-to-peer transactions that would be cheap to implement and an added value to our existing customer base? So think about your customer base, and is there something that you'd be able to provide to them that be added value and wouldn't distract you from your core business? On growth side, something that I am incredibly proud of that we implemented was mission teams. And what we mean by that is we would take a single KPI. So think that, say your business has 3 or 4 main KPIs. Let's think that one of them would be conversion rate. So within the purchase funnel, all the people that know about you, then those that click and land on your website, then those that, or your app, and then those that actually end up going through registration and then activate pay. Very important metric for any app-based business. We put together, rather than me telling my team what to do, we put together a team of engineers, product manager, designer, BI specialist, a marketing person, and a customer service person. Never underestimate your frontline staff. Your frontline staff know everything about your business and your customer. And within those mission teams, they would be suggesting, they would know that their goal is to increase the conversion rate. So they would be coming forward with suggestions how to do that, rather than us telling them what to do. At this point, often your company is also big enough that perhaps you are no longer the best specialist, and that's also okay. The main things that I've learned in my life was from people that I managed, because they were better specialists than me at a given point in our company's life. And that last hack is that developing yourself and remembering why it was important. I remember the day when I did a leadership course, and I always believed that leadership is all about other people. I've learned to realize that leadership is actually, to a large extent, it's about you. It's about how do you manage your own reactions and responses to the world around you? How do you manage your motivation? How do you manage your passion? And how do you then use yourself to be able to influence others? So then coming back to yourself will be that really important one. And I hope that at this point, you've got 1 million customers, you've raised a ton of money, you are invited to every single conference, and most importantly, you have created a product that has made a significant contribution to the market, and that you can be proud of what you and your team have achieved. So very quickly, a quick PS on, as we've sort of gone through that journey on the ecosystem. I said that I'm going to tell you a story that is taken out of the UK market, or arguably a mix of UK and Europe, because Asimo is in 26 countries, and we have 50 people in London and 100 people in Krakow. But I think this is why this ecosystem piece is important, because we know that money or opportunity is no longer just in the US and in the UK. There is incredible value in those markets, but there is incredible value in markets like this one. And we know that 2018 was a record for investment in this part of the world, and both in the region and for companies that have mixed HQs, so US, UK, and Central Eastern Europe or the Baltics. So there are some fantastic examples here. Very pleased to say that Asimo is on the slide. This is our Series C last year, but you see some great companies. Moniz from Estonian founders. We have a Lithuanian Vinted. We have obviously Taxify. So there are proofs that there is opportunity both to stay in your region and to mix your region and the opportunity, the talent, the cash that is made available in the UK or the US. So with that to say, I want to share an opportunity with you. I told you at the beginning that I've taken over Google for Startups in the UK. Google for Startups is essentially an arm of Google that is empowering startups with the best of its products, connections, and best practices. And products could be, Google Cloud, and it's great tech and possibilities, especially if you want to build anything that's ML related and if you want to build for scale. But a whole array of Google products and how to make the most out of them. I also have to say that at Asimo, frankly, Google helped us a lot to lower our cost per acquisition, and that took our business to the next level. But that's also being able to get mentorship from Googlers. That's being able to use the methodologies that, that Google uses. I remember, frankly, I poached some people at Azumo from Google thinking that I need to hire them to figure out how Google works to make my company equally successful. Now, there are opportunities to engage with Googlers who can do that mentoring, and it doesn't require hiring expensive Google people. So with that to say, we're going to run a program that starts in September in London. And it's called Google for Startups London Immersion. And we're looking for 10 startups from Central and Eastern Europe, so the Baltics included. And we want to bring them to London for a week of intense education and connecting with the best founders and startups in the UK. Then we're going to, Then we're going to do 2 months of remote mentoring. So each startup gets super senior assigned Googlers who are going to help them work through the biggest challenge or the biggest opportunity in their business. And then the program finishes with an investor day. So we bring the 10 companies back to London, put them in front of top VCs that have their presence in London. Now, why do we do this program? This is not because I want everyone to move to London, just the opposite. It's about creating bridges in a world where, you can hop on that bad Ryanair flight or something else if you're lucky, and still, be able to perhaps take some money from that ecosystem, but also build a network, create commercial opportunities, sell into a big and rich market. So what I would really love to do is that after this program, we have some incredible success stories from the incredible countries that are here in the region that can proudly keep on developing their businesses back home, but at the same time, can still profit from the opportunity that is in the UK. So we're looking for companies that are based here, don't have a London presence. They need to have, ideally, app businesses, but SaaS will also be fine, with the main products already live, with some early traction at least. We're looking for great founders, ideally with some external funding already, although we'll look at others as well. Familiar and interested in Google products, and those that can actually commit to making the most out of it. And I know this is a tricky one because you've got a business to run, so sometimes doing an acceleration program is not best for everyone, but we strongly believe that this would be of value. So if you're interested, applications are open. You can use this link, Google London Immersion CEE, and apply with your startup. So I hope I'll get to see you in London. Now, if that is not the right thing for you, there is a whole team at Google, and this is both people from Google Cloud or people from sales, people from tech. It's sort of the whole organization has a big commitment to startups. So there is a bunch of resources that are available, and there is a particular deck that explains a toolkit of all Google products and some best practices that broadly follow the same structure as my presentation, and you can find it in this Google/build a startup, and there's also a page with all resources that allow you to do anything from applying for cloud credits to applying for mentoring. So I hope that was remotely useful. It was definitely a pleasure to come to Vilnius. My name is Marta Krupinska. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marta Krupinska! Fabulous. I'm sure some of you have some questions for Marta, and possibly want to find out a little bit more about what she's doing at Google for Startups, or might have some questions about the acceleration program. Marta is going to be on the Q&A stage at 1 p.m. So if that's something of interest to you, then if you head over to the Q&A stage, she'll be there at 1 p.m. We will be back here starting again at 1 o'clock. See you back here at 1.
Be with you now, you know. You make it difficult to not overthink. And when I'm with you, I turn all shades of pink. I wanna touch you, but don't wanna be weird. It's such a rush, I'm thinking, wish you were here. And I'm just tryna play it cool now. But that's not what I wanna do now. And I'm I'm not trying to be with you now, But I could be a crush, like feel you for a rush, like hoping you text me so I could tell you I've been thinking about your touch, like touch, 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 touch. I could be a crush, 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 crush. I got a fascination with your presentation, making me feel like you're on my island, you're my permanent vacation. Touch, 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 touch. I could be a crush, 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 crush. Sorry. I fill my calendar with stuff I can do. Maybe if I'm busy, it could keep me from you. And I'm pretending you ain't been on my mind, but I took an interest in the things that you like. And I'm just tryna play it cool now, but that's not what I wanna do now. And I'm not tryna be with you now, But I could be a crush, like feel you for a rush, like hoping you text me so I could tell you I've been thinking about your touch, like touch, 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 touch. I could be a crush, 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 crush. I got a fascination with your presentation, making me feel like you're on my island, you're my permanent vacation. Touch, 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 touch. I could be a crush, 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 crush. And yeah, it's true that I'm a little bit intense, right? But can you blame me when you keep me on the fence, like? And I've been waiting, hoping that you'd wanna text like. That's what I was born to do. And yeah, it's true that I'm a little bit intense, right? But can you blame me when you keep me on the fence, like? And I've been waiting, hoping that you'd wanna text like. Text like. Ugh. And I'm just tryna play it cool now, but that's not what I wanna do now. And I'm not tryna be with you now, But I could be a crush, like feel you for a rush, like hoping you text me so I could tell you I've been thinking about your touch, like touch, 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 touch. I could be a crush, 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 crush. I got a fascination with your presentation, making me feel like you're on my island, you're my permanent vacation. Touch, 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 touch. I could be a crush, 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 crush. Sorry.
Baby, I don't feel so good. 6 words you never understood. I'll never let you go. 5 words you never say. I laugh alone like nothing's wrong. 4 days has never felt so long. If 3's a crowd and 2 was us, 1 slipped away. I just wanna make you feel okay, but all you do is look the other way. I can tell you how much I wish I didn't wanna stay. I just kinda wish you were gay. Is there a reason we're not through? Is there a 12-step just for you? Our conversations all in blue, 11 haze, 10 fingers tearing out my hair. 9 times you never made it there. I ate alone at 7, you were 6 minutes away. Am I supposed to make you feel okay when all you do is walk the other way? I can't tell you how much I wish I didn't wanna stay. I just kinda wish you were gay, to spare my pride, to give your lack of interest the next say that I'm not your preferred sexual orientation. I'm so selfish, but you make me feel helpless, yeah. And I can't stand another day. Stand another day. I just wanna make you feel okay. But all you do is look the other way. I can't tell you how much I wish I didn't wanna stay. I just kinda wish you were gay. I just kinda wish you were gay. I just kinda wish you were gay.
you gonna change your mind? Are you gonna leave this incomplete? Will you leave it all behind? Find a way, don't change on me. Am I adding insult to injury? To say that we're meant to be. Now we're laying here, but we can't sleep. Can we start again if we both believe? Moving on, but the scars ain't healing. Things went wrong and now we're dealing. You told me that you're tired of feeling. Is having a change of heart a real thing? Having a change of heart? Are you gonna change your mind? Are you gonna leave this incomplete? Will you leave it all behind? Will you leave it all behind? Find a way, don't change on me. Find a way, don't change on me. Do you draw a blank when you point the blame? I wish we could feel the same. It's a giveaway, but nothing's free. Memories are all I need. Moving on, but the scars ain't healing. Things went wrong and now we're dealing. You told me that you're tired of feeling. Is having a change of heart a real thing? Having a change of heart? Are you gonna change your mind? Are you gonna change your mind? Are you gonna leave this incomplete? Will you leave it all behind? Will you leave it?
Hey, 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 welcome back! Y'all should know how to do this by now. We're friends. It's been like a day and a half. Come on. Come on. Show our guests some, like, love. There we go. Plus, I just need proof for when people tell me Lithuanian crowds are really tough. I'm gonna go, no, they're not. Beautiful, loving, gracious people with big hearts and huge claps. Huge claps. Are you guys having an amazing time? I am kind of beyond excited because I do this as a job, right? So I get to introduce a lot of speakers, and often at conferences I'm introducing a lot of men. I have no problem with that. But it does get my raging feminist going. So I'm so delighted that there's been like 3 powerful women in a row. I'm like, woohoo, let's do this, girls. So we can have some diversity in conversation. But don't worry, we've got some amazing, powerful men coming later on again today. Just this section seems to be the women trio powerhouse. I should have come up with the term. I've just ruined it. It was going so well. So you guys ready for the next speaker? Of course you are. Of course you are. So this woman is one of the most awarded female public relations experts in the world, listed by PR Week's Global PR, listed in PR Week as Global PR Power Book, named as PR News' top woman in PR, and inducted into the 2017 PR Week Hall of Fame. This former CEO of Havas PR North America from 2009 to 2018, co-author of over 16 books. There might be a thing or two that this woman can tell you about transforming business in the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, please give an incredible, warm round of applause for Marian Salzman!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for making time to talk to me today. I'm here to talk to you about transforming business in the 21st century. I'm here to do it through my lens, as you can tell from my very apparent accent. I'm American. I've spent about half of my working career living and working in the US, balanced the rest of the world. I am currently Senior Vice President of Communications at this science and tech startup called Philip Morris International. Why do I call it a science and tech startup? See if you agree with me in another half hour. But Philip Morris has come an awfully long way, and yet we're really at the very beginning of an important journey. You might know us. Hold on, where's my slides? Hold on. Okay, you might know us as that tobacco company. You might know us as the people that brought probably the generation before me, the very beginning of my sort of teenage adult years, the Marlboro Man. But we're really pretty different today, and I hope you're going to understand all the pain, suffering, energy, and positive enthusiasm that comes from making these kinds of changes. I'm fighting with this clicker. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to imagine something for a moment. Really indulge me. Imagine. So close your eyes, get very zen about being creative. And it's many years from now, this unspecified date in the future, and I'm telling you how PMI used to sell cigarettes. Do you remember when people actually used to sell cigarettes? Imagine back. People will not believe some did this. That was before the turn of the 21st century, when scientists took over the industry and in concert with anti-smoking measures aimed at the prevention of both the initiation and the encouragement of cessation, they invented smoke-free alternatives that gradually consigned cigarettes to history. Imagine a time when cigarettes become history. One day we are going to give that speech. It might not be me who gives it. Frankly, I'm old. I'm tired. For me, probably not. But there's going to be somebody that's going to give that speech in the next 15 or 20 years, I hope. And it might not even happen in 15 or 20 years. Maybe it's going to take longer, but I hope not, because I hope I'm around to see it, hear it. But we're going to look back, and we're going to see the transformation from smoking tobacco to smoke-free alternatives as one of the great scientific and one of the great public health success stories of this century. Perhaps the scientists who are inventing different smoke-free ways of using tobacco will one day actually be honored for their contributions to public health, just like the 20th century's other great healthcare pioneers who developed antibiotics, vaccines, or made breakthroughs in DNA. Perhaps. But I have no doubt it will be seen as a great turning point. And look, it may be several years from now. It may be a couple of decades from now even. It could even be 100 years. But it will happen because it's our vision of the future, and it has already begun. And I'm going to ask you to keep thinking about this as we live in this age of rapid change, of rapid transformation, of an increasing belief that everything is possible. So look, if you were born a century ago and lived to a ripe old age, you'd have witnessed the arrival of the car, commercial air travel, the telephone, and then the cell phone. I remember my first cell phone. I was living in Amsterdam, and they brought me this thing that looked like a brick. And they said to me, this is a mobile telephone. And there was nothing mobile about it. It was too heavy for me to carry virtually anywhere. And that really was within a generation ago. The internet came along, huge medical advances, all unimaginable, really just a generation before. In 1919, for example, one of the fastest and most reliable means of communication was a real bird, not a Twitter bird, a real bird. You sent a pigeon with a message. A messenger was also someone on a horse, not an app. While encryption meant writing messages in code, which needless to say was not a computer program. And it would have taken me several days to reach your wonderful city from where I live in Lausanne, Switzerland. not several hours with a layover in Frankfurt Airport. The world has really, really changed. It's hard to conceive that any generation will see as much technological change as the one born in the early part of the 20th century. Yet we're witnessing change at a lightning pace, and it's just more subtle and less tangible. Think about this: artificial intelligence, virtual and augmented reality, blockchain. These may not be as physical and easy to understand as the invention of the airplane or the launch of satellite technology, but it doesn't make them any less significant. They are going to impact how we live, how we work, how we love, how we study. They're going to impact virtually everything. How many of you have been on a Tinder date? Come on, put your hands up. Okay. A decade ago, if I asked that question, they would have been like, a Tinder date? Good romance? What's she talking about? The world has changed. And it's just the beginning. Alexa and Siri have made AI normal at home. Every morning when I'm in the States, I say, Alexa, what is the temperature? And she tells me what to expect for the day so I know how to dress. They've also normalized things in the classroom. You can now go to Alexa or Siri and ask them to do the work that Wikipedia would do, but they'll do it for you as voice. But my generation, we had to ride our bicycles to a public library and look at an encyclopedia that was updated once a year. That feels like so historic, you don't even want to think about things so long ago. Self-driving cars are no longer something out of sci-fi. Face recognition is probably as important for criminal justice as the advent of DNA. Blockchain obviously will revolutionize the way we spend and the way we vote. And meanwhile, in gaming and online entertainment, training, medical advances, etc., AR and VR are changing everything. And this is all really well documented. Today, we are seeing not so much inventions, but innovations, but transformations. Fossil fuels going over to renewables, petrol and diesel to electric, dairy to non-dairy, meat to meat-free. Thinking consumption towards ethical living, downsizing, flying less, staycations and vacationing closer to home simply because it's good for the planet, which makes it good for you. So let's talk about my company and our journey of transformation. How does this large multinational with 80,000 employees, whose product comes from a plant, reinvent itself to produce something that's electronic? Aren't big companies like ours supposed to find it really troublesome to change direction on a dime? As I'll come to later on, changing direction requires this combination, and it's not really a secret sauce, it's a combination each and every one of us has to figure out, that brings together leadership from the top, demand from the bottom, and a serious commitment to research and development. Perhaps the best way to illustrate our story is to share some numbers and infographics from that journey. It was in the mid-1990s that a bigger group called Altria, of which PMI was part at that point, first started working on developing an electronic alternative to the cigarette. Remember, back in the 90s, we already knew smoking was not good for you. Our first heated tobacco system was brought to market 5 years ago in 2014. In 2016, the PMI CEO, my boss, Andrei Kolantzopoulos, announced publicly that the goal of Philip Morris International was to replace cigarettes with less harmful alternatives as soon as possible. To date, we've been granted 4,600 patents worldwide, and as of the middle of last year, we're ranked 45th as the largest filer of patents in the European Union. IQOS, our smoke-free product, is now available in 47 markets. And since we launched our smoke-free products, more than 7.3 million smokers have converted to them and have given up combustible cigarettes. Our ambition is to convince all current adult smokers who would otherwise continue smoking to switch to smoke-free products as soon as possible. Our goal is that by 2025, 40 million smokers will have given up on cigarettes for good and will have switched to a smoke-free product in our portfolio. Because, look, smoke is the main problem. those of you who don't know this, by the time you're finished listening to me, you're not going to be as happy to go barbecue or have a fireplace anymore. Everybody knows that cigarette smoking is bad, but not everybody knows why it's bad. The scientific consensus is that it's the smoking of cigarettes that generates the vast majority of the approximately 100 harmful compounds found in smoke. Nicotine is not risk-free and is addictive, but it is not the primary cause of smoking-related diseases. A smoker lights a cigarette, starting a high-temperature reaction, this thing called combustion or burning, and as the smoker draws air through the lit cigarette, the temperature increases to more than 600 degrees Celsius at the periphery of the burning zone. It's through this process of burning that the smoke gets created. So the challenge we put to our scientists can be stated relatively simply. Was it possible to continue using nicotine from tobacco in a similar way that didn't involve combustion and therefore didn't produce smoke? And simultaneously, could this product then be verified according to sound science practices, similar to what the pharmaceutical industry does, to show that eliminating smoke results in a less harmful alternative for those who would otherwise continue smoking? The solution, to borrow on a phrase, was to science the heck out of it. And if there's one thing we now know how to do at Philip Morris International, it's to do big science.
When you set out to reinvent something, you want to put your best people on it. Like 400 scientists and 1,000 leading-edge thinkers. You're chasing something as close to perfection as you can get. Something ahead of everyone else. Reducing the harm for the 1.1 billion people who continue to smoke. This is about breaking the paradigm and breaking through, using innovation to guide our way, giving rise to cutting-edge science. This is where heat is harnessed. This is where fire ends. When what you seek is revolution, only the brave go willingly. The result of over 1,500 patents and over a decade of focused R&D, this is reduced transcriptomic and proteomic biological network perturbations, satisfying aerosols, engineered through computational fluid dynamics, consistent experiences. Using state-of-the-art heat control technology, this is precision. This is the science behind a smoke-free future.
So look, as you can see in the video, things can take a long time in R&D, and it was 15 years before we had a product we felt we could bring to market. But the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And a journey of the length and the magnitude that we have undertaken needs a few other important ingredients: investment, talent, leadership, employee and societal engagement via communication, building relationships with key opinion leaders, and of course, with regulators. To give you an idea, it also required $6 billion in R&D, or 60% of global commercial expenditure dedicated to smoke-free products, 400 world-class scientists, and above all, we needed talent. In the beginning, as you can imagine, it was quite difficult to get top scientists to work for a tobacco company. My colleague, Dr. Maura Gilchrist, is typical of those who joined the company. She previously worked in the pharma industry. And interestingly, she and many other scientists were motivated by the desire and belief in what they could do for public health. As Maura said, at PMI, I have the opportunity to help address a global health problem and enable millions of adult smokers who would otherwise continue smoking to switch to less harmful alternatives. I knew that science and tech could be applied to this problem, and it must be possible to create better alternatives. Since we went public with our smoke-free commitment now almost 3 years ago, it has become a lot easier to recruit, and today there are many scientists at PMI who are similarly motivated. The first heated tobacco products were launched by various manufacturers, including what was at that time Altria, our holding company, in the late 1990s, but they saw no commercial success. The first e-cigarette was invented in China in 2003. But today we have a portfolio of both heated tobacco products and nicotine-containing vapor products under the umbrella name IQOS. Since none of these products burn tobacco, they don't reach the high temperatures needed to combust material and needed to produce smoke. Compared to cigarettes, they release far lower levels of harmful and potentially harmful chemicals. That said, they aren't risk-free, and they are addictive. Quitting cigarettes and nicotine altogether is the best choice. But for adult smokers that don't, they're a much better choice. Look, I am the global spokesperson for Philip Morris International. I am not only a non-smoker, I am a never smoker. So I'm here talking to you about science and research and development. I've never tried our product, and the company is exceedingly proud of that. At some point, you have to decide whether you're going through the motions of exploring alternative revenue streams or you're serious about making a commitment to the alternative. The dilemma is familiar to many businesses that have completely reinvented themselves. Businesses like Apple, like Burberry, like IBM, while others have adapted to new demands and to changes. Do you remember that Netflix began as an online DVD rental service? And how many of us could now live without our Netflix? Quite often, the decision to change means disrupting your own business. It takes a bold kind of leadership to make that jump. And believe me when I tell you, it's a scary leap for many people. It's often a lot easier to sit back and collect the money from the old way and hope that you'll be gone before the new world hits you. That wasn't the way we approached it. Our decision to commit to a smoke-free future was made by Andre Kolantzopoulos, our CEO. And as every CEO knows, sometimes you have to lead. And certainly his commitment to change has galvanized the entire company and given it a singularity of focus we hadn't enjoyed. But there are also real drivers of change. They are your employees, they are your coworkers, your peers, your family, and your friends. Our own journal of transformation was always going to be difficult unless we knew that it was something that the wider public, as well as our consumers, were calling for. I don't know how many of you have seen this, how many of you heard this phrase, but earlier this year we launched our Unsmoke Your World. Only we didn't really launch it so much as give support to people who wanted to move away from the old labels of smokers and non-smokers to unite behind a common goal, and that goal is a world without smoke. As an initiative intended to spark conversation, it's an urgent call to action to smokers, to non-smokers, to regulators, to agents of change across the world to develop a better future for the more than 1 billion adult smokers and their families, for people who love smokers, for people who have smokers in their community. It's a global project to accelerate positive change for all of those who don't have the opportunity right now to switch to better alternatives. It's about getting smoke out of your life. It's about getting it out of the lives of your family and friends. But it's very much driven by ordinary people. And what we've done so far is kickstart it in our own community at PMI. The campaign has a very simple message. We call it our triplet. If you don't smoke, don't start. If you smoke, quit. If you don't quit, change. We really do want people to not start, to quit, and if they don't quit, to change. It's something that is of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Just the other day, I was going for a walk with my mom, and someone walked past, and this guy walked past, said, "Oh, you got a cigarette made?" "No, sorry, I don't smoke." My mom turned around, and she's like, "Oh, I'm so proud to hear you say those words, that you don't smoke." My name's Alex. I'm 33, I'm from London. I'm a pastry chef, and I play drums in my spare time. I unsmoked 3 years ago in April. Yeah, it was tough. Kind of went through hell for about 3 days. I just basically stayed in bed, staring at the wall, going out my mind. My mom helped me a lot. She gave me a lot of moral support as a former smoker herself. It wasn't necessarily plain sailing from there. There's a lot of situations that you associate with smoking that stuck with me. Now I don't think I miss anything about smoking cigarettes. The things that I enjoyed about smoking, I've realized that smoking didn't actually make them any more enjoyable.
It's a real irony that it's a tobacco company that's saying if you don't smoke, don't start. If you smoke, quit. And if you don't quit, change. And we really believe as strongly in the first two as we do in the third part of our triplet. But look, when you work for a tobacco company, your first problem is to be sure that governments will let you put your change product on the market. And with so many others, we've had to go out and build a global conversation, a conversation around a smoke-free vision. So from Davos to New York City, where we went during UN General Assembly Week, to the Cannes Ideas Festival, which we went to last year and we'll go back this year, we're attempting to spark a debate, a dialogue. I don't ask you to agree with me. I don't ask you to agree with my company. I ask you to talk to me and explain to me your concerns and your reservations. We want to encourage a change in people who smoke and in those who care about them and in those who regulate access to alternatives. Davos 2019 was our first major attempt to meet with and engage decision makers. And while there were some people there that didn't want to talk with us, for the most part, what we discovered was a spirit of generosity, a willingness to listen to us, a willingness to disagree with us, but to do it in a respectful and dignified and dialogical way. Later this month, when we go back to the Cannes Ideas Festival, or what you call the Cannes Lions, we'll meet with important media opinion leaders again. And then in the fall, we'll go back to the UN General Assembly, which will present us for another opportunity to meet with ministers and the media to talk about how we can be part of the solution. What we believe as an important part of our transformation is the importance of a global conversation. For a decade, we hid behind walls. We didn't comment publicly. Not anymore. We are now committed to change today, and everyone must play a role in helping to unsmoke your world. Even if you disagree with me, you play a role because your questions, your comments, your challenges make us better at what we're trying to do. But unfortunately, not everyone talks to us without preconceived opinions or listens to what we have to say. And we cannot change our past. I only joined Philip Morris 15 months ago. You can't blame me for what happened in the 70s and 80s, but you certainly can ask me hard questions about how am I sure that we're a different company today. We say to our detractors, judge us by our actions today and by our science. And we submitted to the US FDA, the US Food and Drug Administration, over 2 million pieces of scientific paper to show them what we'd learned and what we wanted them to understand. We're open and we're transparent in communicating our smoke-free vision. Our science is published and is there for anyone to challenge or to verify. But if we allow past prejudice against tobacco companies to inform thinking, people will continue to condemn the people that need the help the most, those 1.1 billion adult smokers in the world today. If the only option presented to them is to quit, we know from human experience that many people won't quit. And the WHO, the World Health Organization, confirms this with their prediction that by 2025, there'll be the same number of smokers globally as there are today. In our view, people have got to have access to information on smoke-free alternatives, and they've got to be able to be encouraged to switch to them if they can't or won't quit. These alternatives are not risk-free. Said that before, I'll keep saying that we are not out to tell you they're risk-free, but they are better alternatives to continuing to smoke cigarettes. The transformation we asked of ourselves and that we're asking of ourselves is completely immense. 7.3 million people today, 40 million people in what I hope is still my working lifetime. That's a heck of a lot of work to do. And it's only doable with the right transformation mindset, with the right transformation commitment, and with the right community of people as colleagues, as employees, as part of our supply chain who share our passion for change. I began this talk by asking you to imagine a time when Philip Morris would be known for science and technology. Our transformation towards this goal has involved opening up new channels of sales, new channels of communications. We've conducted scientific research and development, and we have a clinical justification of our new products. Such transformation is not impossible when you harness the science to innovate and have the political will to drive change to its conclusion. It's both things. It's science to innovate, it's political will to drive change. And look, some days you go home and you just want to crawl underneath your duvet, pull it over your head, and say, do I really have the energy to keep going? But the stakes are high enough, the upside is great enough, that we have no choice but to keep going. We've got to understand that cigarettes do not belong in the 21st century, and that ultimately we, the providers of cigarettes, have got to do a good job of improving the world we live in. We've got to make it a better place. Look, we've been around a very long time, but there's every reason to believe that when properly transformed, our best chapter, our best years are yet to come. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marian Salzman. Fantastic. We're going to be back in this room at, what time is it now? Gosh, I'm mixing the time up. We'll be back starting again at 2 o'clock in this room, so it's a great time to grab a quick coffee, get yourself a glass of water or something like that, freshen up, get some fresh air, maybe even catch a bit of sunshine, perhaps a little bit for me, because I'm in here all day. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock.
Yeah. dig? 999 shit, when I'm in town, parties going down, shoot them down, with a 50 round, run the town, ballin' how you at about, so much money, damn it, I'll forget to count, look at my bank account, look at the cash amount, I get the cash amount, I do the dash amount, look at my bank account, look at the cash amount, I get the cash amount, I just be cashing out, walking that bitch and I'm faded, I fuck that bitch when I'm faded, I got the M&M's, I call my mom, told her I made it, yeah, mama, your son too famous, he on everybody's playlist, but he still armed and dangerous, he a pop at a stranger, sipping lean cliche, I still do it anyway, red or purple in a cup, which one shall I pick today, ay, ay, sipping hard, gun on me, no need for bodyguard, aim at your body parts, yeah, take off your body parts, yeah, I'm swinging when I'm off the ecstasy, that's a Molly Park, yeah, iron on me, that's a Tony Stark, yeah, pouring falls in a 20-ounce soda pop, yeah, I'm OC, 3 grand wood full of OG, get BM dick like Moby, gun make him flash Adobe, pay up that cash you owe me, yeah, bitch I need it, matter of fact fuck that shit I'm rich, you can keep it, yeah, damn, rich niggas over here, yeah, broke niggas over there, why is you over here, go over there, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm in town, parties going down, shoot them down, with a 50 round, run the town, ballin' how you at about, so much money, damn it, I'll forget to count, look at my bank account, look at the cash amount, I get the cash amount, I do the dash amount, look at my bank account, look at the cash amount, I get the cash amount, I just be cashing out. To be young and in love in New York City, do not know who I am, but still know that I'm good long as you're here with me. To be drunk and in love in New York City, midnight into morning coffee, burning through the hours talking. Damn, I like me better when I'm with you. I like me better when I'm with you. I knew from the first time I stayed for a long time, 'cause I like me better when I'm with you. I don't know what it is, but I got that feeling. Waking up in this bed next to you, swear the room, yeah, got no ceiling. If we lay, let the day just pass us by. I might get to too much talking, I might have to tell you something. Damn, I like me better when I'm with you. I like me better when I'm with you. I knew from the first time I stayed for a long time, 'cause I like me better when I'm with you. Stay with me. Stay a while, oh. first time. I stayed for a long time 'cause I like me better when I'm with you.
Cracking all your fingers with your eyes fixed to the floor. Sounded echo down the street by the monument you heat. Blind and screaming through a megaphone. Get your hands out the Middle East. Every word would hurt the cynical. Every word would cut your teeth. You play God. All the suits and clouded feet. Sewer rats will shot the underground in a race to make ends meet. You play God. You play God. My mistake. No matter who you are or where you've been, he is watching from the screen. Keeps a keen eye on the in-between, from the people to the queen. He will play God. He will play God.
So
seduce your dad type. I'm the bad guy. Duh. Control, even if you know that you don't own me. I'll let you play the role. I'll be your animal. My mommy likes to sing along with me, but she won't sing this song if she reads all the lyrics. She'll pity the men I know. So you're a tough guy, like you're really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always so puff guy. I'm that bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend mad type, might seduce your dad type. I'm the bad guy. Duh. I'm pretty glad that you're alone. You said she's scared of me? I mean, I don't see what she sees, but maybe it's 'cause I'm wearing your cologne.
Don't regret it. No, don't forget it. Should I have said it? I'm a cold shoulder to cry on, not to rely on. Sorry coming a mile off. Yeah, I see your worth knowing that's what people believe. But from all my observations, say your brother's a freak. Yeah, you know he don't get up for 5, 6 days a week. You know. You don't see me like the others see me. She said you won't call it what it is. Holy water, I'm your mother's daughter. She said you won't call it what it is. So come on up and lift your head. Don't regret it. No, don't forget it. Should I have said it? Yeah, it's only Fridays ever and the weekend was. While his brother and my sister just look over his flaws. You know he's happy dying if it's not for a cause. You know. You don't see me like the others see me. She said you won't call it what it is. Holy water, I'm your mother's daughter. She said you won't call it what it is. So come on up and lift your head. I'm on your side. And every day that I get older, I'm more a child inside my head. 'Cause every time the party's over, I'm the last one left. And every day that I get older, I'm more a child inside my head. 'Cause every time the party's over, I'm the last one left. You don't see me like the others see me. She said you won't call it what it is. Holy water, I'm your mother's daughter. She said you won't call it what it is. So come on up and lift your head.
I see you around town and I try to pretend that I'm over it. 'Cause you come back around just to see if I'd notice. How could I forget? But I think it's a little messed up to say let's meet again. Well, it depends if you still love yourself more than anyone else. No, I don't know why you're still on my mind. Oh, I don't know why you're still on my mind. You're fucking with my headspace. Keep bringing up my mistakes. You throw them back in my face. You're fucking with my headspace. And I know said, when you turn out to be such a big disappointment. No, I don't know why you're still on my mind. Oh, I don't know why you're still on my mind. You're fucking with my headspace. Keep bringing up my mistakes. You throw them back in my face. You're fucking with my headspace. And I know what you're doing when you're doing what you do. 'Cause I don't like what I'm seeing, what I see in you. Love, I know what you're doing. Love, I've been seeing through it. You're fucking with my headspace. Keep bringing up my mistakes. You throw them back in my face. You're fucking with my headspace. And I know what you're doing when you're doing what you do. 'Cause I don't like what I'm seeing, what I see in you. Headspace.
This is Kurt Gowdy with Harry Carey, bidding you welcome to the third game of the 1964 World Series of Baseball from Yankee Stadium in New York. Game 3. We're all even up. They have flipped the first two games in St. Louis, and now it's Yankee Stadium. The Yankees have 3 games in a row in their own ballpark. If they sweep all 3, the series, of course, would be over. The Cardinals, by winning at least one of these 3 games, can force the series back to St. Louis. The weather started out to be a clear sunny day this morning, and now it is overcast, and it is chilly here and windy at Yankee Stadium. The temperature is in the 50s. We have a
As smooth as broken tip, smelling like lip, love on my lips if she kissed me right. You get what you see and more. Grew up at the liquor store, and if I recognize Rita, how come I never seen you around here? Don't let go. My body's sore and so is my soul. I don't wanna know if I fucked up. If my time's up and there ain't no lights to guide us home. Chilling on the race, spending all your reasons. Money's like a thin ice. Call me Captain Rock and Roll. If I don't pick up, ring twice. Choose life and choose career. When you wanna disappear in this lonely corridor. Broken tip, smelling like it. Love on my lips if she kissed me right. You get what you see and more. Grew up at the liquor store, and if I recognize Rita, how come I never seen you around here? You paved the way, easy road, soft and still. Low one knows, time will tell. I will show just what's what, and that's it. No one can tell you anything, 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 anything. It's 22 past 3. The ball's no longer rolling. Give a boy a break. Show him that you know him right before he falls asleep. she kissed me right. You get what she want. Grew up at the liquor store, and if I recognize real, how am I? Never seen you around the
Tell me a lie, make me cry, make me feel alive. There's an emptiness been building up inside. There was a time and a line that we already crossed. Have we gone too far? Has something been lost? We need to keep fighting, the fire's not burning like it used to do. You're telling me there's nothing wrong, something's wrong, something's wrong. We should be animals. I wanna take you where we belong. I can't keep holding on. I've had the urge for too long. Can we be animals? Let's get down to flesh and bones. You and me were born free. Let's be animals.
I've seen 5 o'clock shadow, but this is ridiculous.
We can't deny, we can't hide what we already know. I won't wait and watch the gold turn to stone. Yeah, we can get high, we can try to revive it all. Let your primal side come out on its own. We need to keep fighting so the fire starts burning like it used to do. You're telling me there's nothing wrong, something's wrong, something's wrong. We should be animals. I wanna take you where we belong. I can't keep holding on. I've had the urge for too long. Can we be animals? Let's get down to flesh and bones. You and me were born free. Let's be animals. I wanna take you where we belong. Oh, I can't keep holding on. I've had the urge for too long. Can we be animals? Let's get down to flesh and bones. No, no, no. You and me were born free. Let's be animals. You and me were born free. Let's be animals.
Broken glass that never seems to cut the skin. But 7 years of bad luck, maybe they're kicking in, maybe they're kicking in. And you're too scared to tell me how you really feel right now. We're gonna die of thirst if we're this scared to drown. Okay, we don't have to talk about it. It's only love. I guess we'll live without
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Welcome back. Bleeding Laura, there's loads of you in here. Can we show our guests that we know how to really clap it up? Because, like, A, there's a ton of you in here, and B, I just want people to know we know how to whoop it up. I stole that term, but I think it's pretty cool. So how are you guys doing? I'm gonna be honest. Ordinarily, I'd accept that. But like, I can't, you know how I normally say I can see seats at the back? I can't. So I'm not gonna. So we're gonna do that again. But I wanna do another one of those little waves. So I'm gonna start, we started over here last time, so it's not personal. I just feel like the other side should also have a turn to go first. Nobody wants to be picked last all the time, okay? So I'm gonna start from this side. For those of you who weren't here earlier, because I'm assuming, because I'm here the whole time, I assume everybody understands how this works. Right, so for those of you who weren't here earlier, you guys know about the Mexican wave, right? It's where you kind of like start from one side of a stadium, you go to the other side and people go, woo, right? But you kind of go in a line. Well, I wanna do that, but with clapping. And then when we're gonna start from here, I'm gonna go all the way across to the other side. It means me running in heels, so you better play nicely here, right? I'm not doing this running in heels without your support, right? And so when I get to the other side, we get to the other end, we're gonna go clap, 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 and then we're gonna go woohoo, right? You got that? Okay, a few of you. Tell your neighbor so that they get it too. I'm not explaining it twice. You're very intelligent people. You work with technology. Right, so I'm gonna start. God, I'm crazy. I do stuff on stage sometimes, and I think, did I really do that? So we're gonna start from this side. These guys are ready, look at this. Hands are like this. Okay. I promise I'm bringing you guys on. But I want them ready, okay? So ready? Go. Go, 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 go. Ready? Woo! It's like my new favorite thing to do. Okay, you guys ready for the next speaker? So this session is a moderated discussion. Even though the person we're going to be talking to probably needs very little introduction, I'm going to do one anyway. So, best known as the whistleblower in the Facebook Cambridge Analytica data scandal, and previously director of research at Cambridge Analytica, this gentleman is best known for setting up and taking down cyber warfare firm Cambridge Analytica. He has been listed as Time's 100 most influential people in the world, Forbes 30 under 30, Politico's 50 most influential people in politics. Let's just put it this way. When he speaks out about the future of technology, governments around the world take note. Ladies and gentlemen, please give an incredibly warm welcome to Christopher Wylie!
Good.
You're welcome. So you grab a seat.
Hi.
Moderating this discussion, also potentially needing no introduction, as I think you all know him very well, journalist and TV presenter, Andreas Tapanas.
Hi. Oops. Hi, Chris.
Hi.
Okay, so let's grab some water and we can start. And we can start, Chris, by asking you to give some background on how do you feel being the personal enemy, and I think I can say that, the personal enemy of Facebook, maybe Mark Zuckerberg himself, and also...
They're not fans.
They're not fans.
They're not fans.
They're not followers.
No.
No, and you are banned on Facebook.
And Instagram.
And Instagram, okay. So basically, what is life then worth living for if you are banned on Instagram? How do you cope?
I have a dearth of thirst pics and well-curated avocado toast, so it's
All right.
it's yeah. It's it might be helpful. Can everybody hear me, by the way? I just always check. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Hi.
It's strange acoustics, but it goes well.
Okay. Cool. I always just want to make sure. So it might be helpful for people who don't know to sort of give a bit of the background
Sure,
to
absolutely.
what Cambridge Analytica was and how it became Cambridge Analytica. So when I first started working in the office that eventually became Cambridge Analytica, that company was but a twinkle in Steve Bannon's eye. It didn't actually exist yet. When I started, I worked at a company called SEL Group, which was a military contractor that specialized in information operations, which involved counterinsurgency efforts, counter-propaganda efforts. It worked in the Baltics quite a bit, actually, for NATO, ironically countering Russian propaganda. And when I first started, it was because the firm understood that DARPA, which is the US military's research agency, was investing in research to do with essentially profiling people with a particular focus on psychological profiling of people on the internet. The reason for that is because modern security threats for Western nations, at least, often are organized and emerge online. So if you think about, ISIS, which at the time was a threat, it organized online, it recruited online, it disseminated its messages online, and militaries had historically invested R&D funding in things like missiles and all kinds of explosive, what you call kinetic weaponry, and there was not that much understanding about how this new domain of the battle space, the internet, would work, and how do we create tools and potentially weapons to counteract those threats, because you can't shoot a tank at the internet, right?
Yeah.
And so when I got brought on, it was because at the time I was doing PhD research, and it was actually in cultural trend forecasting. So I had a particular focus on fashion, but it was a machine learning focus on how to quantify cultural narratives and then look for attributes within the population that can give you indicators as to how things will spread, right? So I got brought on, and the first part of my time at SEL was focused on doing R&D for things that ultimately were for counterinsurgency, counterpropaganda, the defense of democratic nations.
Yes.
One of our clients, who was working with US Air Force Cyber Commands, happened to meet somebody who worked for Steve Bannon, introduced Steve Bannon to my boss at the time, Alexander Nix. And Steve was essentially, at the time, the editor of Breitbart, which is a very right-wing news site. And the founder of Breitbart, before he died, Andrew Breitbart is named after him, he always said that politics flows from culture, right? So if you want to change politics, if you can change culture, politics will just naturally follow that.
Yeah.
And so Breitbart was originally envisioned to be a medium of cultural change in America. It became very niche, though. It became a glorified hate blog for straight white dudes who can't get laid. And I say that actually purposely. I mean, the incel community, which is involuntary celibate community, guys who literally can't get laid, is a big part of the alt-right. From that stems a lot of misogyny and jealousy and all of that, which then he curated into forming a troll army. But the problem was that he was stuck into a niche, right? Crazy right-wingers who can't get laid, right?
It was a very small niche.
Very small niche, and other things. So when he got introduced to Alexander Nix, he realized that in order to fight a culture war, right, he was thinking about it wrong. He was using this term culture war and not realizing that in order to fight a war, you have to map out your battle space, and you need an arsenal of weaponry, and you need a strategy, right? And when you think about weapon systems, right? You typically have something, if you think about a missile or torpedo, for example, right? It is a weapon system specific for an aquatic environment, underwater, right? A torpedo doesn't work on land, right? It doesn't work in the air. It only works underwater, right? So that it is a specific weapon designed for that niche, that specific battle space, and it has a payload, which is explosive, and a targeting system, which is whatever, sonar that follows the noise of a boat or whatever, right? When you think about culture or information as a domain of battle, you then have to ask the question, what are weapons that have a payload and a targeting system that I can use in the same way that a torpedo works underwater? What works in this domain of culture?
Okay.
And so what he realized was that the work that we were doing in counterinsurgency or counterpropaganda could be inverted to create or curate an insurgency, and that's what he actually wanted. So he introduces Alexander Nix to a billionaire by the name of Robert Mercer, who made all of his money in the 90s in a hedge fund called Renaissance Technologies. It was one of the first hedge funds that actually used quantitative finance and algorithms to make money. So, and he has a PhD in computer science. So he is very technically minded, understands data and algorithms don't scare him. He became a billionaire literally because of algorithms. And so Bannon convinced Mercer to acquire the company. The reason we had to get acquired was because Nix originally tried to work with Bannon to become a client. The problem with that is that if you're doing military research, you can't actually sell that research, right? If you're designing a weapon or defense to a weapon, and the client is a military client, you can't then just sell it to anybody who has a briefcase of cash, right? So their solution was to acquire the company, and they did. And then Steve came in, and he then essentially took over the management of the company. And it was at that point where the work that we were doing in profiling then got inverted and applied to American citizens. The research that DARPA was funding on psychological profiling was actually the basis of our research. It's interesting because actually a lot of tech companies were involved in that, right? Facebook worked on DARPA-funded projects, Yahoo, IBM. Lots of tech companies worked on these projects, which then later formed partly the basis of Cambridge Analytica. What happened, and what I found so disturbing, was that when essentially the role of psychological profiling is like your targeting system on your torpedo or in your missile, right? It finds the target, right? The payload is some kind of narrative that's geared towards a particular cognitive vulnerability that type of person has, more than the rest of the population. And so a lot of these narratives that then got developed usually targeted people who were more prone, or could be more prone, to paranoid or conspiratorial thinking. And when the company started collecting Facebook data, and then they set up these groups and pages, and they identified people based on the like profile that they had, who would be, more likely to be vulnerable to, paranoia or conspiratorial thinking. It's a very small niche of people, but in order to start an insurgency, you have to seed it with a small group of people. So this is the low-hanging fruit. They would be invited to these groups, and then they would start interacting with these groups.
But Chris, let me maybe stop you for a moment, and let's dwell on this change of direction that your company and you yourself have been taking. You said that it's disturbing, but what did you feel when you changed when you felt the change of direction?
Well, this was the change of direction, right? So what happened was people would be brought into groups, and they would start talking to people in these groups, not realizing that the people that they're talking to aren't real. And the thing about how Facebook worked at the time is that the news feed was very sensitive. So if you joined things that looked very different from what the sort of normal population was engaging with, that's what made you kind of unique. And so in order to optimize your engagement, Facebook's algorithm would then start recommending stuff that was similar to what you were seeing.
So you mean that at first you didn't realize that you were building a torpedo?
No, I knew what we were doing. I knew that we were building a torpedo, but the torpedo is to shoot at those guys, not at ourselves.
No, but I mean, yeah, the torpedo which shoots at ourselves. No.
Well, this was already built. This is the thing. So a lot of the technologies that we had developed.
Okay, so you have just to align the targets, just to switch the targets.
Yeah, I mean, you can. A missile works whether you're shooting a plane with an American flag on it or a plane with a Lithuanian flag or a Russian flag. It doesn't care what the flag is. You just have to assign it a target, right? A condition to target. And so these people would be invited into these groups. Then their profiles would start getting dominated with information that was similar to what they were seeing on these groups, right? So Facebook did sort of half of the work, just in the fact that it was optimizing for engagement, right? And the problem with that is that then once these groups got to a couple thousand people, they would be locally specific. So it would be, Smith County Patriots or whatever. Mm-hmm. There would then be events. They'd be invited to join these events, and even if 5 to 10% of people actually showed up to these events, there'd be a couple hundred people that show up. They would be, at coffee shops or a bar or whatever, and you get 100 people all at the same time going into a coffee shop, and all of a sudden these people who are indulging in this online fantasy all of a sudden see, quote unquote, everybody like them who don't have an agenda, quote unquote, all talking about these things that I don't see on the mainstream media. And so what started as sort of dabbling in an online fantasy became very real for these people, and then they started self-organizing. And that was happening all over the United States. Right, and so that is a very similar technique that militaries will use to try to undermine organizations or nations or quasi-nations like ISIS by seeding insurgencies' cells to start to self-organize, and then they grow and recruit themselves. And so the problem with that, though, is that the kinds of things that Steve then wanted to organize around, things like race realism, which essentially encourages people to indulge their racial biases more and more and more, was highly problematic. And a lot of the stuff that they started doing was flat out illegal. But the problem is that when you work for a company where the entire leadership of the company is making the decisions about what to do, and that's illegal. It's not like you can go to HR and say, can I file complaints because everything that our company is doing is illegal, right? You just can't, it doesn't work that way. So I left, and they immediately sued me for months and months and months and months. And when I tried to report it...
But you left with a little bit of data with you. You took a little bit of data with you.
Files,
right?
Yeah.
Yes,
evidence.
Little bit.
Yeah.
87 million files.
No. So the data didn't come with me.
Okay.
The data didn't come with me. But files certainly came with me. And when I first reported it, no one was very, the problem is you go to an authority, right? You have to remember this is just before Brexit and just before Trump, right? So it's hard to imagine back. Trump at the time was like a talk show, type person. He's a character. He's not a threatening world stability, right?
Yeah, Hillary will win, but this guy is fun.
And so you go to an authority and you go, okay, so there's this company. It was a military company. It's being repurposed. It's harvested all this data unlawfully. They've hired all these people who work for the Russian government. And they're manipulating people to indulge in conspiratorial thinking and racism. And half of the team, is working with, Russian-funded research, and this looks like a problem, right? And the authorities just kind of go I don't understand. What box do I check? Is this a burglary? No. Is this what is this? It's okay, I'll check other, cybercrime. All right, I'll file that and send that somewhere, Like, it was only after Brexit happened and then after Trump happened that then people actually started paying attention to what this company was doing. But at that point, obviously, it was too late. But I then got reapproached originally by the Guardian, and I started working with the authorities, and then the story eventually rolled out.
But the Guardian journalist said that it took her, I think it was a she, right?
Yeah,
almost a year to persuade you, right? So what was holding you back?
Oh no! It didn't take a year to pursue me. It took a year to release the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was to get all the pieces.
Yeah, because there was I had some of the files, but not all of the files. There were other people involved. There were also a huge host of legal issues and then also safety issues, right? At the time, Steve Bannon was in the National Security Council of the United States of America with full access to the security intelligence apparatus of the largest and most powerful country in the world. Right? I had, evidence of the Russian embassy's involvement, the Russian embassy in London's involvement in Brexit, where they were regularly meeting with the top donors for the Leave campaign. Emails from the embassy, like that was an issue because what happens if they find out, and so you've got the United States is going to be pissed off. You've now got Russia is going to be pissed off. And then lo and behold, you've got this giant company, Facebook, who's going to get pissed off too. And so it's, when you're pissing off that many powerful things, it's very rare to piss off both the United States and Russia at the same time.
Yes, it takes a special kind of talent.
Yeah, where they both hate you. And
you should be China then. I think the China, only the China manages it.
I didn't quite get to that level. Maybe next time. So that took a lot of legal work. There were all kinds of safety issues. Not just safety issues for me. There were people who were involved whose lives would be literally put at risk because they were at the time operating in countries where it was very easy to take them out. So those people had to we had to make sure that they were safe before stuff came out. This is a company that, in the United States was manipulating the election, but in places like Africa or South Asia did a lot more than just some cyber work, right?
Okay.
And so we had to make sure that people were safe. My lawyers were very concerned about my own safety, let alone the fact, what do we do if the Trump administration, which already was trying to influence legal investigations into its, with Mueller and all of that, already trying to interfere with law enforcement, what happens if they get the DOJ, Department of Justice, to indict me on some random thing, or they try to extradite me to the United States? What happens then? What do we do? So there's a whole bunch of planning that had to happen.
Preparations and planning ahead.
Yeah.
So you were expecting that all hell will break loose after you release the information, but did you expect that it will break loose on such a massive scale that you're gonna be, testifying before U.S. Senate and you're gonna inspire a massive change of laws?
Well, do you know one of the things that all of us who were involved in this did not expect was Facebook's reaction, because. And Facebook, I think their reaction really made the story much bigger because they showed their cards. We went to Facebook before the story came out and told them in advance about the story coming out. And the reason we did that was in good faith to give them time, A, to respond, and B, time to think about what it is that they're going to do in order to solve the problem.
Did you...
And what they did instead is, they then sent me letters threatening me with various things. They then announced that they were banning me, and they had the story came out early because they tried to get ahead of it by blaming me for everything, blaming me for the lack of security that they had on their system. And the problem, for them was they thought, okay, this is going to ruin their story. We'll get around it because we're getting ahead. We'll ban this guy. We're going to blame this guy. but it just blew it up because I had already been working. I wasn't under investigation. Facebook was under investigation. I was the witness. I was helping the authority. I was the one that brought the information to the authority, not them. And they did not calculate, they did not put into their calculation that I actually wasn't just doing it for attention. I had spent the past year actually working on a law enforcement investigation before anything came out. And so when they threatened journalists, when they threatened me, when they lied to The Guardian, they said they were going to sue for defamation because none of it's true, at the same time threatening me to report me to the authorities because all of it was true, that they really revealed that they only care about protecting the reputation. And when you then look at how they've then dealt with the law enforcement investigations and also the legislative inquiries that have happened all around the world, they've literally just ignored them, right? Mark Zuckerberg refuses to show up to any other, he went to Congress and, explained that he makes money from advertising to senators who didn't know anything about the internet. He won't go anywhere else because he knows that he's going to get actual tough questions. And what I think really started to enrage people, particularly outside of the United States, is you think that you live in a sovereign country of laws, but when you've actually copied your society into an American company, into a social network, right? And then there's a problem, you realize that that company doesn't care about your laws and doesn't care about your election. They care about the profit that they're making. And so they won't even show up to answer questions unless it is the American government. And what it showed was that, historically, for the past sort of 10 years beforehand, Silicon Valley had got a free ride in terms of, they had glowing media and all these people and innovation and oh my God, look at how amazing all of this is. And what turned, particularly given the reaction that Facebook had, was actually Facebook is just like any other company. It's just like an oil company, right? They will cover stuff up, they will threaten people, they will do whatever it takes to make sure that their bottom line doesn't get hurt, even if that means sacrificing the democracy of nations.
But don't you think that some writers, science fiction writers who were writing cyberpunk novels, they predicted that the time will come when the corporations will be above the governments, unless it's a mega government. So it's coming true. We were warned.
Well, yes, we've also been warned about lots of things like climate change. Doesn't mean that we shouldn't, just because we shouldn't try to prevent that from becoming. I would rather that stay in science fiction than come into science reality, right? I don't want Facebook to be the world government. I don't want these technical companies to be the governments of us, because they don't. We aren't citizens of Facebook. We're citizens of our nations, right? We are citizens of our communities and our societies. And there's a very big difference between a government and a corporation. A government has to consider its citizenry, right? A company has to consider its shareholders. And unless you're a shareholder, the company doesn't care. And the real risk that we have is when we start imagining, 10, 20 years down the road, where we've got 5G, whatever the next generation, 5, 10G, whatever that is, where we've got the proliferation of mass communication networks everywhere. Every device is connected to AI, right? Where all of a sudden, you sit in your living room and you're never alone anymore because your refrigerator watches you, your TV watches you, your phone, every device watches you and communicates to something else about you, with the sole purpose of optimizing you and your behavior as a consumer. And the problem with that is that if you imagine a life where you are now in an environment where the environment at all points in time, every building that you go into, every street that you walk in, every car that you get into, even your own living room, watches and thinks about you, and not only watches and thinks about you, but tries to influence and moderate your behavior, where it can see you at all times, but you can't see it. What do you do in that situation when only a couple people or a couple companies control that AI? Because if you think about it, something that can watch you at all times, that seeks to judge you and influence your behavior, where it's everywhere, but you can't see it, but it can see you, it sounds like God. And the danger that I think we are walking into, not immediately, but 10, 20 years out, is if we create a constructed environment which is aware of us, and we don't think carefully about who gets to control that awareness, and who gets to control what doors open or don't open for us, how fast our car gets to go, like what food can we or can't we see when we want to order something, who watches our kids when they're sleeping. If we aren't thinking about that, what's going to happen is you're going to get a company like Facebook setting that up, right? And my concern is that when you look at how Facebook has reacted to the Cambridge Analytica story, let alone other things that have happened that Western media haven't paid attention to, when you look at when the United Nations warned Facebook that Facebook's products in Myanmar were being used to amplify hate messaging and organize mass murder and genocide of Rohingya Muslims in that country, they didn't do anything about it. They let people die. They let people burn villages. The same thing happened in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has now turned off Facebook for the entire country because it was being used for hate propaganda, and literally people were dying in things that were being organized on that platform, and they didn't bother to do anything about it. So if genocide is not enough for a company to act, I have a real concern about what happens 10, 20 years down the road where we've got AI everywhere, and that's the ethics of the company that's controlling it.
Okay. Chris, let me be clear and ask you one very concrete question. So, from what I hear, you threw a bomb at Facebook. Facebook survived, and now you are waging this one-man war against mega corporations, right? You are going around the world, talking about your concerns, expressing them. You are sniping at them on social media that you are still allowed, so namely Twitter, I suppose.
Yeah.
Maybe something else, but
no,
Twitter.
Twitter hasn't banned.
So because like 90% of your posts are about Facebook and criticizing and putting pins. And this looks to me like a classical situation when there is a mega corporation and there's like one bright-colored preacher who is standing and shouting from top of his lungs. What is your end goal? What do you expect to gain, to reach?
Yeah.
Just express your concern and get some applause from the audience because this snowball is rolling, you know?
Yeah. So we're now, so the United States is super critical in all of this, right? I say this, I'm Canadian, I live in Britain, I'm not American, but I recognize that all of these companies are in the United States, and they won't change unless there is legislation and action in that jurisdiction. So I work a lot with American politicians and law enforcement agencies and regulatory agencies to explain to them, when there's not a camera around, I spend a lot of time explaining how the internet works and where the potential problems are.
You need to explain that to them, right?
And I say, well, people like to sort of make snappy remarks about, and I'm guilty of this too, about politicians and not understanding technology. But do you understand how a nuclear reactor works? Really? Do you understand how a plane flies? Really?
Yeah, we've seen the HBO series on Chernobyl, so we know now how a reactor works.
Right. So, or rather, how it doesn't work.
Yeah. How it blows up.
But so I actually don't fault senators and elected officials for not understanding how algorithms work, because we would not expect our politicians to understand, molecular chemistry when it comes to, the health and safety of people with, drug and pharmaceutical regulation, or, what is the engineering standards of a plane to make it safe, or a nuclear reactor, right? What we do in those circumstances is we create legislation and appoint a regulator of technically competent people to then set the safety standards. Because lay people, including our elected officials, do not have the sufficient knowledge and never will have the sufficient knowledge to keep up with technology. The problem is that for some reason, when it comes to software and AI, and more broadly the internet, there's this sort of saying that Silicon Valley keeps pushing, which is bullshit, which is the law can't keep up with technology. And what they actually mean is elected officials don't know enough about this technology, and they're the ones that have to do the rulemaking. But you wouldn't ever hear, a pharmaceutical company saying, we should have no rules on pharmaceutical safety because our politicians can't follow cancer research. Like, that just sounds stupid. So actually, when you start thinking about it in other industries, it sounds insane. Because, and when you actually look at the development of, safety in other industries, like the automotive industry, when rules were being considered to mandate seatbelts and airbags in cars, auto companies said the same thing. Like, this is going to make things more expensive, it's a consumer choice, like, this is going to inhibit the development of innovation in our cars, blah, blah, blah. They'll be heavier, you'll have to pay more for gas, it's all going to be terrible. And now, would you get in a car that doesn't have seatbelts and airbags? Probably not. The arguments are bullshit that they make. And the thing that I'd say is that if you need to rely on an argument that safety will inhibit innovation, I question if that innovation should be made if it's not safe. And when you've got companies saying, like Facebook, after the New Zealand massacre that happened, that was live streamed on their platform, that took them, ages to actually take down. They say, well, a lot of things happen on our platform. It's really complicated. We're everywhere in the world. I take that defense and I flip it back and I say, well, that's exactly why you need to be regulated, because you don't know how your own system works. And you prioritize different things. You put out products before you know how they work. You put out products that threaten people's safety before you know how they work. And your defense that this is really complicated and it's hard to manage such a big thing is exactly why you should be regulated.
So you expect a war, a legislative war between government and, or governments, as in the EU example, and mega corporations like Facebook, Google, and Amazon, which would last forever.
Well, do you know what? I don't think it should be a war. I talk a lot to engineers and data scientists all over the world, some of whom work for big tech companies. And I don't think most engineers or data scientists become engineers or data scientists because they want to create things that commit harm. I genuinely don't think that. So I don't think that it has to be, I don't like framing it as a war, because it's not actually a war amongst a lot of the engineers. It's just there are certain people at the top of certain companies that have their head stuck in the ground and they don't want to accept the reality that they've created something that is potentially dangerous to the functioning of democracy. Okay. But when you look at actually, engineers and data scientists, I've met tons and tons and tons that say they want to create ethical things. I genuinely don't think most engineers are somehow innately evil. And so I don't think it has to be a war. I think that most people, like if you worked in any other profession, if you are an accountant, lawyer, teacher, doctor, nurse, whatever, you've got professional conduct standards and ethical requirements for how you conduct yourself and what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do. And I don't see why we can't have that for technology. I think ethics is something that has been really lagging in technology. Okay. And I don't think that it needs to be a war in the same way that I don't think that, it's a war to say that airplanes should be safe and pharmaceuticals should be safe. It's not a war. And I think a lot of cancer researchers don't go into cancer research wanting to harm people or make lots of money even though it kills people, right? So it's not a war. It's just we have to collectively come to an understanding that safety matters, our democracy matters, and the functioning of our public forum and discourse matter.
Okay. So, Chris, we have 10 more minutes about safety. Do you feel safe yourself right now?
Well, yes.
On a scale of 1 to 10. 1, very not safe. 10, totally safe.
I won't put a number on it, but I'll you know, like I do travel around with bodyguards, and there's risk assessments that are done when I go to different places. You know, when you piss off a lot of people, you get a lot of threats. I've been assaulted several times in the street. I've had all kinds of things happen, which I won't get into.
By who? Who would assault you? What kind of?
Various people.
Various people.
Various people, yeah.
Obviously people, yes.
And you know, that does present a safety issue.
Okay.
But it doesn't bother me, you know, if it means that, you know, we can actually start changing this really important thing. I mean, the internet and tech and AI, you know, historically has been treated as some niche issue, right? It's not big and important like foreign relations or, you know, healthcare or whatever, right? But like if you think about it, how many times, you know, do you check your phone each day, right? You know, people check their phones hundreds of times a day. They go to bed with their phone. They sleep with their phones more than they sleep with people, right? The first thing and last thing they see is a screen, right? So you've got something that's really intimately connected to people's lives. It's the same when people get anxious when they lose their phone. Like all of a sudden, like I can't function, I can't talk to anyone, I don't know where I am, I'm like codependent on my phone, right? So these are really powerful things. And you know, if it means that, you know, some people don't like me, then okay. You know, if that means that now, for the first time, like ever, we're having legitimate discussions in the United States about the first, you know, federal level privacy legislation. And I think that's great. So I don't care if somebody doesn't like me. I mean, if it means that, you know, we can prevent, you know, the scenario that I was talking about before, then great.
Okay, on a little bit lighter note, when you were talking about information that is being put into people's mind and maybe controlling the mass into electing something or into using something for a short period, you made a very interesting analogy. You compared Crocs and Donald Trump.
Yeah.
How did you manage to put all these two things together? Can you explain?
Yeah, a lot of people, so it's sort of a little bit random, but like the research that I was doing when I was doing my PhD was in cultural trend forecasting. A lot of that had to do with fashion trends. And I am a nerd, so the cool thing about fashion, not just that there's cool clothes and all that, but from a computer vision standpoint, it was just really interesting to try to understand how do I recognize style? Not like, is this a t-shirt, is this blue, whatever, but like, is this like sexy or boring, or like these very sort of nuanced constructs that mean different things to different people. How can we like teach a machine to understand that? And so when I started working at you know, SCL Group before it became Cambridge Analytica, like I was doing cyber warfare stuff and fashion stuff at the same time. And the reason why I talk about, you know, Donald Trump as being Crocs is that Crocs, I don't know if people know what Crocs are. They're like this like...
Oh, yes, we do. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Perfect shoes.
They're like these ugly rubber plastic things that you put on your feet. They look like buckets, but you put them on your feet and they have like holes in them. And I think some of them have handles. Like, yeah, like a bucket.
Very comfortable.
Sure.
Oh.
So now, if somebody was wearing Crocs in the 90s, people would be like, what the actual, like, what are you wearing? That's ridiculous, right? And now, probably people would start being like, why are you wearing Crocs, man? Those aren't cool anymore. But there was a moment in time where this thing, which pretty much everybody except you agrees is ugly.
I just said, no. I just said, it's comfortable.
they are a hideous shoe. They're ugly. They're not even functional, right? They've got holes in them. They don't even keep you dry. If you're on an escalator, your toe might stick out and fall off. I don't even know, right? So the reason why it's helpful to think about Crocs in relation to Donald Trump is that at one moment in time, everybody was wearing something that was stupid. Stupid, ugly, and grotesque, and a mockery of what a shoe should be. And when you had Donald Trump get elected, who is like literally this like orange Cheeto of a man, right? Who is a mockery of a president, who is ugly. And yet for a moment in time, everybody votes for him. And that's because people can adopt and engage with ugliness in all kinds of forms for moments in time if there's a sufficient number of people around them doing it. And when you look at trend forecasting, particularly like computational approaches to trend forecasting, this is a very important idea that like there's a critical mass that you have to reach, and then everybody starts doing stuff. And what I want is for Donald Trump to be like Crocs in the past, regrettable, destroy all the photos of you wearing it, and be done with it. But my worry is that if we don't understand who he is, that he will move from being a regrettable, ugly shoe into a long-lasting legacy.
Which exactly, I was thinking that there might be a flaw in your reasoning because, the Crocs are culturally dead and they won't resurrect. And Donald Trump in 2020, he can go and win again and cement his legacy as a very successful president of the United States who took both terms.
He could, which is why people need to understand how ugly he is.
Just pure and simple.
And so, and this is a really important point to understand, is that a lot of fascism and a lot of authoritarianism is about the aesthetics of society. It's not about, when you listen to authoritarians, oftentimes they focus on what should society look like, what should it feel like. But oftentimes they don't actually talk about what we should do, what kind of policies should we implement, or how should we improve things. It's about how things should look and how things should feel. Aesthetics are super important in authoritarianism. This is why one of the first things that authoritarian regimes do is they create uniforms. And that's why authoritarians often have a look, right? If I say the word Nazi, you can picture one in your head. If I say Maoist, you can picture one in your head, right?
Yeah.
So, or a jihadist, or Ku Klux Klan, they all have aesthetics. And so much of fascism is about aesthetics. It's not about anything else. And that's why you get very authoritarian leaders getting away with so much stuff, because they don't actually promise anything. It's all about what things should look like and feel like. And people are engaging on an aesthetic level with a president which is dabbling in fascism. And I think it's really important to understand, because when people were wearing Crocs, they were an illogical shoe, and you couldn't logically convince someone to not wear it if they thought it was cool. So we have to engage people with understanding one of the reasons why people engage with a lot of authoritarian thought is because of an aesthetics aspect. And that we have to, if we understand that, then there's things that we can do to start convincing people that actually this is not the aesthetic that you think it is or that you want.
Well, Chris, I still think that Crocs are comfortable. Let's agree to disagree.
We will agree to disagree.
Absolutely. And our time is up. I thank you very much for this, for sharing your insights with you, and all the best luck in your endeavor to regulate the big corps, because science fiction is coming to be true.
Cool. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you very much, Chris. Ladies and gentlemen, Christopher Wylie.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Christopher Wylie and Andreas Tapanis, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is on. Oh, it is. Fabulous. Now, I know a ton of you have probably got gazillion questions about why Crocs are so ugly, and probably want to ask a few more questions. So Christopher is actually going to be on the Q&A stage at 3 o'clock. So there's absolutely an opportunity for you to dive deeper into are Crocs ugly or are they not. We will be back here live on this stage at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock back live on this stage. Thank you.
From the first time, I stayed for a long time, 'cause I like me better when I'm with you.
From the screen, keeps a keen eye on the in-between, from the people to the queen. He will play God. He will play God. Am I mistaken? Play
shadows creeping around like no one knows. Think you're so criminal. Bruises on both my knees for you. Don't say thank you, oh please. I do what I want when I'm wanting to. My soul so cynical. So you're a tough guy, like you really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always so puff guy. I'm that bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend mad type, might seduce your dad type. I'm the bad guy. Duh. Control, even if you know that you don't own me. I'll let you play the role. I'll be your animal. My mommy likes to sing along with me, but she won't sing this song if she reads all the lyrics. She'll pity the men I know. So you're a tough guy, like you really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always so puff guy. I'm that bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend mad type, might seduce your dad type. I'm the bad guy. Duh. I'm pretty glad that you're alone. You said she's scared of me? I mean, I don't see what she sees, but maybe it's 'cause I'm wearing your cologne.
Hello. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, how you doing? I'd tell you off for that, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling generous. I feel like I've told you off enough. I love you guys, you know. You're a really great audience. Okay, cool. You guys ready for the next speaker? Okay, I probably should have just told you off the first time. Let's give that one more go. Are you guys ready for the next speaker? Had it in you. I knew you had it in you. Our next speaker is a creative and highly networked digital marketing and technology entrepreneur, advisor and investor with 20 years of experience building and transforming businesses. Founder of global digital agency Fortune Cooke, and listed as Wired's top 100 listed as one of Wired's top 100 British digital power brokers and ranked by eConsultancy as the second most influential person in digital marketing in the UK. Our next speaker is going to be talking about marketing and how it can change the world. Vice Chair at UNICEF, ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding and give an incredible warm round of applause to Justin Cooke!
Hey, thank you. Good afternoon, Vilnius. Great to be here. I'm Justin. I'm really talking to you in my capacity today as Vice Chair of UNICEF. And I couldn't think of a better topic to chat about on a Friday afternoon than how marketing can kind of change the world. So I work with UNICEF UK. Just a quick kind of 2 seconds on UNICEF UK. UNICEF UK is a national committee. What we really do is we raise lots of money to help basically impact the lives of millions of children all over the world. And we also kind of work with government on policy and advocacy. So that's kind of the two big things that UNICEF UK does. We also do a couple of things in the UK as well, because it's really important to do things there as well as over there. So we have a thing called Rights Respecting Schools, which basically helps children understand the fact that they actually have rights. And it's amazing what you can see when a child has gone through that program. You know, the impact on their truancy, on the reduction in abuse, the employability, the way that they just generally act, phenomenal. And then we also have a thing called Baby Friendly, which is effectively the best practice handbook on how to reduce infant mortality, and that's in pretty much every hospital in the UK, and is looked at from across the world as being, this is how you kind of run things when it comes to childbirth. But, you know, in a nutshell, I guess, with UNICEF, you know, the sort of, to my point around sort of the fundraising and so on, ultimately, you know, what we're here to do is to raise, you know, around £100 million a year from individuals, from companies, from foundations, and then we kind of also lobby the UK government to then give another 400 million or so pounds towards UNICEF delivering its programs in the world. So that's kind of what really UNICEF is about. But what I'm here to do today is talk about UNICEF from the context of how marketing can change the world. And what I thought I'd do is just imagine if UNICEF was effectively a tech company, right? So let's UNICEF is kind of up there with Uber. Let's just kind of compare a couple of stats. Today, Uber will basically kind of deliver about 14 million rides. Today, UNICEF will vaccinate about 7.6 million children around the world. So, you know, that's kind of an interesting kind of comparator. Let's think about food. Deliveroo in the UK will deliver about 45,000 meals today. We'll deliver 250,000 tons of food today. So that kind of, you know, so we're up there with the food thing. We've got some serious tech behind all of this stuff. Let's kind of go to the big boy. So let's talk about Amazon and compare them to UNICEF. Amazon's got some pretty cool robot AI-driven warehouses. So do we. We've actually got the world's largest humanitarian supply division in Copenhagen. And that's basically where we respond to the 330 plus crises that are going on in the world right now. We've got about 20 people running this enormous warehouse that looks like the final scene of Raiders of the Lost Ark, and will be, in the air, within sort of, moments of a crisis happening, deploying vaccines and life-saving emergency kit and equipment, and that's all kind of coordinated. So, we're definitely up there, from an Amazon, from an Uber, from a Deliveroo, and generally from a sort of technology perspective. But what we're doing is we're genuinely impacting and saving lives. So, when we think about, I guess, everything you guys have been talking about so far at Login, I don't think there's going to be anyone in this room that's going to kind of argue with the point that I'm making here, which is, the world has changed marketing. I mean, if we just go back, and I'm not going to do it, but, you know all of the stories about, 10 years ago, X, Y, and Z. I think we can probably just agree that the world has changed marketing. What I thought I'd do is talk about some of the ways in which that change has kind of impacted and affected international aid organizations like UNICEF, and how that has to impact the way that we actually go about marketing. And a lot of this is not just applicable to aid organizations or charities, it's equally applicable to your organizations and those that you work with and partner with. So the first one is this tipping point. And that's basically, last year was the first year that more money was raised around the world from private individuals, companies, foundations, than from governments giving foreign aid. So that's a major kind of moment in the world's history. UNICEF's 71 years old. That's a major kind of step change in the way that we have to think about how we're going to fund all of the great stuff and the important stuff that we need to do. And there's a couple of stats there to sort of back it up. That wasn't kind of an anomaly. This is a kind of an underlying trend, basically. On one way, it's going down. On the other way, thank goodness, it's going up. So that is a really, interesting challenge for someone that's been around for 71 years to go, oh, hold on a second, how do we get the funding we need? What do we need to do to our organization? How do we market ourselves and so on to kind of reflect that? So bank that one. Second one is that, back to my point around, the world changing marketing, what we're seeing particularly in the UK, and I think it's pretty applicable to everybody else around the world, we're moving away from regular giving, so people setting up like a bank direct debit and sort of pledging money to UNICEF. I'm going to pledge 10 euros per month, $10 per month to UNICEF, to people now having this kind of mobile relationship with us. And that mobile relationship means that what we now see is more text donations to UNICEF than bank direct debits and donations, right? So again, another massive tipping point in terms of how do we actually raise this money? What channels do we use? And all of that stuff is obviously going on in mobile, and it's not just text now, obviously. I'm sure you walk around and you're seeing contact lists, you're seeing crowdfunding. There's all sorts of other ways in which kind of, finance is being sort of, disintermediated or disrupted. But that's a major thing for us to kind of tackle, when for many, many years, this has been the kind of steady kind of, income that we can kind of rely on, because we know we have this many 100,000 people giving us money on this regular basis. We're moving into a world where we've got to kind of change the way we communicate to these folks, keep that relationship constant. It's not meaning that the income is going down, but it's just a different type of relationship. How do you think about that in marketing terms? Third one is declining trust. So I think this is, again, pretty kind of universal as a theme. I'm sure it's been brought up here so far over the last couple of days. But in the UK, specifically in the charity sector, just like in banking, just like in government, just like in politicians, there's been a decline in trust. And our trust levels as charities has gone down from 65% down to 54% in sort of less than 10 years. So, it's something that we've got to be aware of, and hopefully we can reverse that trend in the way that we communicate and how we communicate and what we communicate with. fourth one is around, I think, generally the way in which corporations, and I think us as consumers, think about buying stuff and who we want to buy that stuff from. And I'll come back to this again later on in my presentation. But I don't know about you, but I think what I'm seeing a lot more of now is when I talk to brands, when I talk to companies about their strategy, they've kind of started to make that move where maybe a few years ago they would have a kind of corporate social responsibility department, or they'd have a CSR budget, and they may say, yeah, we're going to give this much money to charity, and now what we're kind of seeing is that sort of sustainability and kind of the old corporate social responsibility is now becoming the business strategy itself, because they've realized that actually, in order to be viable, sustainable businesses, because you guys demand that of them, or we demand of them from a consumer point of view, they recognize that that is the way that they're actually going to survive. And we've all seen that graph of the number of Fortune 500 companies that are still in existence that weren't, and so on and so forth. So ultimately, I think where we've got to from a kind of corporate point of view is the fast-moving, the smart folks are recognizing that basically baking this type of thing into your strategy at the center as part of your business strategy is the way you deliver superior financial performance. And again, I'll come back to that. But nothing better illustrates that than the guys at Unilever. And if you haven't spent any time checking out kind of where they're moving from a strategic point of view, it's a really, really interesting story. The fifth tipping point is really, I guess, kind of linked to that. From our perspective as donors or supporters, we're demanding more transparency, linked to the trust thing I mentioned earlier. We're demanding transparency, we're demanding accountability. Where is my money going? I want to have some form of kind of ownership. I want to have a connection to the thing I'm supporting. I'm not just going to give you my hard-earned euros. I'm not going to just do that and not expect to kind of know where it's going, what impact it's made. And so I want to kind of know what the impact was. I want to know what the results were. And this, I think, is just a general kind of global trend that, again, we've got to deal with. And again, I think it's not just relevant to charities. And then I guess, I call this one like the what about our back garden? So, if you go onto a UNICEF Instagram post or a Facebook post, you'll probably see someone basically make a comment along these sorts of lines. Okay, it's all very well you're helping these kids in Yemen, Syria, but what about Vilnius? What about London? What about Manchester? What are you doing in Manchester? There's people going to food kitchens in Manchester right now. There's children not able to kind of have shoes without holes in, et cetera, et cetera. And that is something that we're very aware of, and I'm really, really kind of conscious of this fact. And I've been driving really hard to kind of make sure that going forward, UNICEF has, certainly in the UK, as strong a domestic strategy as it does have elsewhere in the world. So we can say with real authority, we're doing some amazing stuff here and making a difference to children in the UK. We're also doing it over there. And that I'll come to later on. And then I guess the seventh point, this is, again, guys, I'm coming at this from kind of primarily a UK point of view. We've got some issues going on in that place right now, you may have heard. But when we look at this from a kind of global point of view, I think this is true. Ultimately, we're living in a very complicated global market. On my flight out over here on Wizz, I was chatting away to loads of folks from here who living, working over there, vice versa. Bumped into a friend just over there, didn't even know they were here. We're global, and there are all sorts of sort of different perceptions, different challenges, different uses of media. Behavior is different. And so what's really important is that we've got to kind of recognize the fact that we can no longer kind of broadcast this stuff out in a kind of one-directional way. We've got to kind of really think about the nuancing, because how UNICEF talks to people in Lithuania is going to be different to the way UNICEF talks to people in Liverpool, for example. So there are just a few of the things that I think that are sort of, referencing for me that point around marketing and how the world has changed marketing, particularly for UNICEF. But kind of, I'm an optimist. I'm a kind of, glass half full kind of guy. And, I'm kind of of the view that sort of marketing can actually help change the world. And I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing if I didn't believe that. And I think, some other things that I've sort of picked up along the way is that I get a sense that we're sort of moving into a world where we've perhaps also sort of reached peak stuff. We're kind of, we're consuming, services now rather than buying stuff. And I think we're experiencing stuff rather than acquiring stuff. And I think what we're going to see is, a different world on the back of some of the big success stories, like Spotify and so on, that really, I think, represent that point. And I think if you actually kind of ask and do your research, you'll find that actually people love engaging, purchasing, consuming, interacting, hanging out, and/or working with a brand that basically is purpose-driven. In fact, this is a piece of data that came from Channel 4 in the UK. It's a TV company. And they said that 60% of people aged between 16 and 34 fit that category. Now, as you get older, those percentages go down, but it's definitely a kind of underlying trend. And then you think about, okay, I mentioned them earlier, people like Unilever and what they're doing about this world. And Unilever is an amazing UNICEF partner. We've been working with them for more than a decade. And when you think about that, brands are aligning themselves to this new kind of purpose-driven world. And this is a screenshot from part of Unilever's kind of overarching kind of global business strategy, which absolutely kind of puts being a kind of purpose-led brand, a purpose-led business, right at the very heart of what they do. There is no longer a separate sustainability strategy. They've got a business strategy, and it's sustainable, it's viable, it's purpose-driven, it's future-facing. And that is the kind of brand that I think is going to be around for the next, 50, 100, maybe longer years, right? They are putting themselves, and from a partnership point of view, they need to work with people like UNICEF to make sure that that is not just a slide in a presentation, it's real. And they need to back it up with some substance. And so, we have a fantastic relationship with Unilever where we are working together to create new products that are going to basically impact children. And we are working with them on ensuring that we are engaging with young people all over the world. And it's not just people like Unilever. We've got other organizations that have sprung up. So this is an organization called 2030 Vision. And what they're doing really is trying to bring all of big tech together to say, how does big tech, the giants of this world, actually help support some of these big, ambitious, sustainable development goals. And 2030 Vision is the kind of the umbrella organization that is enabling that to happen. So we are trying to basically kind of use all of this momentum, I guess, when it comes to marketing, to form partnerships that achieve social impact at scale, but they also deliver strategic economic value for the business itself. And I've got an example of that coming up. And so basically, the children win, the brand wins, and because the children win, UNICEF wins. So looking for that win. Domestos is the example. So everyone here, are you familiar with Domestos? Like, Domestos is like, you use it to kind of clean your toilet, right? Biggest killer of children under 5 in the world, poor sanitation. And Domestos, part of the Unilever family, very focused on trying to help solve that under the kind of overarching umbrella called WASH, which is how UNICEF thinks about that side of the world. So what they did was they basically worked with UNICEF and said, look, how can we help you solve this problem? So what they did was they took the bottles of Domestos that you buy in the supermarket and they turned them into a powdered version of that bottle. Powdered version of a bottle, incredibly light. Bottle with loads of 99% water in it, very heavy. Bottles with water in them, burst. Get the powder, get a bucket, source the water locally. You've got a new product impacting that goal. And similarly with Dove, we're working on some amazing stuff with Dove at the moment, which is another Unilever brand. But it's not just about working with brands. You know, we've also, from a marketing point of view, we've got to kind of reach new audiences. We've got to play where our supporters are, where our donors are. And I think a brilliant example of that is a thing called Soccer Aid. Soccer Aid is the world's biggest celebrity football match. And what we do is we get some of the greatest soccer players in the world and the biggest celebrities in the world to come together and have a game of football. And what we do is we broadcast that on TV, and we have fun. And then in the halftime, we'll have Rita Ora perform, and we'll sell out the stadium. We were in Old Trafford, Man United Stadium last year. This year, we moved to Chelsea. It's coming up if anyone wants to try and get a ticket. And we raised lots of money. We raised, so far to date, £30 million through Soccer Aid. What it does is it enables us to perhaps reach people who maybe have heard of UNICEF, but they're not sure about exactly what UNICEF has done or what UNICEF can do if they get their support. It reaches new audiences, and it also allows us to kind of use, effectively the world's favorite sport to then piggyback off all sorts of other kind of marketing and communications activity. So we have a thing this year called Kickabout, which is basically how all of the kids in the schools across the UK can basically take part and get involved in the Soccer Aid event. So that, I think, is a really good example. Here's another one. So back to my point around the UK and the kind of what about my backyard, we have now started to kind of do more than just the 2 programs we're already delivering. This is a piece of research we did, which is all about making sure that the people in the UK know how important getting your child vaccinated is. And in fact, 500,000 children in the UK are not vaccinated. I told you that today we'll vaccinate 7.6 million children. So we can bring that home. We can make it relevant to people at home. And people go, UNICEF, oh yeah, they're the guys that are helping vaccinate children in the UK as well as all over the world. And the same goes for cities. So cities is a really big, important theme for UNICEF. And there are all sorts of challenges with cities, car accidents and safety for children, but also pollution. And again, what we've done in the UK is we've then done a whole piece of research around making sure that the government is really on top of trying to reduce the pollution in cities to make sure that children are not breathing in toxic air, because a child is absorbing way more pollution than an adult, and that's not fair. Every child's breath is under threat in the UK. We've also got really cool ambassadors. So this is a great way of kind of reaching people. This is Paddington. I can't think of a better ambassador for children who kind of need help than Paddington. I'm sure everyone knows the story. So he's a brilliant advocate, a brilliant ambassador for us. And then kind of following that sport and football theme, we also have this guy. I don't know if anyone's heard of this guy, but this guy, David Beckham, came to UNICEF, and I think this is interesting because he could just be an ambassador, and he could come to events like this, and he can talk about what he's doing with UNICEF. But what David really wanted to do is he wanted to really focus on particular parts of the world and particular things that he and his family are really passionate about. So what we did was we said, look, how do you use all of the amazing UNICEF superpowers, and how do we use all of yours and combine them? So let's create your own foundation. And it sits kind of underneath UNICEF. And that enables David to get really involved. And I've been lucky enough to meet David and talk about the foundation with him. And what's really interesting about it is that you can really tell when you meet people, whether they're doing this because they just want to kind of look good, or maybe they want to get like a knighthood or something, or people who really care. And sometimes certain people, like that are ambassadors, you might have to give them a little nudge, a little push. But with David, it's the other way around. Like the UNICEF team are like, oh my God, he's pushing us so hard. It's phenomenal. And to have someone like David there, again, enables us to communicate in a different way to a different audience about different things. And I think that's really important. So then thinking about, I guess, some of the other stuff that we're doing to really try to kind of deliver this impact and this change that we're looking for. UNICEF internally, is moving to becoming a much more agile, a much more kind of empowered and responsive organization. We're moving into being much more iterative in the way that we market and communicate and work. We're kind of bringing together our teams so they're multidisciplinary and cross-functional. We're focusing on the impact rather than going out and saying, give us lots of money. And we've also got this one UNICEF approach. And the other thing we're doing is we're recruiting and we're learning from the best. So one thing we're going out to cool organizations that are doing amazing things, like Spotify, ASOS, Monzo, the Financial Times, and we're saying, how did you get to 1 million paying subscribers? Monzo, how did you become a unicorn in less than 3 years? ASOS, how do you kind of merchandise? And so on and so on. And we basically are having these guys work with us to kind of improve the way that UNICEF operates as an organization. And they've been really happy to do that. The other thing we've done is we've created a thing called a boost budget. So basically, we have kind of like ROI metrics, for every pound that we spend, we want to get this back. And as soon as someone hits that sort of target, that goal, they can access more funding. They haven't got to go and talk to their boss. They haven't got to write a business case. They can basically just execute and spend. We also have an innovation stream called Launchpad, which is trying new stuff continually. We've moved the business away from thinking about 12 months to looking at it in a much more quarterly kind of fashion. So we're forecasting and reviewing on a much more regular basis. And we're also kind of really open, and it's one of the reasons why we're here, really open to working with new, exciting marketing and technology companies that genuinely feel, number one, that they want to kind of make a difference, they want to have purpose and deliver impact, but also they've got great software, great services, great ideas about how we can do more for children. And, really important, goes without saying, you've got to have the support of the exec, you've got to have the support of the board, and we've got that in droves in the UK. Really strong support, so that everyone knows inside the organization that we're with them all the way. The other thing that you have to think about when you're an organization like UNICEF is risk. We have lots of different sort of stakeholders, and we are governed by a UN charter, and we have in the UK the Charities Commission and the Financial Conduct Authority and all of these other organizations. And so it's very easy when you have all of that sort of regulation and bureaucracy to sort of not try to innovate, because innovation could result in mistakes. Innovation could result in failure. But what we're trying to do now is instill much more a culture of being aware of the risks. So look, I'm going to try this new AI advertising solution. It's going to be able to deliver millions of variants of our advertising campaigns, and it's going to optimize them. But these are the risks. These are the things that could happen. And so we kind of talk about what those risks are, and we go, okay, well, we're aware of these risks. We're prepared to kind of go with that, and we're going to try it, and we're going to test it, and we're going to learn it, and so on. You guys know all of this, I'm sure. And then the other thing to back all of this up, I guess, is real-time reporting, because ultimately when you're trying stuff, you've got to be able to kind of know what's working, what's not working, and what could kind of work harder. And then I guess the kind of final thing is the brand itself and the story itself, which ultimately I think is so important. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to share something with you that I'm not allowed to share. And you'll see when I play this video, there's a disclaimer saying this video must not be shared, so please don't tell anybody you saw this. because I know I'm amongst friends here. And also, just kind of, I'd love your feedback on it, but bear in mind that it's actually effectively a kind of an internal video that we have created that is going to kind of embody a new way, a different way that UNICEF is going to talk to the world and hopefully continually make the world a better place for children. So I'm going to play this, and I'd love to get your feedback after. See the disclaimer? You turn the volume up a bit.
We are UNICEF, and we're changing the world, one child at a time. How? By doing more good in more places for more children than any other charity. We have 13,000 people in 190 countries. We hydrate, vaccinate, and educate millions of children every year. We built the largest humanitarian warehouse system on Earth. Think Amazon, only way more important. We drive aid convoys through deserts, land cargo planes on dirt tracks. We span time zones and work in war zones. We advise governments, influence corporations, and lobby presidents. Yeah, even him. And all to give every child what they need most. More than a chance to survive, a chance to be great. Because we don't see children as weak. We see them as strong, strong enough to change the world. UNICEF, help a child, change the world.
Thank you very much for having me. Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Justin Cooke. Justin has a Q&A session at 4 o'clock, so if you have any questions that you'd like to ask him, he'll be on the Q&A stage at 4 o'clock. We will be back live here at 4 p.m. for the last session of the day in this room, and hopefully I'll see many of you here again at 4 o'clock. See you then.
Do you believe me now that I always had the best intentions, babe? Always wanted to stay. Can you feel me now that I'm vulnerable in oh so many ways? Oh, and I'll never change. Oh, I couldn't stop it, tried to figure it out, but everything kept moving and the noise got too loud with everyone around me saying you should be so happy now. Oh, if you keep reaching out, then I'll
play a supercut of us. All the magic we gave off, all the love we hadn't lost. And in my head, the visions never stop. These ribbons wrap me up, but when I reach for you, there's just a supercut. In your car, the radio up. In your car, the radio up. We keep trying to talk about us. I'm someone you may be my love. I'll be your quiet afternoon crush, be your violent overnight rush, make you crazy over my touch. But it's just a supercut of us. Supercut of us. Oh, it's just a supercut of us. Supercut of us. So I fall into continents and cars, all the stages and the stars. I turn all of it to just a supercut. 'Cause in my head I do everything right. When you call, I forgive and I fight. Because of the moments I play in the dark. We were wild and fluorescent. Come home to my heart. In your car, the radio up. In your car, the radio up. We keep trying to talk about us. Slow motion, I'm watching our love. I'll be your quiet afternoon crush, be your violent overnight rush, make you crazy over my touch. But it's just a supercut of us. Supercut of us. Oh, it's just a supercut of us. Supercut of us. But it's just a supercut of us. Supercut of us. Oh, it's just a supercut of us. Supercut of us. 'Cause in my head I do everything right. When you call, I forgive and not fight. All the moments I play in the dark, I'm fluorescent, come home to my heart. 'Cause in my head I do everything right. When you call, I forgive and not fight. Because of the moments I play in the dark, we were wild and fluorescent, come home to my heart. 'Cause in my head I do everything right. When you call, I forgive and not fight. Because of the moments I play in the dark, we were wild and fluorescent, come home to my heart.
Baby, don't make me spell it out for you. All of the feelings that I got for you can't be explained, but I can try for you. Yeah, baby, don't make me spell it out for you.
You keep on asking me the same questions. And second guessing all my intentions. Should know by the way I use my compression that you got the answers to my confessions. It's like I'm powerful with a little bit of tender and emotional sexual bender. Mess me up, yeah, but no one does it better. There's nothing better. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. So good, so good, so fucking real. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. You know I love you, so please don't stop it. You got me right here in your jean pocket, laying your body on the shag carpet. Oh, you know I love you, so please don't stop it. It's like I'm powerful with a little bit of tender and emotional sexual bender. Mess me up, yeah, but no one does it better. There's nothing better. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel.
Running a modern
So good, so good, so fucking real. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. Oh, that's just the way that I feel now, baby. Good God, I can't help it. Hey, that's just the way that I feel. Yeah, please, I can't help it. It's like I'm powerful with a little bit of tender and emotional sexual bender. Mess me up, yeah, but no one does it better. There's nothing better. Damn, that's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. So good, so good, so fucking good. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. You make me feel so good, so fucking so good, so good. Yeah, that's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. I hate that sleepless now. I hate we don't talk things out. Hate there's 1,000 miles from my side to your side. Words don't come easily when you got your back to me. Now there's space too wide that's left us with wandering eyes. Why don't you touch me like you used to do? Is it because I got used to you? Why don't you touch me like you used to do? Is it because I got used to you? I'm missing my heart race and how your kisses were my favorite taste, but nothing's feeling like it used to do. Is it because I got used to you? Is there a pill we can take to lift us to a higher place, so that our love don't fade and make our touch feel the same? I look back on those first nights we laid under those pink skies. 8 days of losing time, only you on my mind. Oh, I was so lost in your brown eyes. Why don't you touch me like you used to do? Is it because I got used to you? Why don't you touch me like you used to do? Is it because I got used to you? I'm missing my heart race and how your kisses were my favorite taste, but nothing's feeling like it used to do. Is it because I got used to you? Is it because I got used to you? Was I addicted to the rush? Was I in love or love the lust? 'Cause
'Cause now when I look at you, I don't know what is real. But if I opened up to you and you thought about it too, have you thought about it too? That nothing's feeling like it used to. Why don't you just feel like it used to do? Is it because I got used to you? Why don't you just feel like it used to do? Is it because I got used to you? I'm missing my heart race and how your kisses were my favorite taste. But nothing's feeling like it used to do. Is it because I got used to you? Is it because I got used
Another life, another story. She walked out, said I was boring. About 3 a.m. is when I called my friends. We hit the bar, sent myself flying. Shit, I said I'm never trying till the bitter end. But every now and then I wonder what it feels like to be more than I am. I traded all my friends for drugs and the internet. Oh shit, am I a winner yet? Look quick, is he a winner yet? Mom's back home with a drink and a cigarette. Traded all my friends for drugs and the internet. Oh shit, am I a winner yet? Look quick, hasn't hit him yet. Mom's back home with a drink and a cigarette. I don't wanna base my actions on reactions, all the things they say. And I don't wanna hit delete and all the parts of me that they might hate. So now I'm laying in my bed and I can't get out my head. It's all because I traded all my friends for drugs and the internet. Oh shit, am I a winner yet? Look quick, is he a winner yet? Mom's back home with a drink and a cigarette. Traded all my friends for drugs and the internet. Oh shit, am I a winner yet? Look quick, hasn't hit him yet. Mom's back home with a drink and a cigarette. Still hasn't hit him yet. Still hasn't hit him yet. I sold my soul and I let me go. Likes from strangers, love on the internet, drugs in the internet. I wonder what it feels like to be more than I am. I am.
I do my hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Woo, child, tired of the bullshit. Gone, dust your shoulders off. Keep it moving, yes, Lord. Trying to get some new shit in there. Swimwear, going to the pool shit. Come now, come dry your eyes. You know you a star, you can touch the sky. I know that it's hard, but you have to try. If you need advice, let me simplify. If he don't love you anymore, just walk your fine ass out the door. I do my hair talk, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Hair talk, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Feeling good as hell. Baby, how you feeling? Woo, girl, need to kick off your shoes. Gotta take a deep breath, time to focus on you. All the big fights, long nights that you've been through. I got a bottle of tequila I've been saving for you. Boss up and change your life. You can have it all, no sacrifice. I know we did you wrong, we can make it right. So go and let it all hang out tonight. Cause he don't love you anymore. So walk your fine ass out the door. And do your hair talk, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Hair talk, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Hair talk,
hello, 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 hello. How are you doing? I'm friends with you still. We can have a selfie. I was going to take a photo with you guys, but then you don't seem like you love me very much anymore. Do you mind if I take a really quick selfie with all of you? Okay, I'm taking liberties. I'm going to be super fast. And then I'm going to check that you guys are ready. Okay, so here we go. You better all smile. I don't want any grumpy faces, and nobody pull like those rabbit hands or anything. Ready? 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm happy. So you guys ready for the final speaker of today? Little bit better, come on. Are you guys ready for our final speaker today? So wrapping up today's event, we have a global thought leader in the fast emerging and crucial area of e-government and cybersecurity. One of the key individuals driving Estonia's world-renowned program of digital public policy. And during his presidency of Estonia, was appointed with several positions in the European Union, including, but not limited to, chairman of the EU Task Force on e-health, chairman of the European Cloud Partnership Steering Board, and chairman of World Economic Forum's Global Agenda Council on Cybersecurity. So needless to say, there are few other people well placed enough to be able to shed light on how to bridge the gap between the technical and policy-making worlds and link the digital and economic development. Talking about how to digitize a country. Ladies and gentlemen, please give an incredible, warm welcome to Toomas Hendrik Ilves.
Close, except it's Ilves. Ilves. Labas. Cape Sakasi. Unfortunately, the only other word I know is how to sneeze in Lithuanian, which is ačiū. But in any case, well, I'm here to demythologize all of the hype about Estonia's technical advancement, which you might find hard to believe. But basically, my point will be today that it's not the tech. It really isn't. It's all of the non-digital stuff. And that's what I'll talk about, because in order to make use of technology, you need to have political will on the part of the government. You need to develop policies. Oops, where does the slide go here? There it is, okay. All right, I won't go through all this stuff, which is very boring. All these statistics, you know, we're number one. We're number one, actually, back to being number one in the Freedom House Internet Freedom list. And why, I do point out this we're number one bit, is that we are considered to be number one in the European Union in terms of cybersecurity, and we are number one on freedom on the internet, which is important politically to think about this, because you hear this nonsense all over well, if you want cybersecurity, you're going to have to give up freedom. No, you don't. You just have to do your cybersecurity right. So, where am I? This is basically, you don't have to listen to me. You can go out and have a beer. But in any case, they're really, in order to digitize a society, you really need what I already mentioned. You need a political will on the part of the government to do something serious. If you have that political will, which is sadly lacking in much of the world, most especially where I live today, at least temporarily, which is the mecca of IT, Silicon Valley, where you have amazing, amazing things that are constantly coming out from the private sector. But if have to do anything in the public sector, like register a child to go to school, you need to bring your electricity bill to do it. Or if you want to register a car, it can take 2-3 days of standing in line in the mecca of IT. So basically, the US is probably one of the most backward places in use of IT for public services. So basically, you need, once you have the political will, you develop a policy. Once you have a policy, you can go and create the laws that you need to have passed in order to have a digital country. And then finally, you get into the really boring stuff, which is once you have the laws, I mean, they basically create a framework, but then you have to do the actual regulation of what you need. So, and this is basically a few things one has to keep in mind before I get into the nitty-gritty. Basically, the most crucial issue is you need to have a strong, secure identity, and I will explain what that means. You need to have that identity available to lots and lots of people. I'll talk about that. When you digitize the public sector and government services, you should first of all do it together with the private sector, but you have to create services in the private and the public sector that people like, not things that the tax board of the Ministry of Finance likes, because if you digitize, you're much better at collecting taxes, but if you don't offer anything else, then you need a secure architecture. Architecture becomes very important. I'll talk about that in a little bit. And finally, what you need to do is guarantee data integrity, and I'll talk about what that means. So the system that we have developed in Estonia, which actually has taken, beginning with the planning, more than 20 years, but it was we began to implement in 2001. First of all, you don't invent things, you base it on existing standards, which is kind of like a no-brainer. We used open source, non-proprietary software, which is really Microsoft did that 12 years later, but in case we introduced this because we figured that's the best way to go with it. We had very strong private sector involvement and investment because they were actually in on the project from the very beginning because they saw it was useful. We set this infrastructure up in 2001, and since then it has operated continuously, and all new services that we offer can easily be plugged into the system. So the question is, how did we get here? Now, part of this should be fairly familiar to you because you're close to us, and we came out from the same awful mess known as the Soviet Union. But I have to go back to history and the special relationship we have with Finland. We always compare ourselves to the Finns, or we always wanted to be like the Finns. And Estonians grew up watching Finnish television, and so they knew what was going on in the world, more or less, minus critical comments about the Soviet Union. But for a comparison, in 1938, which was, as we all know, was the last year before, the last full year of independent Baltic countries, in which you could measure GDP, insofar as you can measure it. There wasn't a measure then, but anyway, you could measure it more or less. And Finland and Estonia had the same GDP per capita. It was low, but it was there. The first full year of independence, the GDP per capita of Estonia was, as you can see, $2,800 US. The GDP of per capita Finland was 22,000 US. And as you can imagine, we all have in Estonia this there but for the grace, well, it's kind of reversed. The Finns had this there but for the grace of God go I. because they could see down there and say, thank God we were never occupied by the Soviet Union. And we, of course, were there going, oh my God. So what is this difference? Well, one difference is this, right? I mean, at least that's what struck us, especially when we had this. No one has this anymore. But not only that did we not have, I mean, only 1/3 of the population had this, and the rest was waiting for years and years to someday get one. So anyway, so we had these big debates. What are we going to do? Some people wanted to be like Belarus and said, well, look, you know, Belarus is doing okay. Follow the Soviet path? No. Some people say we should become Hong Kong. You know, we still hear this. Well, we could do radical economic reforms, but those take time. And so it still looked bleak because, you know, catching up, if you know what Zeno's paradox is, there are many of them actually, but it's where Achilles is running after a turtle, and the turtle will always be a little bit ahead of Achilles. I mean, this is a logical paradox. But that's where we were, because even if we do the best things, still these other people who are ahead of us will be still ahead of us. The reforms will take years. The population was poor, though well-educated. And so a couple of things happened in the early 90s, which at least inspired me to go and stick my neck out and try to convince the government to do something. The first thing was this thing here, which is the first ever web browser. You had to buy it, and you had to load it into your computer via floppy disk, and it cost you $29.95. Someone's nodding here. You must be older, too. Okay, well, that's a pretty good reason. But anyway, but you know what? The thing that this did was that you suddenly had a web browser. And so you can, in fact, back then I was going, well, what does this all mean? So I'm like, well, what this means is that in every other area, 50 years of advancement that the West had, that we, being prisoners of the Soviet Union, did not, doesn't matter, because everyone is starting at moment zero. And so suddenly I realized, wow, the web and the internet is one place where this little country, if it were smart, could do something. And then the other little brainwave I had was, in my own background, and that has inspired much of what I've done since then, is that I had this amazing one-off experience when I was 15. That is 50 years ago. You can figure out how old I am here. And that was, I had a math teacher who was doing her PhD in math education at Columbia. And she was teaching math in my school, and she had this crazy idea that maybe we could teach kids how to program. And so we had this little computer, we had a teletype with a perfo tape that was hooked up via a big telephone modem to a mainframe 50 kilometers away, and I learned to program in BASIC, which is like baby Fortran, I don't even know if Fortran means anything to you people these days. But anyway, Fortran was the main programming language in the 1960s and early 70s, and this was the baby version of it. And what happened was that we had this small class of kids who were a little bit better in math, and we all learned to program. Most of the other kids in the class became rich in IT. I didn't. But what did happen was when I went to college, I actually got a job. I mean, I worked part-time programming. And in fact, I worked on something called a PDP-8, which had only 8K of memory, which is the size of an empty email. And I had to program in something called assembler language. And at least it allowed me to buy rock and roll records. But anyway, so this gave me the idea of what we should do. So I proposed to the government. At the time, I was not in the government. I was actually an ambassador. But I proposed to the government that we can put computers in all the schools and we connect them. So this was the idea of the Tiger Leap, which came out and put By 1997, 98, we had all Estonian schools with computer labs and with connections. This program was also supported by the banks, and then they got this great idea saying, well, actually, we have every little village in Estonia has 3 banks in it. And everyone has a brick and mortar office, and they get a customer a day, but they have to be there. And so they said, well, why don't we digitize banking? And so they got, the only real problem with digitizing banking is getting citizens to use computers. So we developed a program like the Tiger Leap, but for older people and people living in the countryside. It was called See the World. And so we ended up, I remember, 98, 99, touring the country with, on a bus, explaining to people how wonderful it is to use computers. And basically out of that, we had for a number of years, if you visit Estonia, you drive around and you see a sign that it would have an @ and then it would say 200 meters to free internet. So we had in all kinds of public buildings, we had computer labs. All of that's disappeared by now because now everyone has internet and everything is wonderful. So that's just how we started it. But what happened was that we began to realize that if we're already pretty serious about digitization, that there's some real problems and we have to resolve them. The biggest one, which to this day is a problem that causes or results in about 80% of breaches and hacks. And that's the fundamental issue, the issue of identity. And this is from a 1994, that is 25-year-old cartoon from the New Yorker. And that, let me get it on this side so you can all see it. If you cannot see what it says underneath that, it's one dog talking to the other dog and saying, on the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. This is the problem of identity. So, if you think about what you need for an identity, is you need to be, if it is of any use, you need to be able to sign legal documents with it. And it needs to be secure. And so we tried to figure this one out, and we did. So in 2000, we passed this digital signature law, which is equivalent to a physical signature. And it underlies basically every transaction that Estonians do online. And to give you an idea of what Estonians do online, there are only 3 transactions involving the government that you cannot do online. The first is you cannot digitally get married. Secondly, a little more difficult, you cannot divorce digitally. You have to show up, both of you, at the same time. And then finally, which is of actually much greater political relevance these days, looking at New York and Miami and Londonograd, is that you have to show up as a representative of a company if you want to buy property. We do not allow anonymous shell companies, and you cannot buy anything. You cannot transfer property online. You have to show up at the notary, and you have to identify yourself. Those things you cannot do online. But anyway, so we sort of did that, the digital signature law, and this is really the basis of what gives us such a powerful e-governance system. All right, well, okay, you have a law, but then the next thing you got to do is roll out an ID card, and that's what we did, and you all have, I hope all of you have ID cards. But the key thing to our identity card is that we made it mandatory. Why mandatory? Well, we made it mandatory because if you think about it, unless you have most people capable of using your digital services, there is no investment on the part of the government, the public sector, or the private sector into developing new services that are digital. So basically what you find across Europe is that where it's not mandatory, the early adopters will go and get a digital ID card. So that's 15 to 25% of the population will say, oh, that's cool, I'm going to get a digital ID. On the other hand, if you are the government or if you're the private sector, you go, okay, I can save a lot of money if I invest in this new digital service, do the software, roll it out. But, 15% of the population can use it and 85% can't. So this is another case of political will. If the government does not take the often unpopular step of making the ID mandatory, you will not be able to develop digital services because no one's going to invest in developing them. So anyway, that's what we did in 2001. This is what it looks like. This is nothing new for you. Next step was the brainwave that we had is that actually a chip-based ID card is no different from a SIM card, so we just extended the service to the mobile phone. Now, the point of all this is not to have a chip, but the first issue is to have end-to-end encryption, because if you don't encrypt from the very device that you're using, be it a computer or mobile phone, to where it's going, then you're subject to hacking. So you need to have end-to-end encryption. And the other thing you need is two-factor authentication, which is usually something you have and something you know. So in the Estonian case, what you have is a chip that is your chip that is programmed for you, and then you put in a code, which only you know and no one else should know. But this is something that most governments don't realize yet, and most banks don't realize it either. Well, some of them now because of the ADAS directive of the EU, but it's the system that we've been using since the early 80s of your email address and a password. That's one factor, and any password can be, single password, can be brute force broken. Anyone. If you have a short one, or if your password is 12345 or 0000, well, then it doesn't take much time for a computer to hack into you. If you have a long one with, numbers, letters, characters, well, it'll take a little longer to break it, but they are all fundamentally breakable. Two-factor authentication with using a chip and some other thing right now is very difficult to break, but it's going to get there. So right now this system will work for another couple of years, I think. I just read an article today that quantum computing has gotten to the point where if you use one of the standard encryption methods, which is called RSA 2048, which is based on 2048 bits to factor, prime factor, can be now broken during computation time of 8 hours. But that's just new, and I don't know, if people have, we don't have these quantum computers yet, but it's coming. In fact, this is one reason why Estonia went over to elliptical encryption. But anyway, so the main thing is that what underlies all this is that you can actually sign legal documents. And that's just not contracts, that's like everything. You have to, whatever you want, that you want to do, you need to be authenticated. Anything that requires a signature must be able to be authenticated digitally. My favorite example of this is I was in Asunción, Paraguay, a country that's very wired in the sense that every telephone pole has about 300 wires going to the next place. But other than that, very difficult. But I fortunately got to a hotel where I had Wi-Fi, and then I opened it up, I read my mail, and I'd forgotten to sign a loan application, and they said, well, if you don't do it today, you're in trouble. And so I whipped out my ID card, plugged it in, signed the document as far away as Paraguay. This also underlies all of the other things. All right. So that's the first part. The second thing is, how do you connect things up? How do you make sure that you get to see what you're allowed to see, but other people will not see what they're not allowed to see? And how do you determine those? And this, again, is part of regulation. And one of the things that we came out of serendipity, that is, in poverty. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, everyone was building big data centers. And we said, well, we don't have enough money to do that. All we have is that every agency, every company, everyone has their own server. And to supplant that would be very difficult. So we created something called the X-Road, and that is a secure architecture, but it's a distributed data exchange layer. There is no central database. You can only access it by authenticating yourself with two-factor authentication. The idea behind this is that you've read about, undoubtedly, all kinds of major breaches. I think one of the biggest one was Equifax. They broke into this company that had all of the financial records of personal financial data on 150 million Americans. Problem is that once you're in, they took everything. This is why you need a distributed data exchange layer, because it's like the lesson learned from the Exxon Valdez, which was the world's biggest oil tanker that about 20 years ago ran aground, and it created the biggest oil spill of all time. Why was it the biggest oil spill? Because there was one hold. Everything was in this tanker. After that, people got smart, and now they have compartments so that if you hit a rock, you don't destroy nature for 200 square kilometers. So basically, this is what we did. We call it X-Road, and I will, instead of looking at this slide, which doesn't really do anything, I'll show you this next thing now. I really hope this thing starts. Will it start? Yeah, it is. It actually starts. I hope there's sound as well. Is there sound? Yeah.
Running a modern state is a data-centered endeavor. Ensuring the functioning of the state requires administering very large quantities of data. Estonia lacks a centralized or master database. Data is stored where it is created. Each agency administers its own data separately, and data is not duplicated. At the same time, state authorities and agencies need data outside their purviews in order to function. For example, the police constantly require information from the population register. Likewise, the unemployment insurance fund depends on information from the health information system. How can authorities securely exchange important data? First, the data must be easily accessible by the authorities that are authorized to use it. Second, the integrity of the data must be maintained. No third party should be able to make any changes to the data while it is in transit. Third, the data must remain confidential during its journey. It must be protected from the eyes of unauthorized parties. The X-Road is a data exchange platform that fulfills all three of these requirements. The X-Road makes life simpler for both the state and the citizens. For example, when a child is born, information about the birth is sent directly from the hospital to the population register. From there, it is sent automatically to the health insurance fund so that the child will have health insurance and a family physician. This prevents the creation of excessive paperwork and saves time. The state functions in the background. The X-Road helps authorities make work processes more convenient. Many activities can be automated, which frees employees to deal with matters that require human involvement. Authorities also don't have to worry about the authenticity of data. They can be confident that data received from the tax board definitely originated from the actual tax board. Additionally, the X-Road can be used regardless of what technology an authority uses. For the state, the X-Road, above all, makes it possible for authorities to efficiently exchange data among themselves. Sensitive information moves securely, and the system itself is so resilient that it cannot be easily brought down by those with malicious intentions. Since the birth of X-Road in 2001, the system has operated continuously without interruption. The X-Road helps the state see the big picture of how different authorities are connected to one another. In addition, the X-Road makes it possible to exchange data not only within the country, but also across national borders. That is, of course, if databases and information systems are working properly. The biggest beneficiaries of the X-Road are, of course, the citizens. They enjoy the benefits of a better functioning state and save all of the time they would otherwise spend submitting papers and forms. How much time? During the time it took you to watch this animation, the X-Road saved around 240 working hours in Estonia. Cool.
That we calculate based on time saved that it amounts to about 2% of GDP a year. So I like to say we get our NATO membership for free because it pays for our NATO membership to save all this money. Right now, the system is in various forms and stages of development in about 15 countries. Most prominently, of course, is Finland, which, since we give away the platform, and Finland has an ID, they implemented this and actually took it we've taken together with Finland one step further, which is that we have almost mutual recognition of prescriptions. Now, we get a lot of Finns every year, around 7-8 million visits. And they like to have a good time, and so they tend to lose their medicine. So I proposed 7 years ago to the Finnish president, Sauli Niinistö, that, well, look, you have digital prescriptions, we have digital prescriptions, why don't we make them interoperable so if you're a Finn and you come to Estonia and you lose your prescription, you can just write or call your doctor up there in northern Lapland or something, and you can get your prescription here. He said it was a great idea. 7 years later, it finally works in one direction. That illustrates something which is technologically would have taken probably at most 3 weeks to set up. But in order to do all of the regulatory side of things, it took 7 years. Because, you have to take into account all these things that, Estonia subsidizes certain medicines for certain groups of certain ages, and Finland subsidizes other medicines for different ages, and they're different medicines. And to get that all worked out took all this time. The other problem with it is that Estonia, following the ADAS directive, basically everyone has to offer the same services. According to the ADAS directive, every government has to offer the same services to other citizens or citizens of the EU countries from other places as they do to their own. The problem is that for Estonia, the problem is that everyone can use all these services in Estonia, but it doesn't work the other way around, especially if you don't really have the service. So right now, Finns coming to Estonia, they can get their medicine. Estonians go to Finland, But that's a minor point. Let me, however, get to the several intellectual, fundamental, philosophical issues of digitization if you do it this way. And the most important thing that comes out of that is to understand the difference between serial and parallel processing. Serial processing, or also known as sequential processing, is that you do one thing, and then you do another thing, and a third thing. And where the way bureaucracy has worked ever since people started having bureaucracies 5,000 years ago, whether be it in Egypt or China or Mesopotamia, is that you have some kind of record, and you have a piece of paper or you have a clay tablet, papyrus, and you go to the official, and then he's okay, and then it goes to the next department, and then someone gets the paper, and they go look in the file cabinet, comes back, says okay, puts a stamp on it, then it goes to the next place, and the next place, and that's what bureaucracy is about. In Italy, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, if you wanted to open a business in Italy, that bureaucracy, because you had to check, okay, Did you pay your taxes? Did you pay your alimony? Have you paid your traffic tickets? Have you committed crimes? Have you gone bankrupt? Every one of those things has to be checked in every EU country if you want to open a business. But it goes from one office to another office to another office, and the time, at that time when I last looked, was it took 18 months to get approval to open a business in Italy. In Estonia, it takes 15 minutes. The reason it takes 15 minutes is that it goes out all at once. So instead of having a piece of paper moving from the Office of Social Welfare on alimony payments to the police to see if you've committed crimes, to the finance ministry to see if you've gone bankrupt, it goes off in all directions, and is done digitally, and it's simply checked digitally, so you get your answer back in 15 minutes. And the creation of parallel processing for governance via digitization is the greatest source of efficiency that you can possibly get, and it is why Estonia saves 2% of GDP a year, because it's all done. It also has tremendous effects on corruption reduction because it's computers, different databases that say yes or no, as opposed to an official who says, well, I'll give you an approval if you give me, blah, 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 whatever it is. The other thing that comes out of this also is our once-only regulation. This is also tied to parallel processing. And that is, in Estonia, the government may not ask you for any information that it already has. That is, if once you identify yourself with your identity, then you don't have to write your address, your telephone number, your email. You don't have to, all that stuff that you usually always have to write down, and in a paper world you have to do all the time, and especially in the United States, you don't have to do that. All right, so this all comes out of the architecture. And the final part I want to talk about is data integrity. And this comes up all the time. People say, well, what about privacy? Well, what happens? Is this stuff private? Well, technically it's private. And, technologically it is private because the only people who can access your data are the people who are authorized to do so. And we have since every search, every attempt to look at something is logged, we know who did it. So we have, for example, strictly private data, and then we have public data. So in Estonia, my property ownership, what I own, is public. In fact, as a public official, you have to put all that stuff on, and private individuals too. And every 3 weeks, the local yellow journal would go see, well, has Ilves bought anything lately? No, but I would see, SL Õhtuleht has once again tried to figure out if I've bought something. So I got to know that they were looking at me. And so you get to see whoever's trying to look at you. But then, of course, when it comes to more private data, your medical records, the only people who can see your data are the ones who are authorized. And someone may attempt to, but you will immediately see they've attempted to and also failed. People say, well, I don't trust the system. Well, I personally trust it far more than the paper world. Because in the paper world, and here's a good example, there was a Formula 1 or 4, I don't really know much about racing cars, but anyway, Michael Schumacher had this horrible skiing accident in Switzerland some 8-10 years ago. And within 3 hours, Bild Zeitung, sort of the biggest yellow newspaper in Europe, but certainly the biggest in Germany, had all of his medical records and skull x-rays, and it was showing everything. That could never happen in Estonia because there's no way you could do that. Unless if you were an authorized doctor, but then you know everyone who looked at your data So you figure out it's one of 3 people or only one of 1 person. So that's so much for the privacy concern. But privacy is the big concern all over Europe. Oh my God, is this stuff private? Well, so far we have not had any breaches in Estonia, but there's a much bigger issue than privacy, and that is data integrity. And that is the real problem we face in the digital revolution. Privacy is, for example, someone finds out my blood type and publishes my blood type. I mean, not nice, but, or someone finds out my bank account, and maybe a little embarrassing to show how meager it is, but nonetheless, okay, no damage. Integrity is someone changing your data. Someone changes my blood type in my medical record. That can be fatal, because if I go to the hospital and they say, okay, he's got type AB blood, but actually he doesn't have AB blood because AB is like the universal recipient, but instead he's got type B blood. Well, that can kill me. Or, more to the point, when it comes to your bank account, instead of someone publishing it, someone just takes away all your money. That is data integrity, and that is the fundamental issue that you need to address as the third pillar of a secure digital system. So since 2007, we have put all critical personal data, as well as court records, laws, property records, on blockchain. Actually, we call it a distributed data exchange, rather distributed ledger, which is the true name, but blockchain has become the hip word, and largely because it starts with a B, just like Bitcoin, I think it's overdone, and I hate the word blockchain. But in any case, that's what we have since 2007. Since we started the system, just to speed up and get out of here for you and listen to something more interesting, we introduced in 2005 e-voting. Last national election, we had 47% of the population voted online. People say, oh, but can you trust it? Can you trust it? Well, actually, I would say do not trust digital voting systems that are standalone. The reason why it works in Estonia is that we're using exactly the same highly secure system that we've been using since 2001, that we do all our bank transactions on. So we trust this system because the platform is something that has not failed us, and so people trust it. As opposed to, say, electronic voting machines in the United States, which are full of security holes, and some of which actually have even been breached by our friends to the east. Then I mentioned e-prescriptions. E-residency came out of the realization that there are a lot of things that are tied to identity and to governments, but do not require you to physically live there. So, for example, to set up a business, you don't need to live in Estonia. And that's kind of a no-brainer. People think it's a big deal, this e-residency. I think it's kind of just a no-brainer. And then finally, data embassies. I'll run through these quickly. This is when we vote, basically you decide whether, we got rid of the mobile ID thing, just ID. Prescriptions used to look like this, now they look like that. We'll move ahead. But data embassy is something I'll stop at for a second. And this, you may recognize, is a picture from Japan, from Fukushima. The title, the tsunami that hit Fukushima, fairly devastating, as you can see. One of the results that came out of that was also the meltdown of the nuclear reactor at Fukushima. Now, one of the other results of this horrible accident is that Japan lost some of its data. For some reason, some of its data was stored in Fukushima or in the area, but in any case, one of the results was that some data went missing. And so we started thinking, Right, we're Balts, right? I mean, I don't know how I don't have the statistics on you, but I've done the statistics on Estonia, and in the past 1,000 years, we have been invaded twice a century. 2 times by the Lithuanians, by the way. But that was 900 years ago. It doesn't matter anymore. We forgive you. Yeah, well, we haven't forgotten the other ones, okay? But anyway, twice a century. On top of that, the 20th century were invaded 7 times, if you count all of the armies going one way and another way and up and down and all this. So I figured all this digitization stuff is nice, but what happens if we get invaded again? It's kind of a pattern. And so we came up with this idea of the data embassy. Some of you may know that there is such a thing as a Vienna Convention on on diplomatic immunity and extraterritoriality, which says that if you have an embassy, it is the territory of the country that it is representing, and so you cannot violate, you cannot go in there. If that doesn't make sense, just think Julian Assange, okay? I mean, there he is. The Brits couldn't go after him until Ecuador decided to kick him out. But anyway, we said, okay, we're in a digital era. Let's see if we can make a digital embassy, appealing to the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Immunity and Extraterritoriality. And it turned out that you can. You just have to negotiate. And so in Luxembourg today, we have, skip this theoretical idea, but we have one. We have in Luxembourg, in real time, online, dedicated connection with these databases. So any change that happens in our national database in Estonia automatically takes place in the digital server. It's a server that simply has diplomatic and immunity and extraterritoriality. I mean, up till a couple of years ago, we were already concerned about this stuff, and every once in a while, we would deposit CD-ROMs with all of the national data to an embassy, and then the ambassador would stick it into a safe, so at least we had some kind of record. But now it just goes on all the time. And my recommendation to smaller countries is that, even if you don't have the history of invasion and occupation that a country like mine does, but if you're, say, Greece, and you live in a seismically active region, well, then it would make sense to store a copy of your important data outside the country. Now, if you're like Russia, the United States, it doesn't really matter because you're such a big country that, all right, you just put your data, a copy of your data somewhere else in the country. But here, we don't have that option. And as I said, given our history, fortunately, at least we don't get earthquakes, but other countries do, is to have a copy of your data. And this also is part of the integrity issue, because you don't want to lose your data. Not only do you don't want it to be changed, but you also don't want to lose your data, because once you're living in the digital era, that is the most fragile thing, is data, digital data. There's kind of this odd inverse thing. The hardest form of storage of data is what you see in Greece and in the city of Rome, where someone has spent, weeks and weeks chiseling out a single date, right? I mean, you have Roman numerals. They just want us to chisel it. That's permanent, almost. It's about as permanent as you can get. But the problem is you can't transport it anywhere, and creation of that data takes a very long time. Digital data, on the hand, you can create instantaneously, but, take a magnet over your computer, and that's it. It's gone. So you have to worry about your data if you want to go digital. Since I've managed almost perfectly not to go over my allotted time, I will end simply with this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Toomas Hendrik Ilves.
Close.
Ilves?
Ilves.
Ilves.
It's not like Elvis Presley.
But you've got an Elvis Presley
Thank you.
characteristic. You hold an audience like Elvis would.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Heard it here first, guys. So, we're pretty much there. Just by way of reminder, log out the big party where these heels come off in favor of some flat shoes and a bit of a boogie. It's starting at 9 p.m. tonight at the Central Market. My name is Lavelle De Vincenzi. You can find me on all social media should you wish to connect and make me a little minor celebrity. This has been Log Out 2019. Have a fabulous rest of your day. Go enjoy the sunshine.